The honor of the name, Emile Gaboriau. Chapter 1. On the first Sunday in the month of August, 1815, at 10 o'clock precisely, as on every Sunday morning, the sacristan of the parish church at Emile sounded the 3 strokes of the bell which warn the faithful that the priest is ascending the steps of the altar to celebrate High Mass. The church was already more than half full, and from every side little groups of peasants were hurrying into the churchyard. The women were all in their bravest attire, with cunning little figures crossed upon their breasts, broad-striped, brightly colored skirts, and large white coifs. Being as economical as they were coquettish, they came barefooted, bringing their shoes in their hands, but put them on reverentially before entering the house of God. But few of the men entered the church. They remained outside to talk, seating themselves in the porch, or standing about the yard, in the shade of the century-old elms, for such was the custom in the hamlet of Emile. The 2 hours which the women consecrated to prayer the men employed in discussing the news, the success or the failure of the crops, and, before the service ended, they could generally be found, glass in hand, in the barroom of the village inn, for the farmers for a league around. The Sunday Mass was only an excuse for a reunion, a sort of weekly bourse. All the cures who had been successively stationed at Emile had endeavored to put an end to this scandalous habit, as they termed it, but all their efforts had made no impression upon country obstinacy. They had succeeded in gaining only one concession. At the moment of the elevation of the host, voices were hushed, heads uncovered, and a few even bowed the knee and made the sign of the cross, but this was the affair of an instant only, and conversation was immediately resumed with increased vivacity. But today the usual animation was wanting. No sounds came from the little knots of men gathered here and there, not an oath, not a laugh. Between buyers and sellers, one did not overhear a single one of those interminable discussions, punctuated with the popular oaths, such as, "By my faith in God," or "May the devil burn me." They were not talking, they were whispering together. A gloomy sadness was visible upon each face, lips were placed cautiously at the listener's ear, anxiety could be read in every eye, one scented misfortune in the very air. Only a month had elapsed since Louis XVIII had been, for the second time, installed in the Tuileries by a triumphant coalition. The earth had not yet had time to swallow the sea of blood that flowed at Waterloo. 1,200,000 foreign soldiers desecrated the soil of France. The Prussian General Muffling was governor of Paris, and the peasantry of Emile trembled with indignation and fear. This king, brought back by the Allies, was no less to be dreaded than the Allies themselves. To them this great name of Bourbon signified only a terrible burden of taxation and oppression. Above all, it signified ruin, for there was scarcely one among them who had not purchased some morsel of government land, and they were assured now that all estates were to be returned to the former proprietors, who had emigrated after the overthrow of the Bourbons. Hence, it was with a feverish curiosity that most of them clustered around a young man who, only 2 days before, had returned from the army. With tears of rage in his eyes, he was recounting the shame and the misery of the invasion. He told of the pillage at Versailles, the exactions at Orleans, and the pitiless requisitions that had stripped the people of everything. "And these accursed foreigners to whom the traitors have delivered us, will not go so long as a shilling or a bottle of wine is left in France," he exclaimed. As he said this he shook his clenched fist menacingly at a white flag that floated from the tower. His generous anger won the close attention of his auditors, and they were still listening to him with undiminished interest, when the sound of a horse's hooves resounded upon the stones of the only street in Emile. A shudder traversed the crowd. The same fear stopped the beating of every heart. Who could say that this rider was not some English or Prussian officer? He had come, perhaps, to announce the arrival of his regiment, and imperiously demand money, clothing, and food for his soldiers. But the suspense was not of long duration. The rider proved to be a fellow countryman, clad in a torn and dirty blue linen blouse. He was urging forward, with repeated blows, a little, bony, nervous mare, fevered with foam. "Ah! It is Father Chipin," murmured one of the peasants with a sigh of relief. "The same," observed another. "He seems to be in a terrible hurry. The old rascal has probably stolen the horse he is riding." This last remark disclosed the reputation Father Chipin enjoyed among his neighbors. He was, indeed, one of those thieves who are the scourge and the terror of the rural districts. He pretended to be a day laborer, but the truth was, that he held work in holy horror, and spent all his time in sleeping and idling about his hovel. Hence, stealing was the only means of support for himself, his wife, 2 sons, terrible youths, who, somehow, had escaped the conscription. They consumed nothing that was not stolen. Wheat, wine, fuel, fruits all were the rightful property of others. hunting and fishing at all seasons, and with forbidden appliances, furnished them with ready money. Everyone in the neighborhood knew this, and yet when Father Chupin was pursued and captured, as he was occasionally, no witness could be found to testify against him. He is a hard case, men said, and if he had a grudge against anyone, he would be quite capable of lying in ambush and shooting him as he would a squirrel. Meanwhile the rider had drawn rein at the inn of the Bow of Coron. He alighted from his horse, and, crossing the square, approached the church. He was a large man, about 50 years of age, as gnarled and sinewy as the stem of an old grapevine. At the first glance one would not have taken him for a scoundrel. His manner was humble, and even gentle, but the restlessness of his eye and the expression of his thin lips betrayed diabolical cunning and the coolest calculation. At any other time this despised and dreaded individual would have been avoided, but curiosity and anxiety led the crowd toward him. Well, Father Chupin," they cried, as soon as he was within the sound of their voices, "whence do you come in such haste?" "From the city." To the inhabitants of Sairmeuse and its environs, the city meant the country town of the arrondissement, Montaignac, a charming sub-prefecture of 8,000 souls, about 4 leagues distant. "And was it at Montaignac that you bought the horse you were riding just now?" "I did not buy it, it was loaned to me." This was such a strange assertion that his listeners could not repress a smile. He did not seem to notice it, however. "It was loaned me," he continued, "in order that I might bring some great news here the quicker." Fear assumed possession of the peasantry. "Is the enemy in the city?" anxiously inquired some of the more timid. "Yes, but not the enemy you refer to. This is the former lord of the manor, the Duc de Sairmeuse." "Ah. They said he was dead." "They were mistaken. Have you seen him?" "No, I have not seen him. But someone else has seen him for me, and has spoken to him. And this someone is Monsieur Largeron, the proprietor of the Hotel de France at Montaignac. I was passing the house this morning, when he called me. 'Here, old man,' he said, 'do you wish to do me a favor?' Naturally I replied, 'Yes.' Whereupon he placed a coin in my hand and said, 'Well, go and tell them to saddle a horse for you, then gallop to Sairmeuse, and tell my friend Lacan that the Duc de Sairmeuse arrived here last night in a post-chaise, with his son, Monsieur Marshal, and 2 servants.'" Here, in the midst of these peasants, who were listening to him with pale cheeks and set teeth, Father Chupin preserved a subdued mien appropriate to a messenger of misfortune, but if one had observed him carefully, one would have detected an ironical smile upon his lips and a gleam of malicious joy in his eyes. He was, in fact, inwardly jubilant. At that moment he had his revenge for all the slights and all the scorn he had been forced to endure. And what a revenge! And if his words seemed to fall slowly and reluctantly from his lips, it was only because he was trying to prolong the sufferings of his auditors as much as possible. But a robust young fellow, with an intelligent face, who, perhaps, read Father Chupin's secret heart, brusquely interrupted him. "What does the presence of the Duc de Sairmeuse at Montaignac matter to us?" he exclaimed. "Let him remain at the Hotel de France as long as he chooses. We shall not go in search of him." "No, we shall not go in search of him," echoed the other peasants, approvingly. The old rogue shook his head with affected commiseration. "Monsieur le Duc will not put you to the trouble," he replied. "He will be here in less than 2 hours." "How do you know?" "I know it through Monsieur Largeron, who, when I mounted his horse, said to me, 'Above all, old man, explain to my friend Lacan that the Duke has ordered horses to be in readiness to convey him to Sairmeuse at 11 o'clock. With a common movement, all the peasants who had watches consulted them. "And what does he want here?" demanded the same young farmer. "Pardon. He did not tell me," replied Father Chupin, "but one need not be very cunning to guess. He comes to revisit his former estates, and to take them from those who have purchased them, if possible. From you, Rousselet, he will claim the meadows upon the Oiselle, which always yield 2 crops. From you, further Gaucais, the ground upon which the Croix Brûlée stands. From you, Chanlouina, the vineyards on the Borderie." Chanlouina was the impetuous young man who had interrupted Father Chupin twice already. "Claim the Borderie," he exclaimed, with even greater violence. "Let him try, and we will see. It was wasteland when my father bought it, covered with briars. Even a goat could not have found pasture there. We have cleared it of stones, we have scratched up the soil with our very nails, we have watered it with our sweat, and now they would try to take it from us. Ah! They shall have my last drop of blood first, I do not say but. But what? Is it any fault of ours that the nobles fled to foreign lands? We have not stolen their lands, have we? The government offered them for sale, we bought them, and paid for them. They are lawfully ours, that is true, but Monsieur de Sairmeuse is the great friend of the king." The young soldier, whose voice had aroused the most noble sentiments only a moment before, was forgotten, invaded France. The threatening enemy were alike forgotten. The all-powerful instinct of avarice was suddenly aroused. "In my opinion," resumed Chanlouina, "we should do well to consult the Baron d'Escorval." "Yes, yes," exclaimed the peasants, "let us go at once." They were starting, when a villager who sometimes read the papers, checked them by saying, "Take care what you do. Do you not know that since the return of the Bourbons Monsieur d'Escorval is of no account whatever? Fouche has him upon the proscription list, and he is under the surveillance of the police." This objection dampened the enthusiasm. "That is true," murmured some of the older men. "A visit to Monsieur d'Escorval would, perhaps, do us more harm than good. And, besides, what advice could he give us?" Chanlouina had forgotten all prudence. "What of that?" he exclaimed. "If Monsieur d'Escorval has no counsel to give us about this matter, he can, perhaps, teach us how to resist and to defend ourselves." For some moments Father Chupin had been studying, with an impassive countenance, the storm of anger he had aroused. In his secret heart he experienced the satisfaction of the incendiary at the sight of the flames he has kindled. Perhaps he already had a presentiment of the infamous part he would play a few months later. Satisfied with his experiment, he assumed, for the time, the role of moderator. "Wait a little. Do not cry before you are hurt," he exclaimed, in an ironical tone. "Who told you that the Duc d'Ermuse would trouble you? How much of his former domain do you all own between you?" "Almost nothing. A few fields and meadows and a hill on the borderie. All these together did not in former times yield him an income of 5,000 francs a year." "Yes, that is true," replied Chanlouina, "and if the revenue you mention is quadrupled, it is only because the land is now in the hands of 40 proprietors who cultivate it themselves. Another reason why the Duke will not say a word, he will not wish to set the whole district in commotion. In my opinion, he will dispossess only one of the owners of his former estates, and that is our worthy ex-mayor Monsieur Lacan. In short, he knew only too well the egotism of his compatriots. He knew with what complacency and eagerness they would accept an expiatory victim whose sacrifice should be their salvation." "That is a fact," remarked an old man. "Monsieur Lacan owns nearly all this Ermuse property." "Say all, while you are about it," rejoined Father Chupin. "Where does Monsieur Lacan live?" "In that beautiful Château des Ermuse whose gable we can see through the trees. He hunts in the forests which once belonged to the Ducs des Ermuse, he fishes in their lakes, he drives the horses which once belonged to them, in the carriages upon which one could now see their coat of arms, if it had not been painted out. 20 years ago, Lacan was a poor devil like myself, now, he is a granite gentleman with 50,000 livres a year. He wears the finest broadcloth and top boots like the Baron d'Escorval. He no longer works, he makes others work, and when he passes, everyone must bow to the earth. If you kill so much as a sparrow upon his lands, as he says, he will cast you into prison. He has been fortunate. The Emperor made him mayor. The Bourbons deprived him of his office, but what does that matter to him? He is still the real master here, as the Ermuse were in other days. His son is pursuing his studies in Paris, intending to become a notary. As for his daughter, Mademoiselle Marie-Anne, not a word against her," exclaimed Chanlouina. "If she were mistress, there would not be a poor man in the country, and yet, how some of her pensioners abuse her bounty. Ask your wife if this is not so, Father Chupin." Undoubtedly the impetuous young man spoke at the peril of his life. But the wicked old Chupin swallowed this affront which he would never forget, and humbly continued. "I do not say that Mademoiselle Marie-Anne is not generous, but after all her charitable work she has plenty of money left for her fine dresses and her fools. I think that Monsieur Lacan ought to be very well content, even after he has restored to its former owner 1/2 or even 3/4 of the property he has acquired. No one can tell how. He would have enough left then to grind the poor underfoot." After his appeal to selfishness, Father Chupin appealed to envy. There could be no doubt of his success, but he had not time to pursue his advantage. The services were over, and the worshippers were leaving the church. Soon there appeared upon the porch the man in question, with a young girl of dazzling beauty leaning upon his arm. Father Chupin walked straight toward him, and brusquely delivered his message. Emile staggered beneath the blow. He turned first so red, then so frightfully pale, that those around him thought he was about to fall, but he quickly recovered his self-possession, and without a word to the messenger, he walked rapidly away, leading his daughter. Some minutes later an old post-chaise, drawn by 4 horses, dashed through the village at a gallop, and paused before the house of the village cure. Then one might have witnessed a singular spectacle, Father Chupin had gathered his wife and his children together, and the four surrounded the carriage, shouting, with all the power of their lungs, "Long live the Duc de Sairmeuse." Chapter 2. A gently ascending road, more than 2 miles in length, shaded by a quadruple row of venerable elms, led from the village to the Château de Sairmeuse. Nothing could be more beautiful than this avenue, a fit approach to a palace, and the stranger who beheld it could understand the naively vain proverb of the country: he does not know the real beauty of France, who has never seen Sairmeuse nor the Oiselle. The Oiselle is the little river which one crosses by means of a wooden bridge on leaving the village, and whose clear and rapid waters give a delicious freshness to the valley. At every step, as one ascends, the view changes. It is as if an enchanting panorama were being slowly unrolled before one. On the right you can see the sawmills of Fierolles. On the left, like an ocean of verdure, the forest of Dolomieu trembles in the breeze. Those imposing ruins on the other side of the river are all that remain of the feudal manor of the House of Breuil. That red brick mansion, with granite trimmings, half concealed by a bend in the river, belongs to the Baron d'Escorval, and, if the day is clear, one can easily distinguish the spires of Montaignac in the distance. This was the path traversed by M. Lacan after Chupin had delivered his message, but what did he care for the beauties of the landscape? Upon the church porch he had received his death wound, and now, with a tottering and dragging step, he dragged himself along like one of those poor soldiers, mortally wounded upon the field of battle, who go back, seeking a ditch or quiet spot where they can lie down and die. He seemed to have lost all thought of his surroundings, all consciousness of previous events. He pursued his way, lost in his reflections, guided only by force of habit. 2 or 3 times his daughter, Marie-Anne, who was walking by his side, addressed him, but an "Let me alone," uttered in a harsh tone, was the only response she could draw from him. Evidently he had received a terrible blow, and undoubtedly, as often happens under such circumstances, the unfortunate man was reviewing all the different phases of his life. At 20 Lacan was only a poor ploughboy in the service of the Sairmeuse family. His ambition was modest then. When stretched beneath a tree at the hour of noonday rest, his dreams were as simple as those of an infant. If I could but amass 100 pistoles, he thought, I would ask Father Barrois for the hand of his daughter Martha, and he would not refuse me. 100 pistoles. 1,000 francs! An enormous sum for him who, in 2 years of toil and privation had only laid by 11 louis, which he had placed carefully in a tiny box and hidden in the depths of his straw mattress. Still he did not despair. He had read in Martha's eyes that she would wait, and Armand de Sairmeuse, a rich old maid, was his godmother, and he thought, if he attacked her adroitly, that he might, perhaps, interest her in his love affair. Then the terrible storm of the Revolution burst over France. With the fall of the first thunderbolts, the Duke of Sairmeuse left France with the Count d'Artois. They took refuge in foreign lands as a passerby seeks shelter in a doorway from a summer shower, saying to himself, this will not last long. The storm did last, however, and the following year Armand, who had remained at Sairmeuse, died. The chateau was then closed. The president of the district took possession of the keys in the name of the government, and the servants were scattered. Lacan took up his residence in Montaignac, young, daring, and personally attractive, blessed with an energetic face, and an intelligence far above his station. It was not long before he became well known in the political clubs. For 3 months Lacan was the tyrant of Montaignac, but this métier of public speaker is by no means lucrative, so the surprise throughout the district was immense, when it was ascertained that the former ploughboy had purchased the chateau, and almost all the land belonging to his old master. It is true that the nation had sold this princely domain for scarcely a 20th part of its real value. The appraisement was 69,000 francs. It was giving the property away, and yet, it was necessary to have this amount, and Lacan possessed it, since he had poured it in a flood of beautiful louis d'or into the hands of the receiver of the district. From that moment his popularity waned. The patriots who had applauded the ploughboy, cursed the capitalist. He discreetly left them to recover from their rage as best they could, and returned to Sairmeuse. There everyone bowed low before Citoyen Lacan. Unlike most people, he did not forget his past hopes at the moment when they might be realized. He married Martha Barrois, and, leaving the country to work out its own salvation without his assistance, he gave his time and attention to agriculture. Any close observer, in those days, would have felt certain that the man was bewildered by the sudden change in his situation. His manner was so troubled and anxious that one, to see him, would have supposed him a servant in constant fear of being detected in some indiscretion. He did not open the chateau, but installed himself and his young wife in the cottage formerly occupied by the head gamekeeper. near the entrance of the park, but, little by little, with the habit of possession, came assurance. The consulate had succeeded the directory. The empire succeeded the consulate. Citoyen Lachenre became M. Lachenre, appointed mayor 2 years later. He left the cottage and took possession of the chateau. The former ploughboy slumbered in the bed of the Ducs des Hermius. He ate from the massive plate, graven with their coat of arms. He received his visitors in the magnificent salon in which the Ducs des Hermius had received their friends in years gone by. To those who had known him in former days, M. Lachenre had become unrecognizable. He had adapted himself to his lofty station. Blushing at his own ignorance, he had found the courage wonderful in one of his age to acquire the education which he lacked. Then, all his undertakings were successful to such a degree that his good fortune had become proverbial. That he took any part in an enterprise, sufficed to make it turn out well. His wife had given him 2 lovely children, a son and a daughter. His property, managed with a shrewdness and sagacity which the former owners had not possessed, yielded him an income of at least 60,000 francs. How many, under similar circumstances, would have lost their heads? But he, M. Lachenre, had been wise enough to retain his sang-froid, in spite of the princely luxury that surrounded him. His own habits were simple and frugal. He had never had an attendant for his own person. His large income he consecrated almost entirely to the improvement of his estate or to the purchase of more land. And yet, he was not avaricious. In all that concerned his wife or children, he did not count the cost. His son, Jean, had been educated in Paris. He wished him to be fitted for any position. Unwilling to consent to a separation from his daughter, he had procured a governess to take charge of her education. Sometimes his friends accused him of an inordinate ambition for his children, but he always shook his head sadly, as he replied, "If I can only ensure them a modest and comfortable future." But what folly it is to count upon the future. 30 years ago, who could have foreseen that this Hermius family would be deprived of their estates? With such opinions he should have been a good master. He was. But no one thought the better of him on that account. His former comrades could not forgive him for his sudden elevation. They seldom spoke of him without wishing his ruin in ambiguous words. Alas! The evil days came. Toward the close of the year 1812, he lost his wife. The disasters of the year 1813 swept away a large portion of his personal fortune, which had been invested in a manufacturing enterprise. Compromised by the first restoration, he was obliged to conceal himself for a time, and to cap the climax, the conduct of his son, who was still in Paris, caused him serious disquietude. Only the evening before, he had thought himself the most unfortunate of men. But here was another misfortune menacing him, a misfortune so terrible that all the others were forgotten. From the day on which he had purchased Hermius to this fatal Sunday in August, 1815, was an interval of 20 years, 20 years. And it seemed to him only yesterday that, blushing and trembling, he had laid those piles of louis d'or upon the desk of the receiver of the district. Had he dreamed it? He had not dreamed it. His entire life, with its struggles and its miseries, its hopes and its fears, its unexpected joys and its blighted hopes, all passed before him, lost in these memories. He had quite forgotten the present situation, when a commonplace incident, more powerful than the voice of his daughter, brought him back to the terrible reality. The gate leading to the Château des Hermius, to his chateau, was found to be locked. He shook it with a sort of rage, and, being unable to break the fastening, he found some relief in breaking the bell. On hearing the noise, the gardener came running to the scene of action. "Why is this gate closed?" demanded M. Lachenre, with unwonted violence of manner. "By what right do you barricade my house when I, the master, am without?" The gardener tried to make some excuse. "Hold your tongue," interrupted M. Lachenre. "I dismiss you, you are no longer in my service." He passed on, leaving the gardener petrified with astonishment, crossed the courtyard, a courtyard worthy of the mansion, bordered with velvet turf, with flowers, and with dense shrubbery. In the vestibule, inlaid with marble, 3 of his tenants sat awaiting him, for it was on Sunday that he always received the workmen who desired to confer with him. They rose at his approach, and removed their hats deferentially. But he did not give them time to utter a word. "Who permitted you to enter here?" he said, savagely, "and what do you desire?" "They sent you to play the spy on me, did they? Leave, I tell you." The 3 farmers were even more bewildered and dismayed than the gardener had been, and their remarks must have been interesting, but M. Lachenre could not hear them. He had opened the door of the grand salon, and dashed in, followed by his frightened daughter. Never had Marie-Anne seen her father in such a mood, and she trembled, her heart torn by the most frightful presentiments. She had heard it said that oftentimes, under the influence of some dire calamity. Unfortunate men have suddenly lost their reason entirely, and she was wondering if her father had become insane. It would seem, indeed, that such was the case. His eyes flashed, convulsive shudders shook his whole body, a white foam gathered on his lips. He made the circuit of the room as a wild beast makes the circuit of his cage, uttering harsh imprecations and making frenzied gestures. His actions were strange, incomprehensible. Sometimes he seemed to be trying the thickness of the carpet with the toe of his boot. Sometimes he threw himself upon a sofa or a chair, as if to test its softness. Occasionally, he paused abruptly before some one of the valuable pictures that covered the walls, or before a bronze. One might have supposed that he was taking an inventory, and appraising all the magnificent and costly articles which decorated this apartment, the most sumptuous in the chateau, and I must renounce all this. He exclaimed, at last. These words explained everything. No, never. He resumed, in a transport of rage, never. Never. I cannot. I will not. Now Marie-Anne understood it all. But what was passing in her father's mind? She wished to know, and, leaving the low chair in which she had been seated, she went to her father's side. Are you ill, father? She asked, in her sweet voice. What is the matter? What do you fear? Why do you not confide in me? Am I not your daughter? Do you no longer love me? At the sound of this dear voice, Lacan trembled like a sleeper suddenly aroused from the terrors of a nightmare, and he cast an indescribable glance upon his daughter. Did you not hear what Chopin said to me? He replied, slowly. The Duc de Sairmeuse is at Montaignac. He will soon be here, and we are dwelling in the chateau of his fathers, and his domain has become ours. The vexed question regarding the national lands, which agitated France for 30 years, Marie understood, for she had heard it discussed 1,000 times. Well, dear father, said she, what does that matter, even if we do hold the property? You have bought it and paid for it, have you not? So it is rightfully and lawfully ours. Lacan hesitated a moment before replying, but his secret suffocated him. He was in one of those crises in which a man, however strong he may be, totters and seeks some support, however fragile. You would be right, my daughter, he murmured, with drooping head, if the money that I gave in exchange for Sairmeuse had really belonged to me. At this strange avowal the young girl turned pale and recoiled a step. What? She faltered. This gold was not yours, my father? To whom did it belong? From whence did it come? The unhappy man had gone too far to retract. I will tell you all, my daughter, he replied, and you shall judge. You shall decide. When the Sairmeuse family fled from France, I had only my hands to depend upon, and as it was almost impossible to obtain work, I wondered if starvation were not near at hand. Such was my condition when someone came after me one evening to tell me that Mademoiselle Armande de Sairmeuse, my godmother, was dying, and wished to speak with me. I ran to the chateau. The messenger had told the truth. Mademoiselle Armande was sick unto death. I felt this on seeing her upon her bed, whiter than wax. If I were to live 100 years, never should I forget her face as it looked at that moment. It was expressive of a strength of will and an energy that would hold death at bay until the task upon which she had determined was performed. When I entered the room I saw a look of relief appear upon her countenance. How long you were in coming? She murmured faintly. I was about to make some excuse, when she motioned me to pause, and ordered the women who surrounded her to leave the room. As soon as we were alone, you are an honest boy, said she, and I am about to give you a proof of my confidence. People believe me to be poor, but they are mistaken. While my relatives were gaily ruining themselves, I was saving the 500 louis which the Duke, my brother, gave me each year. She motioned me to come nearer, and to kneel beside her bed. I obeyed, and Mademoiselle Armande leaned toward me, almost glued her lips to my ear, and added, I possess 80,000 francs. I felt a sudden giddiness, but my godmother did not notice it. This amount, she continued, is not a quarter part of the former income from our family estates. But now, who knows but it will, one day, be the only resource of this Sairmeuse. I am going to place it in your charge, Lacan. I confide it to your honor and to your devotion. The estates belonging to the emigrants are to be sold, I hear. If such an act of injustice is committed, you will probably be able to purchase our property for 70,000 francs. If the property is sold by the government, purchase it. If the lands belonging to the emigrants are not sold, take that amount to the Duke, my brother, who is with the Count d'Artois. The surplus, that is to say, the 10,000 francs remaining, I give to you. They are yours. She seemed to recover her strength. She raised herself in bed, and, holding the crucifix attached to her rosary to my lips, she said, swear by the image of our Savior, that you will faithfully execute the last will of your dying godmother." I took the required oath, and an expression of satisfaction overspread her features. "That is well," she said, "I shall die content. You will have a protector on high. But this is not all. In times like these in which we live, this gold will not be safe in your hands unless those about you are ignorant that you possess it. I have been endeavoring to discover some way by which you could remove it from my room, and from the chateau, without the knowledge of anyone, and I have found a way. The gold is here in this cupboard, at the head of my bed, in a stout oaken chest. You must find strength to move the chest. You must. You can fasten a sheet around it and let it down gently from the window into the garden. You will then leave the house as you entered it, and as soon as you are outside, you must take the chest and carry it to your home. The night is very dark, and no one will see you, if you are careful. But make haste, my strength is nearly gone." The chest was heavy, but I was very strong. In less than 10 minutes the task of removing the chest from the chateau was accomplished, without a single sound that would betray us. As I closed the window, I said, "It is done, godmother, God be praised." She whispered, "Emile is saved." I heard a deep sigh. I turned, she was dead. This scene that Lacan was relating rose vividly before him. To feign, to disguise the truth, or to conceal any portion of it was an impossibility. He forgot himself and his daughter, he thought only of the dead woman, of Armandus Emile, and he shuddered on pronouncing the words, "She was dead." It seemed to him that she was about to speak, and to insist upon the fulfillment of his pledge. After a moment's silence, he resumed, in a hollow voice. I called for aid, it came. Mademoiselle Armand was adored by everyone, there was great lamentation, and a half-hour of indescribable confusion followed her death. I was able to withdraw, unnoticed, to run into the garden, and to carry away the oaken chest. An hour later, it was concealed in the miserable hovel in which I dwelt. The following year one purchased Emile. He had confessed all, and he paused, trembling, trying to read his sentence in the eyes of his daughter. "And can you hesitate?" she demanded. "Ah, you do not know. I know that Emile must be given up." This was the decree of his own conscience, that faint voice which speaks only in a whisper, but which all the tumult on earth cannot overpower. "No one saw me take away the chest," he faltered. "If anyone suspected it, there is not a single proof against me." "But no one does suspect it." Marie-Anne rose, her eyes flashed with generous indignation. "My father!" she exclaimed. "Oh, my father!" Then, in a calmer tone, she added, "If others know nothing of this, can you forget it?" Lacan appeared almost ready to succumb to the torture of the terrible conflict raging in his soul. "Return!" he exclaimed. "What shall I return? That which I have received? So be it. I consent. I will give the Duke the 80,000 francs, to this amount I will add the interest on this sum since I have had it, and we shall be free of all obligation." The girl sadly shook her head. "Why do you resort to subterfuges which are so unworthy of you?" she asked, gently. "You know perfectly well that it was Emile which Mademoiselle Armand intended to entrust to the servant of her house. And it is Emile which must be returned." The word servant was revolting to a man, who, at least, while the empire endured, had been a power in the land. "Ah! You are cruel, my daughter," he said, with intense bitterness, "as cruel as a child who has never suffered, as cruel as one who, having never himself been tempted, is without mercy for those who have yielded to temptation. It is one of those acts which God alone can judge, since God alone can read the depths of one's secret soul. I am only a depository, you tell me. It was, indeed, in this light that I formerly regarded myself. If your poor sainted mother was still alive, she would tell you the anxiety and anguish I felt on being made the master of riches which were not mine. I trembled lest I should yield to their seductions. I was afraid of myself. I felt as a gambler might feel who had the winnings of others confided to his care, as a drunkard might feel who had been placed in charge of a quantity of the most delicious wines. Your mother would tell you that I moved heaven and earth to find the Duc d'Emile. But he had left the Count d'Artois, and no one knew where he had gone or what had become of him. 10 years passed before I could make up my mind to inhabit the chateau. Yes, 10 years during which I had the furniture dusted each morning as if the master was to return that evening. At last I ventured. I had heard Monsieur d'Escorval declare that the Duke had been killed in battle. I took up my abode here. And from day to day, in proportion as the domain of Emile became more beautiful and extensive beneath my care, I felt myself more and more its rightful owner. But this despairing pleading in behalf of a bad cause produced no impression upon Marie-Anne's loyal heart. "Restitution must be made," she repeated. Lacan wrung his hands. Implacable, he exclaimed. She is implacable. Unfortunate girl. Does she not understand that it is for her sake I wish to remain where I am? I am old, and I am familiar with toil and poverty. Idleness has not removed the callosities from my hands. What do I require to keep me alive until the day comes for me to take my place in the graveyard? A crust of bread and an onion in the morning, a porringer of soup in the evening, and for the night a bundle of straw. I could easily earn that. But you, unhappy child. And your brother, what will become of you? We must not discuss nor haggle with duty, my father. I think, however, that you are needlessly alarmed. I believe the Duke is too noble-hearted ever to allow you to suffer want after the immense service you have rendered him. The old servitor of the House of Sairmeuse laughed aloud, bit to laugh. You believe that? Said he. Then you do not know the nobles who have been our masters for ages. You are a worthy fellow! Very coldly said. Will be the only recompense I shall receive, and you will see us, me, at my plough, you, out at service. And if I venture to speak of the 10,000 francs that were given me, I shall be treated as an impostor, as an impudent fool. By the holy name of God, this shall not be. Oh, my father, no. This shall not be. And I realize as you cannot realize the disgrace of such a fall. You think you are beloved in Sairmeuse? You are mistaken. We have been too fortunate not to be the victims of hatred and jealousy. If I fall tomorrow, you will see all who kissed your hands today fall upon you to tear you to pieces. His eye glittered. He believed he had found a victorious argument, and then you, yourself, will realize the horror of the disgrace. It will cost you the deadly anguish of a separation from him whom your heart has chosen. He had spoken truly, for Marie Anne's beautiful eyes filled with tears. If what you say proves true, father, she murmured, in an altered voice, I may, perhaps, die of sorrow, but I cannot fail to realize that my confidence and my love has been misplaced. And you still insist upon my returning Sairmeuse to its former owner? Honor speaks, my father. Lacan made the armchair in which he was seated tremble by a violent blow of his fist. And if I am just as obstinate, he exclaimed, if I keep the property, what will you do? I shall say to myself, father, that honest poverty is better than stolen wealth. I shall leave this chateau, which belongs to the Duc de Sairmeuse, and I shall seek a situation as a servant in the neighborhood. Lacan sank back in his armchair sobbing. He knew his daughter's nature well enough to be assured that what she said, that she would do. But he was conquered. His daughter had won the battle. He had decided to make the heroic sacrifice. I will relinquish Sairmeuse, he faltered, come what may. He paused suddenly. A visitor was entering the room. It was a young man about 20 years of age, of distinguished appearance, but with a rather melancholy and gentle manner. His eyes when he entered the apartment encountered those of Marie Anne. He blushed slightly, and the girl half turned away, crimsoning to the roots of her hair. Monsieur, said the young man, my father sends me to inform you that the Duc de Sairmeuse and his son have just arrived. They have asked the hospitality of our cure. Lacan rose, unable to conceal his frightful agitation. You will thank the Baron d'Escorval for his attention, my dear Maurice, he responded. I shall have the honor of seeing him today, after a very momentous step which we are about to take, my daughter and I. Young d'Escorval had seen, at the first glance, that his presence was inopportune, so he remained only a few moments, but as he was taking leave, Marie Anne found time to say, in a low voice, I think I know your heart, Maurice. This evening I shall know it certainly. Chapter 3. Few of the inhabitants of Sairmeuse knew, except by name, the terrible Duke whose arrival had thrown the whole village into commotion. Some of the oldest residents had a faint recollection of having seen him long ago, before '89 indeed, when he came to visit his aunt, Armand. His duties, then, had seldom permitted him to leave the court. If he had given no sign of life during the Empire, it was because he had not been compelled to submit to the humiliations and suffering which so many of the emigrants were obliged to endure in their exile. On the contrary, he had received, in exchange for the wealth of which he had been deprived by the Revolution, a princely fortune. Taking refuge in London after the defeat of the army of Conde, he had been so fortunate as to please the only daughter of Lord Holland, one of the richest peers in England, and he had married her. She possessed a fortune of £250,000, more than 6 million francs. Still the marriage was not a happy one. The chosen companion of the dissipated and licentious Count d'Artois was not likely to prove a very good husband. The young Duchess was contemplating a separation when she died, in giving birth to a boy, who was baptized under the names of Anne-Marie Marshall. The loss of his wife did not render the Duc de Sairmeuse inconsolable. He was free and richer than he had ever been. As soon as lay conveniences permitted, He confided his son to the care of a relative of his wife, and began his roving life again. Rumor had told the truth. He had fought, and that furiously, against France in the Austrian, and then in the Russian ranks, and he took no pains to conceal the fact, convinced that he had only performed his duty. He considered that he had honestly and loyally gained the rank of general which the Emperor of all the Russias had bestowed upon him. He had not returned to France during the First Restoration, but his absence had been involuntary. His father-in-law, Lord Holland, had just died, and the Duke was detained in London by business connected with his son's immense inheritance. Then followed the 100 Days. They exasperated him, but the good cause, as he styled it, having triumphed anew, he hastened to France. Alas! Lacan judged the character of his former master correctly, when he resisted the entreaties of his daughter. This man, who had been compelled to conceal himself during the First Restoration, knew only too well, that the returned émigré had learned nothing and forgotten nothing. The Duc d'Aumale was no exception to the rule. He thought, and nothing could be more sadly absurd, that a mere act of authority would suffice to suppress forever all the events of the Revolution and of the Empire. When he said, "I do not admit that," he firmly believed that there was nothing more to be said, that controversy was ended, and that what had been was as if it had never been. If some, who had seen Louis XVII at the helm in 1814, assured the Duke that France had changed in many respects since 1789, he responded with a shrug of the shoulders. Nonsense. As soon as we assert ourselves, all these rascals, whose rebellion alarms you, will quietly sink out of sight. Such was really his opinion. On the way from Montaigne to Aumale, the Duke, comfortably ensconced in his berlin, unfolded his theories for the benefit of his son. "The king has been poorly advised," he said, in conclusion. "Besides, I am disposed to believe that he inclines too much to Jacobinism. If he would listen to my advice, he would make use of the 1,200,000 soldiers which our friends have placed at his disposal, to bring his subjects to a sense of their duty. 1,200,000 bayonets have far more eloquence than the articles of a charter." He continued his remarks on this subject until the carriage approached Aumale. Though but little given to sentiment, he was really affected by the sight of the country in which he was born, where he had played as a child, and of which he had heard nothing since the death of his aunt. Everything was changed, still the outlines of the landscape remained the same. The valley of the Oiselle was as bright and laughing as in days gone by. "I recognize it," he exclaimed, with a delight that made him forget politics. "I recognize it." Soon the changes became more striking. The carriage entered Aumale, and rattled over the stones of the only street in the village. This street, in former years, had been unpaved, and had always been rendered impassable by wet weather. "Ah, ha!" murmured the Duke, "this is an improvement." It was not long before he noticed others. The dilapidated, thatched hovels had given place to pretty and comfortable white cottages with green blinds, and a vine hanging gracefully over the door. As the carriage passed the public square inches front of the church, Marshall observed the groups of peasants who were still talking there. "What do you think of all these peasants?" he inquired of his father. "Do they have the appearance of people who are preparing a triumphal reception for their old masters?" Aumale shrugged his shoulders. He was not the man to renounce an illusion for such a trifle. "They do not know that I am in this post-chaise," he replied. "When they know, shouts of "Vive Monsieur le Duc d'Aumale!" interrupted him. "Do you hear that, Marquis?" he exclaimed, and pleased by these cries that proved him in the right, he leaned from the carriage window, waving his hand to the honest Chapin family, who were running after the vehicle with noisy shouts. The old rascal, his wife, and his children, all possessed powerful voices, and it was not strange that the Duke believed the whole village was welcoming him. He was convinced of it, and when the berlin stopped before the house of the Cure, Aumale was persuaded that the prestige of the nobility was greater than ever. Upon the threshold of the parsonage, Bibiane, the old housekeeper, was standing. She knew who these guests must be, for the Cure's servants always know what is going on. "Monsieur has not yet returned from church," she said, in response to the Duke's inquiry, "but if the gentlemen wish to wait, it will not be long before he comes, for the poor, dear man has not breakfasted yet. Let us go in," the Duke said to his son. And guided by the housekeeper, they entered a sort of drawing-room, where the table was spread. Aumale took an inventory of the apartment in a single glance. The habits of a house reveal those of its master. This was clean, poor, and bare. The walls were whitewashed, a dozen chairs composed the entire furniture. Upon the table, laid with monastic simplicity, were only tin dishes. This was either the abode of an ambitious man or a saint. "Will these gentlemen take any refreshments?" inquired Bibiain. "Upon my word," replied Marshall, "I must confess that the drive has whetted my appetite amazingly." "Blessed Jesus!" exclaimed the old housekeeper, in evident despair. "What am I to do? I, who have nothing. That is to say, yes, I have an old hen left in the coop. Give me time to wring its neck, to pick it, and clean it." She paused to listen, and they heard a step in the passage. "Ah!" she exclaimed, "here is Monsieur le Curé now, the son of a poor farmer in the environs of Montaignac. He owed his Latin and tonsure to the privations of his family. Tall, angular, and solemn, he was as cold and impassive as the stones of his church. By what immense efforts of will, at the cost of what torture, had he made himself what he was? One could form some idea of the terrible restraint to which he had subjected himself by looking at his eyes, which occasionally emitted the lightnings of an impassioned soul. Was he old or young? The most subtle observer would have hesitated to say on seeing this pallid and emaciated face, cut in two by an immense nose, a real eagle's beak as thin as the edge of a razor. He wore a white cassock, which had been patched and darned in numberless places, but which was a marvel of cleanliness, and which hung about his tall, attenuated body like the sails of a disabled vessel. He was known as the Abbé Midon. At the sight of the two strangers seated in his drawing-room, he manifested some slight surprise. The carriage standing before the door had announced the presence of a visitor, but he had expected to find one of his parishioners. No one had warned him or the sacristan, and he was wondering with whom he had to deal, and what they desired of him. Mechanically, he turned to Bibiain, but the old servant had taken flight. The Duke understood his host's astonishment. "Upon my word, Abbé," he said, with the impertinent ease of a grand seigneur who makes himself at home everywhere, "we have taken your house by storm, and hold the position, as you see. I am the Duc de Sairmeuse, and this is my son, the Marquis." The priest bowed, but he did not seem very greatly impressed by the exalted rank of his guests. "It is a great honor for me," he replied, in a more than reserved tone, "to receive a visit from the former master of this place." He emphasized this word "former" in such a manner that it was impossible to doubt his sentiments and his opinions. "Unfortunately," he continued, "you will not find here the comforts to which you are accustomed, and I fear—" "Nonsense," interrupted the Duke. "An old soldier is not fastidious, and what suffices for you, Monsieur Abbé, will suffice for us. And rest assured that we shall amply repay you in one way or another for any inconvenience we may cause you." The priest's eye flashed. This want of tact, this disagreeable familiarity, this last insulting remark, kindled the anger of the man concealed beneath the priest. "Besides," added Marshall, gaily, "we have been vastly amused by Bibiain's anxieties. We already know that there is a chicken in the coop. That is to say, there was one." Monsieur le Marquis, the old housekeeper, who suddenly reappeared, explained her master's response. She seemed overwhelmed with despair. "Blessed Virgin! Monsieur, what shall I do?" she clamored. "The chicken has disappeared. Someone has certainly stolen it, for the coop is securely closed." "Do not accuse your neighbor hastily," interrupted the curé. "No one has stolen it from us. Bertrand was here this morning to ask alms in the name of her sick daughter. I had no money, and I gave her this fowl that she might make a good bouillon for the sick girl." This explanation changed Bibiain's consternation to fury. Planting herself in the center of the room, one hand upon her hip, and gesticulating wildly with the other, she exclaimed, pointing to her master, "That is just the sort of man he is. He has less sense than a baby. Any miserable peasant who meets him can make him believe anything he wishes. Any great falsehood brings tears to his eyes, and then they can do what they like with him. In that way they take the very shoes off his feet and the bread from his mouth. Bertrand's daughter, messieurs, is no more ill than you or I." "Enough," said the priest, sternly, "enough." Then, knowing by experience that his voice had not the power to check her flood of reproaches, he took her by the arm and led her out into the passage. M. de Sairmeuse and his son exchanged a glance of consternation. Was this a comedy that had been prepared for their benefit? Evidently not, since their arrival had not been expected, but the priest, whose character had been so plainly revealed by this quarrel with his domestic, was not a man to their taste. At least, he was evidently not the man they had hoped to find, not the auxiliary whose assistance was indispensable to the success of their plans. Yet they did not exchange a word. They listened. They heard the sound as of a discussion in the passage. The master spoke in low tones, but with an unmistakable accent of command. The servant uttered an astonished exclamation. But the listeners could not distinguish a word. Soon the priest re-entered the apartment. "I hope, gentlemen," he said, with a dignity that could not fail to check any attempt at raillery, "that you will excuse this ridiculous scene." The curé of Sairmeuse, "Thank God!" is not so poor as she says." Neither the Duke nor Marshal made any response. Even their remarkable assurance was very sensibly diminished, and Emile deemed it advisable to change the subject. This he did, by relating the events which he had just witnessed in Paris, and by insisting that His Majesty, Louis XVIII, had been welcomed with enthusiasm and transports of affection. Fortunately, the old housekeeper interrupted this recital. She entered, loaded with china, silver, and bottles, and behind her came a large man in a white apron, bearing 3 or 4 covered dishes in his hands. It was the order to go and obtain this repast from the village in which had drawn from Bibiaine so many exclamations of wonder and dismay in the passage. A moment later the cure and his guests took their places at the table. Had the much-lamented chicken constituted the dinner, the rations would have been short. This the worthy woman was obliged to confess, on seeing the terrible appetite evinced by Emile and his son. One would have sworn that they had eaten nothing for a fortnight, she told her friends. The next day, Abbé Midon was not hungry, though it was 2 o'clock, and he had eaten nothing since the previous evening. The sudden arrival of the former masters of Sairmeuse filled his heart with gloomy forebodings. Their coming, he believed, presaged the greatest misfortunes, so while he played with his knife and fork, pretending to eat, he was really occupied in watching his guests, and in studying them with all the penetration of a priest, which, by the way, is generally far superior to that of a physician or of a magistrate. The Duc de Sairmeuse was 57, but looked considerably younger. The storms of his youth, the dissipation of his riper years, the great excesses of every kind in which he had indulged, had not impaired his iron constitution in the least. Of Herculean build, he was extremely proud of his strength, and of his hands, which were well formed, but large, firmly knit and powerful, such hands as rightly belonged to a gentleman whose ancestors had given many a crushing blow with ponderous battle-axe in the Crusades. His face revealed his character. He possessed all the graces and all the vices of a courtier. He was, at the same time, spiritual and ignorant, skeptical and violently imbued with the prejudices of his class. Though less robust than his father, Marshal was a no less distinguished-looking cavalier. It was not strange that women raved over his blue eyes, and the beautiful blonde hair which he inherited from his mother. To his father he owed energy, courage, and, it must also be added, perversity. But he was his superior in education and in intellect. If he shared his father's prejudices, he had not adopted them without weighing them carefully. What the father might do in a moment of excitement, the son was capable of doing in cold blood. It was thus that the abbé, with rare sagacity, read the character of his guests. So it was with great sorrow, but without surprise, that he heard the Duke advance, on the questions of the day, the impossible ideas shared by nearly all the émigrés. Knowing the condition of the country, and the state of public opinion, the cure endeavored to convince the obstinate man of his mistake, but upon this subject the Duke would not permit contradiction, or even raillery, and he was fast losing his temper, when Bibiaine appeared at the parlour door. "Monsieur le Duc," said she, "Monsieur Lacan and his daughter are without and desire to speak to you." Chapter 4. This name Lacan awakened no recollection in the mind of the Duke. First, he had never lived at Sairmeuse, and even if he had, what courtier of the ancient regime ever troubled himself about the individual names of the peasants, whom he regarded with such profound indifference? When a grand seigneur addressed these people, he said, "Hello! Hi, there! Friend, my worthy fellow." So it was with the air of a man who is making an effort of memory that the Duc de Sairmeuse repeated, "Lacan, Monsieur Lacan." But Marshal, a closer observer than his father, had noticed that the priest's glance wavered at the sound of this name. "Who is this person, Abbé?" demanded the Duke, lightly. "Monsieur Lacan," replied the priest, with very evident hesitation, "is the present owner of the Château de Sairmeuse." Marshal, the precocious diplomat, could not repress a smile on hearing this response, which he had foreseen. But the Duke bounded from his chair. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "it is the rascal who has had the impudence. Let him come in, old woman, let him come in." Bibiaine retired, and the priest's uneasiness increased. "Permit me, Monsieur le Duc," he said, hastily, "to remark that Monsieur Lacan exercises a great influence in this region. To offend him would be impolitic. I understand you advise me to be conciliatory. Such sentiments are purely Jacobin. If His Majesty listens to the advice of such as you, all these sales of confiscated estates will be ratified. Zounds! Our interests are the same. If the revolution has deprived the nobility of their property, it has also impoverished the clergy. The possessions of a priest are not of this world." "Monsieur," said the cure, coldly. De Sairmeuse was about to make some impertinent response, when Lacan appeared, followed by his daughter. The wretched man was ghastly pale, Great drops of perspiration stood out upon his temples. His restless, haggard eyes revealed his distress of mind. Marie-Anne was as pale as her father, but her attitude and the light that burned in her eyes told of invincible energy and determination. Well, friend, said the Duke, so we are the owner of Sairmeuse, it seems. This was said with such a careless insolence of manner that the cure blushed that they should thus treat, in his own house, a man whom he considered his equal. He rose and offered the visitors chairs. Will you take a seat, dear Monsieur Lacan? Said he, with a politeness intended as a lesson for the Duke, and you, also, Mademoiselle, do me the honor. But the father and the daughter both refused the proffered civility with a motion of the head. Monsieur le Duc, continued Lacan, I am an old servant of your house. Indeed, Mademoiselle Armand, your aunt, accorded my poor mother the honor of acting as my godmother. Yes, interrupted the Duke. I remember you now. Our family has shown great goodness to you and yours. And it was to prove your gratitude, probably, that you made haste to purchase our estate. The former ploughboy was of humble origin, but his heart and his character had developed with his fortunes. He understood his own worth, much as he was disliked, and even detested, by his neighbors. Everyone respected him, and here was a man who treated him with undisguised scorn. Why? By what right? Indignant at the outrage, he made a movement as if to retire. No one, save his daughter, knew the truth. He had only to keep silence and Sairmeuse remained his. Yes, he had still the power to keep Sairmeuse, and he knew it, for he did not share the fears of the ignorant rustics. He was too well informed not to be able to distinguish between the hopes of the émigrés and the possible. He knew that an abyss separated the dream from the reality. A beseeching word uttered in a low tone by his daughter, made him turn again to the Duke. If I purchased Sairmeuse, he answered, in a voice husky with emotion, it was in obedience to the command of your dying aunt, and with the money which she gave me for that purpose. If you see me here, it is only because I come to restore to you the deposit confided to my keeping. Anyone not belonging to that class of spoiled fools which surround a throne would have been deeply touched. But the Duke thought this grand act of honesty and of generosity the most simple and natural thing in the world. That is very well, so far as the principle is concerned, said he. Let us speak now of the interest. Sairmeuse, if I remember rightly, yielded an average income of 1,000 louis per year. These revenues, well invested, should have amounted to a very considerable amount. Whereas this claim, thus advanced and at such a moment, was so outrageous, that Marshall, disgusted, made a sign to his father, which the latter did not see. But the cure, hoping to recall the extortionate to something much like a sense of shame, exclaimed, Monsieur le Duc? Oh, Monsieur le Duc, Lacan shrugged his shoulders with an air of resignation. The income I have used for my own living expenses, and in educating my children, but most of it has been expended in improving the estate, which today yields an income twice as large as in former years. That is to say, for 20 years, Monsieur Lacan has played the part of Lord of the Manor. A delightful comedy. You are rich now, I suppose. I possess nothing. But I hope you will allow me to take 10,000 francs, which your aunt gave to me. She gave you 10,000 francs? And when? On the same evening that she gave me the 80,000 francs intended for the purchase of the estate. Perfect. What proof can you furnish that she gave you this sum? Lacan stood motionless and speechless. He tried to reply, but he could not. If he opened his lips it would only be to pour forth a torrent of menaces, insults, and invectives. Marie-Anne stepped quickly forward. The proof, monsieur, said she, in a clear, ringing voice, is the word of this man, who, of his own free will, comes to return to you to give you a fortune. As she sprang forward her beautiful dark hair escaped from its confinement, the rich blood crimsoned her cheeks, her dark eyes flashed brilliantly, and sorrow, anger, horror at the humiliation, imparted a sublime expression to her face. She was so beautiful that Marshall regarded her with wonder. Lovely, he murmured, in English, beautiful as an angel. These words, which she understood, abashed Marie-Anne. But she had said enough. Her father felt that he was avenged. He drew from his pocket a roll of papers, and throwing them upon the table, here are your titles, he said, addressing the Duke in a tone full of implacable hatred. Keep the legacy that your aunt gave me, I wish nothing of yours. I shall never set foot in Sairmeuse again. Penniless I entered it, penniless I will leave it. He quitted the room with head proudly erect, and when they were outside, he said but one word to his daughter. Well, you have done your duty, she replied. It is those who have not done it, who are to be pitied. She had no opportunity to say more. Marshall came running after them. anxious for another chance of seeing this young girl whose beauty had made such an impression upon him. "I hastened after you," he said, addressing Marie-Anne, rather than M. Lacan, "to reassure you. All this will be arranged, mademoiselle. Eyes so beautiful as yours should never know tears. I will be your advocate with my father. Mademoiselle Lacan has no need of an advocate." A harsh voice interrupted. Marshall turned, and saw the young man, who, that morning, went to warn M. Lacan of the Duke's arrival. "I am the Marquis de Sairmeuse," he said, insolently. "And I," said the other, quietly, "am Maurice d'Escorval." They surveyed each other for a moment, each expecting, perhaps, an insult from the other. Instinctively, they felt that they were to be enemies, and the bitterest animosity spoke in the glances they exchanged. Perhaps they felt a presentiment that they were to be champions of two different principles, as well as rivals. Marshall, remembering his father, yielded. "We shall meet again, Monsieur d'Escorval," he said, as he retired. At this threat, Maurice shrugged his shoulders, and said, "You had better not desire it." Chapter 5. The abode of the Baron d'Escorval, that brick structure with stone trimmings which was visible from the superb avenue leading to Sairmeuse, was small and unpretentious. Its chief attraction was a pretty lawn that extended to the banks of the Oiselle, and a small but beautifully shaded park. It was known as the Château d'Escorval, but that appellation was gross flattery. Any petty manufacturer who had amassed a small fortune would have desired a larger, handsomer, and more imposing establishment. M. d'Escorval, and it will be an eternal honor to him in history, was not rich, although he had been entrusted with several of those missions from which generals and diplomats often return laden with millions. M. d'Escorval's worldly possessions consisted only of the little patrimony bequeathed him by his father, a property which yielded an income of from 20 to 25,000 francs a year. This modest dwelling, situated about a mile from Sairmeuse, represented the savings of 10 years. He had built it in 1806, from a plan drawn by his own hand, and it was the dearest spot on earth to him. He always hastened to this retreat when his work allowed him a few days of rest. But this time he had not come to Escorval of his own free will. He had been compelled to leave Paris by the prescribed list of the 24th of July, that fatal list which summoned the enthusiastic Labodoyer and the honest and virtuous Drouot before a court-martial. And even in this solitude, M. d'Escorval's situation was not without danger. He was one of those who, some days before the disaster of Waterloo, had strongly urged the Emperor to order the execution of Fouché, the former Minister of Police. Now, Fouché knew this counsel, and he was powerful. "Take care." M. d'Escorval's friends wrote him from Paris. But he put his trust in Providence, and faced the future, threatening though it was, with the unalterable serenity of a pure conscience. The Baron was still young, he was not yet 50, but anxiety, work, and long nights passed in struggling with the most arduous difficulties of the imperial policy, had made him old before his time. He was tall, slightly inclined to embonpoint, and stooped a little. His calm eyes, his serious mouth, his broad, furrowed forehead, and his austere manners inspired respect. "He must be stern and inflexible," said those who saw him for the first time, but they were mistaken. If, in the exercise of his official duties, this truly great man had the strength to resist all temptations to swerve from the path of right, if, when duty was at stake, he was as rigid as iron, in private life he was as unassuming as a child, and kind and gentle even to the verge of weakness. To this nobility of character he owed his domestic happiness, that rare and precious happiness which fills one's existence with a celestial perfume. During the bloodiest epoch of the Reign of Terror, M. d'Escorval had wrested from the guillotine a young girl named Victoire Loyerdale, a distant cousin of the Rattaz of Cameroon, as beautiful as an angel, and only 3 years younger than himself. He loved her, and though she was an orphan, destitute of fortune, he married her, considering the treasure of her virgin heart of far greater value than the most magnificent dowry. She was an honest woman, as her husband was an honest man, in the most strict and vigorous sense of the word. She was seldom seen at the Tuileries, where M. d'Escorval's worth made him eagerly welcomed. The splendors of the imperial court, which at that time surpassed all the pomp of the time of Louis XIV, have no attractions for her. Grace, beauty, youth and accomplishments, she reserved them all for the adornment of her home. Her husband was her god. She lived in him and through him. She had not a thought which did not belong to him. The short time that he could spare from his arduous labors to devote to her were her happiest hours, and when, in the evening, they sat beside the fire in their modest drawing-room, with their son Maurice playing on the rug at their feet, it seemed to them that they had nothing to wish for here below. The overthrow of the empire surprised them in the heyday of their happiness. Surprised them? No. For a long time M. D'Escorval had seen the prodigious edifice erected by the genius whom he had made his idol totter as if about to fall. Certainly, he felt intense chagrin at this fall, but he was heartbroken at the sight of all the treason and cowardice which followed it. He was indignant and horrified at the rising en masse of the avaricious, who hastened to gorge themselves with the spoil. Under these circumstances, exile from Paris seemed an actual blessing. Besides, as he remarked to the Baroness, "We shall soon be forgotten here." But even while he said this he felt many misgivings. Still, by his side, his noble wife presented a tranquil face, even while she trembled for the safety of her adored husband. On this first Sunday in August, M. D'Escorval and his wife had been unusually sad. A vague presentiment of approaching misfortune weighed heavily upon their hearts. At the same hour that Lacan presented himself at the house of the Abbé Midon, they were seated upon the terrace in front of the house, gazing anxiously at the two roads leading from Escorval to the chateau, and to the village of Sairmeuse. Warned, that same morning, by his friends in Montaignec of the arrival of the Duke, the Baron had sent his son to inform M. Lacan. He had requested him to be absent as short a time as possible, but in spite of this fact, the hours were rolling by, and Maurice had not returned. What if something has happened to him? Both father and mother were thinking. No, nothing had happened to him. Only a word from Emile. Lacan had sufficed to make him forget his usual deference to his father's wishes. This evening, she had said, "I shall certainly know your heart." What could this mean? Could she doubt him? Tortured by the most cruel anxieties, the poor youth could not resolve to go away without an explanation, and he hung around the chateau hoping that Marie-Anne would reappear. She did reappear at last, but leaning upon the arm of her father. Young D'Escorval followed them at a distance, and soon saw them enter the parsonage. What were they going to do there? He knew that the Duke and his son were within. The time that they remained there, and which he passed in the public square, seemed more than a century long. They emerged at last, however, and he was about to join them when he was prevented by the appearance of Martial, whose promises he overheard. Maurice knew nothing of life. He was as innocent as a child, but he could not mistake the intentions that dictated this step on the part of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. At the thought that a libertine's caprice should dare rest for an instant upon the pure and beautiful girl whom he loved with all the strength of his being, whom he had sworn should be his wife, all his blood mounted madly to his brain. He felt a wild longing to chastise the insolent wretch. Unfortunately, perhaps his hand was arrested by the recollection of a phrase which he had heard his father repeat 1,000 times. Calmness and irony are the only weapons worthy of the strong, and he possessed sufficient strength of will to appear calm, while, in reality, he was beside himself with passion. It was Martial who lost his self-control, and who threatened him. "Ah! Yes, I will find you again, upstart," repeated Maurice, through his set teeth, as he watched his enemy move away, for Martial had turned and discovered that Marie-Anne and her father had left him. He saw them standing about 100 paces from him. Although he was surprised at their indifference, he made haste to join them, and addressed M. Lacan. "We are just going to your father's house," was the response he received, in an almost ferocious tone. A glance from Marie-Anne commanded silence. He obeyed, and walked a few steps behind them, with his head bowed upon his breast, terribly anxious, and seeking vainly to explain what had passed. His attitude betrayed such intense sorrow that his mother divined it as soon as she caught sight of him. All the anguish which this courageous woman had hidden for a month, found utterance in a single cry. "Ah! Here is misfortune," said she. "We shall not escape it." It was, indeed, misfortune. One could not doubt it when one saw M. Lacan enter the drawing-room. He advanced with the heavy, uncertain step of a drunken man. His eye void of expression, his features distorted, his lips pale and trembling. "What has happened?" asked the Baron, eagerly. But the other did not seem to hear him. "Ah! I warned her," he murmured, continuing a monologue which had begun before he entered the room. "I told my daughter so." D'Escorval, after kissing Marie-Anne, drew the girl toward her. "What has happened? For God's sake, tell me what has happened," she exclaimed, with a gesture expressive of the most sorrowful resignation. The girl motioned her to look and to listen to M. Lacan. He had recovered from that stupor, that gift of God which follows cries that are too terrible for human endurance. Like a sleeper who, on waking, finds his miseries forgotten during his slumber, lying in wait for him, he regained with consciousness the capacity to suffer. "It is only this, Monsieur le Baron," replied the unfortunate man in a harsh, unnatural voice. "I rose this morning the richest proprietor in the country, and I shall lay down tonight poorer than the poorest beggar in this commune. I had everything, I no longer have anything, nothing but my 2 hands. They earned me my bread for 25 years, they will earn it for me now until the day of my death. I had a beautiful dream, it has ended. Before this outburst of despair, M. D'Escorval turned pale. You must exaggerate your misfortune, he faltered. Explain what has happened. Unconscious of what he was doing, M. Lacan threw his hat upon a chair, and flinging back his long, grey hair, he said, to you I will tell all. I came here for that purpose. I know you, I know your heart. And have you not done me the honor to call me your friend? Then, with the cruel exactness of the living, breathing truth, he related the scene which had just taken place at the presbytery. The Baron listened petrified with astonishment, almost doubting the evidence of his own senses. D'Escorval's indignant and sorrowful exclamations showed that every noble sentiment in her soul revolted against such injustice. But there was one auditor, whom Marie-Anne alone observed, who was moved to his very entrails by this recital. This auditor was Maurice. Leaning against the door, pale as death, he tried most energetically, but in vain, to repress the tears of rage and of sorrow which swelled up in his eyes. To insult Lacan was to insult Marie-Anne, that is to say, to injure, to strike, to outrage him in all that he held most dear in the world. It is certain that Marshall, had he been within his reach, would have paid dearly for these insults to the father of the girl Maurice loved. But he swore that this chastisement was only deferred, that it should surely come, and it was not mere angry boasting. This young man, though so modest and so gentle in manner, had a heart that was inaccessible to fear. His beautiful, dark eyes, which had the trembling timidity of the eyes of a young girl, met the gaze of an enemy without flinching. When M. Lacan had repeated the last words which he had addressed to the Duc d'Ermuse, M. D'Escorval offered him his hand. I have told you already that I was your friend, he said, in a voice faltering with emotion, but I must tell you today that I am proud of having such a friend as you. The unfortunate man trembled at the touch of that loyal hand which clasped his so warmly, and his face betrayed an ineffable satisfaction. If my father had not returned it, murmured the obstinate Marie-Anne, my father would have been an unfaithful guardian, a thief. He has done only his duty. M. D'Escorval turned to the young girl, a little surprised. You speak the truth, mademoiselle, he said, reproachfully, but when you are as old as I am, and have had my experience, you will know that the accomplishment of a duty is, under certain circumstances, a heroism of which few persons are capable. M. Lacan turned to his friend. Your words do me good, monsieur, said he. Now, I am content with what I have done. The Baroness rose, too much the woman to know how to resist the generous dictates of her heart, and I, also, Monsieur Lacan, she said, desire to press your hand. I wish to tell you that I esteem you as much as I despise the ingrates who have sought to humiliate you, when they should have fallen at your feet. They are heartless monsters, the like of whom certainly cannot be found upon the earth. Alas! Sighed the Baron, the Allies have brought back others who, like these men, think the world created exclusively for their benefit, and these people wish to be our masters, growled Lacan. By some strange fatality no one chanced to hear the remark made by M. Lacan. Had they overheard and questioned him, he would probably have disclosed some of the projects which were as yet in embryo in his own mind, and in that case what disastrous consequences might have been averted. M. D'Escorval had regained his usual coolness. Now, my dear friend, he inquired, what course do you propose to pursue with these members of this Ermuse family? They will hear nothing more from me for some time, at least. What? Shall you not claim the 10,000 francs that they owe you? I shall ask them for nothing. You will be compelled to do so. Since you have alluded to the legacy, your own honor will demand that you insist upon its payment by all legal methods. There are still judges in France. M. Lacan shook his head. The judges will not accord me the justice I desire. I shall not apply to them, but, no, monsieur, no. I wish to have nothing to do with these men. I shall not even go to the chateau to remove my clothing nor that of my daughter. If they send it to us, very well. If it pleases them to keep it, so much the better. The more shameful, infamous and odious their conduct appears, the better I shall be satisfied. The Baron made no reply, but his wife spoke, believing she had a sure means of conquering this incomprehensible obstinacy. I should understand your determination if you were alone in the world, said she, but you have children. My son is 18. Madame, he possesses good health and an excellent education. He can make his own way in Paris, if he chooses to remain there. But your daughter, Marie-Anne, will remain with me. M. D'Escorval thought it his duty to interfere. Take care, my dear friend, that your grief does not overthrow your reason, said he. Reflect. What will become of you, your daughter and yourself? The wretched man smiled sadly. "Oh," he replied, "we are not as destitute as I said. I exaggerated our misfortune. We are still landed proprietors. Last year an old cousin, whom I could never induce to come and live at Sairmeuse, died, bequeathing all her property to Marie Anne. This property consisted of a poor little cottage near the Riche, with a little garden and a few acres of sterile land. In compliance with my daughter's entreaties, I repaired the cottage, and sent there a few articles of furniture, a table, some chairs, and a couple of beds. My daughter designed it as a home for old Father Guvat and his wife. And I, surrounded by wealth and luxury, said to myself, how comfortable those two old people will be there. They will live as snug as a bug in a rug. Well, what I thought so comfortable for others, will be good enough for me. I will raise vegetables, and Marie Anne shall sell them." Was he speaking seriously? Maurice must have supposed so, for he sprang forward. "This shall not be, Monsieur Lacan," he exclaimed. "Oh, no, this shall not be, for I love Marie Anne, and I ask you to give her to me for my wife." Chapter 6. Maurice and Marie Anne had loved each other for many years. As children, they had played together in the magnificent grounds surrounding the Château des Sairmeuse, and in the park at Escorval. Together they chased the brilliant butterflies, searched for pebbles on the banks of the river, or rolled in the hay while their mothers sauntered through the meadows bordering the Oiselle, for their mothers were friends. Lacan had been reared like other poor peasant girls, that is to say, on the day of her marriage it was only with great difficulty she succeeded in inscribing her name upon the register. But from the example of her husband she had learned that prosperity, as well as noblesse, entails certain obligations upon one, and with rare courage, crowned with still rarer success, she had undertaken to acquire an education in keeping with her fortune and her new rank, and the Baroness had made no effort to resist the sympathy that attracted her to this meritorious young woman, in whom she had discerned a really superior mind and a truly refined nature. When Lacan died, d'Escorval mourned for her as she would have mourned for a favorite sister. From that moment Maurice's attachment assumed a more serious character. Educated in a Parisian lyceum, his teachers sometimes had occasion to complain of his want of application. "If your professors are not satisfied with you," said his mother, "you shall not accompany me to Escorval on the coming of your vacation, and you will not see your little friend." And this simple threat was always sufficient to make the schoolboy resume his studies with redoubled diligence. So each year, as it passed, strengthened the grand passion which preserved Maurice from the restlessness and the errors of adolescence. The two children were equally timid and artless, and equally infatuated with each other. Long walks in the twilight under the eyes of their parents, a glance that revealed their delight at meeting each other, flowers exchanged between them which were religiously preserved, such were their simple pleasures. But that magical and sublime word, love, so sweet to utter, and so sweet to hear, had never once dropped from their lips. The audacity of Maurice had never gone beyond a furtive pressure of the hand. The parents could not be ignorant of this mutual affection, and if they pretended to shut their eyes, it was only because it did not displease them nor disturb their plans. M. and d'Escorval saw no objection to their son's marriage with a young girl whose nobility of character they appreciated, and who was as beautiful as she was good. That she was the richest heiress in all the country round about was naturally no objection, so far as M. Lacan was concerned. He was delighted at the prospect of a marriage which would ally him, a former ploughboy, with an old family whose head was universally respected. So, although no direct allusion to the subject had ever escaped the lips of the Baron or of M. Lacan, there was a tacit agreement between the two families. Yes, the marriage was considered a foregone conclusion, and yet this impetuous and unexpected declaration by Maurice struck everyone dumb. In spite of his agitation, the young man perceived the effect produced by his words, and frightened by his own boldness, he turned and looked questioningly at his father. The Baron's face was grave, even sad, but his attitude expressed no displeasure. This gave renewed courage to the anxious lover. "You will excuse me, monsieur," he said, addressing Lacan, "for presenting my request in such a manner, and at such a time. But surely, when fate glowers ominously upon you, that is the time when your friends should declare themselves and deem themselves fortunate if their devotion can make you forget the infamous treatment to which you have been subjected." As he spoke, he was watching Marie Anne, blushing and embarrassed. She turned away her head, perhaps to conceal the tears which inundated her face, tears of joy and of gratitude. The love of the man she adored came forth victorious from a test which it would not be prudent for many heiresses to impose. Now she could truly say that she knew Maurice's heart. "He, however, continued, I have not consulted my father, sir, but I know his affection for me and his esteem for you. When the happiness of my life is at stake, he will not oppose me. He, who married my dear mother without a dowry, must understand my feelings." He was silent, awaiting the verdict. "I approve your course, my son," said M. Discorval, deeply affected. "You have conducted yourself like an honorable man. Certainly you are very young to become the head of a family, but, as you say, circumstances demand it." He turned to M. Lacan, and added, "My dear friend, I, in my son's behalf, ask the hand of your daughter in marriage." Morris had not expected so little opposition. In his delight he was almost tempted to bless the hateful Duc de Sairmeuse, to whom he would owe his approaching happiness. He sprang toward his father, and seizing his hands, he raised them to his lips, faltering. "Thanks. You are so good. I love you. Oh, how happy I am." Alas! The poor boy was in too much haste to rejoice. A gleam of pride flashed in M. Lacan's eyes, but his face soon resumed its gloomy expression. "Believe me, Monsieur le Baron, I am deeply touched by your grandeur of soul. Yes, deeply touched. You wish to make me forget my humiliation, but, for this very reason, I should be the most contemptible of men if I did not refuse the great honor you desire to confer upon my daughter." "What?" exclaimed the Baron, in utter astonishment. "You refuse?" "I am compelled to do so." Thunderstruck at first, Morris afterward renewed the attack with an energy which no one had ever suspected in his character before. "Do you, then, wish to ruin my life, monsieur?" he exclaimed. "To ruin our life, for if I love Marie-Anne, she also loves me." It was easy to see that he spoke the truth. The unhappy girl, crimson with happy blushes the moment before, had suddenly become whiter than marble, as she looked imploringly at her father. "It cannot be," repeated M. Lacan, "and the day will come when you will bless the decision I make known at this moment." Alarmed by her son's evident agony, Discorval interposed. "You must have reasons for this refusal." "None that I can disclose, madame." "But never while I live shall my daughter be your son's wife." "Ah! It will kill my child!" exclaimed the Baroness. M. Lacan shook his head. "Monsieur Morris," said he, "is young, he will console himself, he will forget." "Never," interrupted the unhappy lover. "Never." "And your daughter?" inquired the Baroness. "Ah!" This was the weak spot in his armor. The instinct of a mother was not mistaken. M. Lacan hesitated a moment, but he finally conquered the weakness that had threatened to master him. "Marie-Anne," he replied, slowly, "knows her duty too well not to obey when I command. When I tell her the motive that governs my conduct, she will become resigned, and if she suffers, she will know how to conceal her sufferings." He paused suddenly. They heard in the distance a firing of musketry, the discharge of rifles, whose sharp ring overpowered even the sullen roar of cannon. Every face grew pale. Circumstances imparted to these sounds an ominous significance. With the same anguish clutching the hearts of both, M. Discorval and Lacan sprang out upon the terrace. But all was still again. Extended as was the horizon, the eye could discern nothing unusual. The sky was blue, not a particle of smoke hung over the trees. "It is the enemy," muttered M. Lacan, in a tone which told how gladly he would have shouldered his gun, and, with 500 others, marched against the united allies. He paused. The explosions were repeated with still greater violence, and for a period of 5 minutes succeeded each other without cessation. M. Discorval listened with knitted brows. "That is not the fire of an engagement," he murmured. To remain long in such a state of uncertainty was out of the question. "If you will permit me, father," ventured Morris, "I will go and ascertain." "Go," replied the Baron, quietly, "but if it is anything, which I doubt, do not expose yourself to danger. Return." "Oh, be prudent," insisted M. Discorval, who already saw her son exposed to the most frightful peril. "Be prudent," entreated Marie-Anne, who alone understood what attractions danger might have for a despairing and unhappy man. These precautions were unnecessary. As Morris was rushing to the door, his father stopped him. "Wait," said he, "here is someone who can probably give us information." A man had just appeared around a turn of the road leading to Sairmeuse. He was advancing bareheaded in the middle of the dusty road, with hurried strides, and occasionally brandishing his stick, as if threatening an enemy visible to himself alone. Soon they were able to distinguish his features. "It is Chanlouina!" exclaimed M. Lacan, the owner of the vineyards on the Borderie. "The same. The handsomest young farmer in the country, and the best also." "Ah! He has good blood in his veins. We may well be proud of him." "Ask him to stop," said M. Discorval. Lacan leaned over the balustrade, and, forming a trumpet out of his 2 hands, he called, "Oh! Chanlouina! The robust young farmer raised his head. "Come up," shouted Lacan. "The Baron wishes to speak with you." Chanluina responded by a gesture of assent. They saw him enter the gate, cross the garden, and at last appear at the door of the drawing room. His features were distorted with fury, his disordered clothing gave evidence of a serious conflict. His cravat was gone, and his torn shirt collar revealed his muscular throat. "Where is this fighting?" demanded Lacan regally. "And with whom?" Chanluina gave a nervous laugh which resembled a roar of rage. "They are not fighting," he replied, "they are amusing themselves. This firing which you hear is in honor of Monsieur le Duc de Sairmeuse. Impossible, I know it very well, and yet, what I have told you is the truth. It is the work of that miserable wretch and thief, Chupin. Ah, Canil. If I ever find him within reach of my arm he will never steal again." Lacan was confounded. "Tell us what has happened," he said, excitedly. "Oh, it is as clear as daylight. When the Duke arrived at Sairmeuse, Chupin, the old scoundrel, with his 2 rascally boys, and that old hag, his wife, ran after the carriage like beggars after a diligence, crying, 'Vive Monsieur le Duc!' The Duke was enchanted, for he doubtless expected a volley of stones, and he placed a 6-franc piece in the hand of each of the wretches. This money gave Chupin an appetite for more, so he took it into his head to give this old noble a reception like that which was given to the Emperor. Having learned through Bibiaine, whose tongue is as long as a viper's, all that has passed at the presbytery, between you, Monsieur Lacan, and the Duke, he came and proclaimed it in the marketplace. When they heard it, all who had purchased national lands were frightened. Chupin had counted on this, and soon he began telling the poor fools that they must burn powder under the Duke's nose if they wished him to confirm their titles to their property. And did they believe him? Implicitly. It did not take them long to make their preparations. They went to the town hall and took the firemen's rifles, and the guns used for firing a salute on fête days. The mayor gave them the powder, and you heard, when I left Sairmeuse there were more than 200 idiots before the presbytery, shouting, 'Vive Monseigneur! Vive le Duc de Sairmeuse!' It was as Discourval had thought, the same pitiful farce that was played in Paris, only on a smaller scale, he murmured. Avarice and human cowardice are the same the world over. Meanwhile, Chanluina was going on with his recital. To make the fate complete, the devil must have warned all the nobility in the neighborhood, for they all came running. They say that Monsieur de Sairmeuse is a favorite with the king, and that he can get anything he wishes. So you can imagine how they all greeted him. I am only a poor peasant, but never would I lie down in the dust before any man as these old nobles who are so haughty with us did before the Duke. They kissed his hands, and he allowed them to do it. He walked about the square with the Marquis de Courtornieu, and his son? Interrupted Maurice. The Marquis Marshal, is it not? He is also walking before the church with Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu upon his arm. Ah! I do not understand how people can call her pretty, a little bit of a thing, so blonde that one might suppose her hair was grey. Ah! How those two laughed and made fun of the peasants. They say they are going to marry each other. And even this evening there is to be a banquet at the Château de Courtornieu in honor of the Duke. He had told all he knew. He paused. You have forgotten only one thing, said M. Lacan, that is, to tell us how your clothing happened to be torn, as if you had been fighting. The young farmer hesitated for a moment, then replied, somewhat brusquely. I can tell you, all the same. While Chupin was preaching, I also preached, but not in the same strain. The scoundrel reported me. So, in crossing the square, the Duke paused before me and remarked, so you are an evil-disposed person? I said no, but that I knew my rights. Then he took me by the coat and shook me, and told me that he would cure me, and that he would take possession of his vineyard again. Saint Dieu! When I felt the old rascal's hand upon me my blood boiled. I pinioned him. Fortunately, 6 or 7 men fell upon me, and compelled me to let him go. But he had better make up his mind not to come prowling around my vineyard. He clenched his hands, his eyes blazed ominously, his whole person breathed an intense desire for vengeance, and Discourval was silent, fearing to aggravate this hatred, so imprudently kindled, and whose explosion, he believed, would be terrible. M. Lacan had risen from his chair. I must go and take possession of my cottage, he remarked to Chanluina. You will accompany me. I have a proposition to make to you, M. And Discourval endeavored to detain him, but he would not allow himself to be persuaded, and he departed with his daughter. But Maurice did not despair. Marie-Anne had promised to meet him the following day in the pine grove near the Riche. Chapter 7. The demonstrations which had greeted the Duc de Sairmeuse had been correctly reported by Chanluina. Chilpin had found the secret of kindling to a white heat the enthusiasm of the cold and calculating peasants who were his neighbors. He was a dangerous rascal, the old robber, shrewd and cautious, bold, as those who possess nothing can afford to be, as patient as a savage, in short, one of the most consummate scoundrels that ever existed. The peasants feared him, and yet they had no conception of his real character. All his resources of mind had, until now, been expended in evading the precipice of the rural code, to save himself from falling into the hands of the gendarmes, and to steal a few sacks of wheat. He had expended treasures of intrigue which would have made the fortunes of 20 diplomats. Circumstances, as he always said, had been against him, so he desperately caught at the first and only opportunity worthy of his talent, which had ever presented itself. Of course, the wily rustic had said nothing of the true circumstances which attended the restoration of Sairmeuse to its former owner. From him, the peasants learned only the bare fact, and the news spread rapidly from group to group. "Monsieur Lacan has given up Sairmeuse," said he. "Chateau, forests, vineyards, fields, he surrenders everything." This was enough, and more than enough to terrify every landowner in the village. If Lacan, this man who was so powerful in their eyes, considered the danger so threatening that he deemed it necessary or advisable to make a complete surrender, what was to become of them poor devils without aid, without counsel, without defense? They were told that the government was about to betray their interests, that a decree was in process of preparation which would render their title deeds worthless. They could see no hope of salvation, except through the Duke's generosity, that generosity which Chilpin painted with the glowing colors of the rainbow. When one is not strong enough to weather the gale, one must bow like the reed before it and rise again after the storm has passed. Such was their conclusion, and they bowed. And their apparent enthusiasm was all the more vociferous on account of the rage and fear that filled their hearts. A close observer would have detected an undercurrent of anger and menace in their shouts. Each man also said to himself, "What do we risk by crying, 'Vive le Duc'? Nothing, absolutely nothing. If he is contented with that as a compensation for his lost property, good. If he is not content, we shall have time afterward to adopt other measures." So they shouted themselves hoarse, and while the Duke was sipping his coffee in the little drawing-room of the presbytery, he expressed his lively satisfaction at the scene without. He, this grand seigneur of times gone by, this man of absurd prejudices and obstinate illusions, the unconquerable, and the incorrigible, he took these acclamations, truly spurious coin, as Chateaubriand says, for ready money. "How you have deceived me, cure," he was saying to Abbé Midon. "How could you declare that your people were unfavorably disposed toward us? One is compelled to believe that these evil intentions exist only in your own mind and in your own heart." Abbé Midon was silent. What could he reply? He could not understand this sudden revolution in public opinion, this abrupt change from gloom and discontent to excessive gaiety. There is somebody at the bottom of all this, he thought. It was not long before it became apparent who that somebody was. Emboldened by his success without, Chilpin ventured to present himself at the presbytery. He entered the drawing-room with his back rounded into a circle, scraping and cringing, an obsequious smile upon his lips, and through the half-open door one could discern, in the shadows of the passage, the far from reassuring faces of his two sons. He came as an ambassador, he declared. After an interminable litany of protestations he came to implore months not to show himself upon the public square. "Ah, well, yes," exclaimed the Duke, rising, "yes, I will yield to the wishes of these good people. Follow me, Marquis." As he appeared at the door of the presbytery, a loud shout rent the air, the rifles were discharged, the guns belched forth their smoke and fire. Never had Sairmeuse heard such a salvo of artillery. 3 windows in the Beaufort were shattered. A veritable grand seigneur, the Duc de Sairmeuse knew how to preserve an appearance of haughtiness and indifference. Any display of emotion was, in his opinion, vulgar, but, in reality, he was delighted, charmed, so delighted that he desired to reward his welcomers. A glance over the deeds handed him by Lacan had shown him that Sairmeuse had been restored to him intact. The portions of the immense domain which had been detached and sold separately were of relatively minor importance. The Duke thought it would be politic, and, at the same time, inexpensive, to abandon all claim to these few acres, which were now shared by 40 or 50 peasants. "My friends," he exclaimed, in a loud voice, "I renounce, for myself and for my descendants, all claim to the lands belonging to my house which you have purchased. They are yours, I give them to you, by this absurd pretense of a gift." M. de Sairmeuse thought to add the finishing touch to his popularity. A great mistake. It simply assured the popularity of Chilpin, the organizer of the farce. And while the Duke was promenading through the crowd with a proud and self-satisfied air, the peasants were secretly laughing and jeering at him. and if they promptly took sides with him against Chanlouina, it was only because his gift was still fresh in their minds, except for this. But the Duke had not time to think much about this encounter, which produced a vivid impression upon his son. One of his former companions in exile, the Marquis de Courtorny, whom he had informed of his arrival, hastened to welcome him, accompanied by his daughter, Emile. Blanche. Marshal could do no less than offer his arm to the daughter of his father's friend, and they took a leisurely promenade in the shade of the lofty trees, while the Duke renewed his acquaintance with all the nobility of the neighborhood. There was not a single nobleman who did not hasten to press the hand of the Duc de Sairmeuse. First, he possessed, it was said, a property of more than 20 millions in England. Then, he was the friend of the king, and each neighbor had some favor to ask for himself, for his relatives, or for his friends. Poor king. He should have had entire France to divide like a cake between these cormorants, whose voracious appetites it was impossible to satisfy. That evening, after a grand banquet at the Château de Courtorny, the Duke slept in the Château de Sairmeuse, in the room which had been occupied by Lacan. Like Louis XVIII, he laughingly said, in the chamber of Bonaparte. He was gay, chatty, and full of confidence in the future. "Ah, it is good to be in one's own house," he remarked to his son again and again, but Marshal responded only mechanically. His mind was occupied with thoughts of two women who had made a profound impression upon his by no means susceptible heart that day. He was thinking of those two young girls, so utterly unlike. Blanche de Courtorny, Marie-Anne Lacan. Chapter 8. Only those who, in the bright springtime of life, have loved, have been loved in return, and have suddenly seen an impassable gulf open between them and happiness, can realize Maurice d'Escorval's disappointment. All the dreams of his life, all his future plans, were based upon his love for Marie-Anne. If this love failed him, the enchanted castle which hope had erected would crumble and fall, burying him in the ruins. Without Marie-Anne he saw neither aim nor motive in his existence. Still he did not suffer himself to be deluded by false hopes. Although at first, his appointed meeting with Marie-Anne on the following day seemed salvation itself, on reflection he was forced to admit that this interview would change nothing, since everything depended upon the will of another party, the will of M. Lacan. The remainder of the day he passed in mournful silence. The dinner hour came. He took his seat at the table, but it was impossible for him to swallow a morsel, and he soon requested his parents' permission to withdraw. M. d'Escorval and the Baroness exchanged a sorrowful glance, but did not allow themselves to offer any comment. They respected his grief. They knew that his was one of those sorrows which are only aggravated by any attempt at consolation. "Poor Maurice," murmured d'Escorval, as soon as her son had left the room. And, as her husband made no reply, "Perhaps," she added, hesitatingly, "perhaps it will not be prudent for us to leave him too entirely to the dictates of his despair." The Baron shuddered. He divined only too well the terrible apprehensions of his wife. "We have nothing to fear," he replied, quickly. "I heard Marie-Anne promise to meet Maurice tomorrow in the grove on the Riche." The anxious mother breathed more freely. Her blood had frozen with horror at the thought that her son might, perhaps, be contemplating suicide, but she was a mother, and her husband's assurances did not satisfy her. She hastily ascended the stairs leading to her son's room, softly opened the door, and looked in. He was so engrossed in his gloomy reverie that he had heard nothing, and did not even suspect the presence of the anxious mother who was watching over him. He was sitting at the window, his elbows resting upon the sill, his head supported by his hands, looking out into the night. There was no moon, but the night was clear, and over beyond the light fog that indicated the course of the Oiselle one could discern the imposing mass of the Château de Sairmeuse, with its towers and fanciful turrets. More than once he had sat thus silently gazing at this chateau, which sheltered what was dearest and the most precious in all the world to him. From his windows he could see those of the room occupied by Marie-Anne, and his heart always quickened its throbbing when he saw them illuminated. "She is there," he thought, "in her virgin chamber. She is kneeling to say her prayers. She murmurs my name after that of her father, imploring God's blessing upon us both." But this evening he was not waiting for a light to gleam through the panes of that dear window. Marie-Anne was no longer at Sairmeuse. She had been driven away. Where was she now? She, accustomed to all the luxury that wealth could procure, no longer had any home except a poor thatch-covered hovel, whose walls were not even whitewashed, whose only floor was the earth itself, dusty as the public highway in summer, frozen or muddy in winter. She was reduced to the necessity of occupying herself the humble abode she, in her charitable heart, had intended as an asylum for one of her pensioners. What was she doing now? Doubtless she was weeping. At this thought poor Maurice was heartbroken. What was his surprise, a little after midnight, to see the chateau brilliantly illuminated. The Duke and his son had repaired to the chateau after the banquet given by the Marquis de Courtorn was over, and, before going to bed, they made a tour of inspection through this magnificent abode in which their ancestors had lived. They, therefore, might be said to have taken possession of the mansion whose threshold Muse have not crossed for 22 years, and which Marshall had never seen. Morris saw the lights leap from story to story, from casement to casement, until at last even the windows of Marie Anne's room were illuminated. At this sight the unhappy youth could not restrain a cry of rage. These men, these strangers, dared enter this virgin bower, which he, even in thought, scarcely dared to penetrate. They trampled carelessly over the delicate carpet with their heavy boots. Morris trembled in thinking of the liberties which they, in their insolent familiarity, might venture upon. He fancied he could see them examining and handling the thousand petty trifles with which young girls love to surround themselves. They opened the presses. Perhaps they were reading an unfinished letter lying upon her writing desk. Never until this evening had Marshall supposed he could hate another as he hated these men. At last, in despair, he threw himself upon his bed, and passed the remainder of the night in thinking over what he should say to Marie Anne on the morrow, and in seeking some issue from this inextricable labyrinth. He rose before daybreak, and wandered about the park like a soul in distress, fearing, yet longing, for the hour that would decide his fate. D'Escorval was obliged to exert all her authority to make him take some nourishment. He had quite forgotten that he had passed 24 hours without eating. When 11 o'clock sounded he left the house. The lands of the Riche are situated on the other side of the Oiselle. Morris, to reach his destination, was obliged to cross the river at a ferry only a short distance from his home. When he reached the riverbank he found 6 or 7 peasants who were waiting to cross. These people did not observe Morris. They were talking earnestly, and he listened. "It is certainly true," said one of the men. "I heard it from Chanlouina himself only last evening." He was wild with delight. "I invite you all to the wedding," he cried. "I'm betrothed to Monsieur Lacan's daughter. The affair is decided." This astounding news positively stunned Morris. He was actually unable to think or to move. Besides, he has been in love with her for a long time. Everyone knows that. One had only to see his eyes when he met her. Coals of fire were nothing to them. But while her father was so rich he did not dare to speak. Now that the old man has met with these reverses, he ventures to offer himself, and is accepted. "An unfortunate thing for him," remarked the little old man. "Why so? If Monsieur Lacan is ruined, as they say." The others laughed heartily. "Ruined Monsieur Lacan!" they exclaimed in chorus. "How absurd! He is richer than all of us together. Do you suppose that he has been stupid enough not to have laid anything aside during all these years? He has put this money not in grounds, as he pretends, but somewhere else." "You are saying what is untrue," interrupted Morris, indignantly. "Monsieur Lacan left Muse as poor as he entered it." On recognizing D'Escorval's son, the peasants became extremely cautious. He questioned them, but could obtain only vague and unsatisfactory answers. A peasant, when interrogated, will never give a response which he thinks will be displeasing to his questioner. He is afraid of compromising himself. The news he had heard, however, caused Morris to hasten on still more rapidly after crossing the Oiselle. "Marie Anne marry Chanlouina," he repeated. "It is impossible. It is impossible." Chapter 9. The Riche, literally translated the waste, where Marie Anne had promised to meet Morris, owed its name to the rebellious and sterile character of the soil. Nature seemed to have laid her curse upon it. Nothing would grow there. The ground was covered with stones, and the sandy soil defied all attempts to enrich it. A few stunted oaks rose here and there above the thorns and broom plant, but on the lowlands of the Riche is a flourishing grove. The firs are straight and strong, for the floods of winter have deposited in some of the clefts of the rock sufficient soil to sustain them and the wild clematis and honeysuckle that cling to their branches. On reaching this grove, Morris consulted his watch. It marked the hour of midday. He had supposed that he was late, but he was more than an hour in advance of the appointed time. He seated himself upon a high rock, from which he could survey the entire Riche, and waited. The day was magnificent, the air intensely hot. The rays of the august sun fell with scorching violence upon the sandy soil, and withered the few plants which had sprung up since the last rain. The stillness was profound, almost terrible. Not a sound broke the silence, not even the buzzing of an insect, nor a whisper of breeze in the trees. All nature seemed sleeping, and on no side was there anything to remind one of life, motion, or mankind. This repose of nature, which contrasted so vividly with the tumult raging in his own heart, exerted a beneficial effect upon Morris. These few moments of solitude afforded him an opportunity to regain his composure, to collect his thoughts scattered by the storm of passion which had swept over his soul, as leaves are scattered by the fierce November gale. With sorrow comes experience, and that cruel knowledge of life which teaches one to guard oneself against one's hopes. It was not until he heard the conversation of these peasants that Maurice fully realized the horror of Lacan's position. Suddenly precipitated from the social eminence which he had attained, he found, in the valley of humiliations into which he was cast, only hatred, distrust, and scorn. Both factions despised and denied him. Traitor, cried one; thief, cried the other. He no longer held any social status. He was the fallen man, the man who had been, and who was no more. Was not the excessive misery of such a position a sufficient explanation of the strangest and wildest resolutions? This thought made Maurice tremble. Connecting the stories of the peasants with the words addressed to Chanlouinetus Corval by M. Lacan on the preceding evening, he arrived at the conclusion that this report of Marie Anne's approaching marriage to the young Fanner was not so improbable as he had at first supposed. But why should M. Lacan give his daughter to an uncultured peasant? From mercenary motives? Certainly not, since he had just refused an alliance of which he had been proud in his days of prosperity. Could it be in order to satisfy his wounded pride, then? Perhaps he did not wish it to be said that he owed anything to a son-in-law. Maurice was exhausting all his ingenuity and penetration in endeavoring to solve this mystery, when at last, on a footpath which crosses the waste, a woman appeared. Marie Anne. He rose, but fearing observation, did not venture to leave the shelter of the grove. Marie Anne must have felt a similar fear, for she hurried on, casting anxious glances on every side as she ran. Maurice remarked, not without surprise, that she was bareheaded, and that she had neither shawl nor scarf about her shoulders. As she reached the edge of the wood, he sprang toward her, and catching her hand raised it to his lips. But this hand, which she had so often yielded to him, was now gently withdrawn, with so sad a gesture that he could not help feeling there was no hope. I came, Maurice, she began, because I could not endure the thought of your anxiety. By doing so I have betrayed my father's confidence. He was obliged to leave home. I hastened here. And yet I promised him, only 2 hours ago, that I would never see you again. You hear me, never. She spoke hurriedly, but Maurice was appalled by the firmness of her accent. Had he been less agitated, he would have seen what a terrible effort this semblance of calmness cost the young girl. He would have understood it from her pallor, from the contraction of her lips, from the redness of the eyelids which she had vainly bathed with fresh water, and which betrayed the tears that had fallen during the night. If I have come, she continued, it is only to tell you that, for your own sake, as well as for mine, there must not remain in the secret recesses of your heart even the slightest shadow of a hope. All is over, we are separated forever. Only weak natures revolt against a destiny which they cannot alter. Let us accept our fate uncomplainingly. I wish to see you once more, and to say this, have courage, Maurice. Go away, Levis Corval. Forget me, forget you, Marie Anne, exclaimed the wretched young man. Forget you. His eyes met hers, and in a husky voice he added, will you then forget me? I am a woman, Maurice. But he interrupted her. Ah, I did not expect this, he said, despondently. Poor fool that I was. I believed that you would find a way to touch your father's heart. She blushed slightly, hesitated, and said, I have thrown myself at my father's feet. He repulsed me. Maurice was thunderstruck, but recovering himself, it was because you did not know how to speak to him, he exclaimed in a passion of fury, but I shall know. I will present such arguments that he will be forced to yield. What right has he to ruin my happiness with his caprices? I love you by right of this love. You are mine rather than his. I will make him understand this. You shall see. Where is he? Where can I find him? Already he was starting to go, he knew not where. Marie Anne caught him by the arm. Remain, she commanded, remain. So you have failed to understand me, Maurice. Ah, well. You must know the truth. I am acquainted now with the reasons of my father's refusal, and though his decision should cost me my life, I approve it. Do not go to find my father. If, moved by your prayers, he gave his consent, I should have the courage to refuse mine. Maurice was so beside himself that this reply did not enlighten him. Crazed with anger and despair, and with no remorse for the insult he addressed to this woman whom he loved so deeply, he exclaimed, is it for Chanlouina, then, that you are reserving your consent? He believes so, since he goes about everywhere saying that you will soon be his wife. Marie Anne shuddered as if a knife had entered her very heart, and yet there was more sorrow than anger in the glance she cast upon Maurice. Must I stoop so low as to defend myself from such an imputation? She asked, sadly. Must I declare that if even I suspect such an arrangement between Chan Luan and my father, I have not been consulted? Must I tell you that there are some sacrifices which are beyond the strength of poor human nature? Understand this, I have found strength to renounce the man I love. I shall never be able to accept another in his place. Morris hung his head, abashed by her earnest words, dazzled by the sublime expression of her face. Reason returned, he realized the enormity of his suspicions, and was horrified with himself for having dared to give utterance to them. Oh, pardon. He faltered, pardon. What did the mysterious causes of all these events which had so rapidly succeeded each other, or Lacan's secrets, or Marie-Anne's reticence, matter to him now? He was seeking some chance of salvation. He believed that he had found it. We must fly, he exclaimed, fly at once without pausing to look back. Before night we shall have passed the frontier. He sprang toward her with outstretched arms, as if to seize her and bear her away, but she checked him by a single look. Fly, said she, reproachfully, fly. And is it you, Morris, who counsel me thus? What? While misfortune is crushing my poor father to the earth, shall I add despair and shame to his sorrows? His friends have deserted him, shall I, his daughter, also abandon him? Ah! If I did that, I should be the vilest, the most cowardly of creatures. If my father, yesterday, when I believed him the owner of Sairmeuse, had demanded the sacrifice to which I consented last evening, I might, perhaps, have resolved upon the extreme measure you have counselled. In broad daylight I might have left Sairmeuse on the arm of my lover. It is not the world that I fear. But if one might consent to fly from the shadow of a rich and happy father, one cannot consent to desert the poor abode of a despairing and penniless parent. Leave me, Morris, where honor holds me. It will not be difficult for me, who am the daughter of generations of peasants, to become a peasant. Go. I cannot endure more. Go. And remember that one cannot be utterly wretched if one's conscience is clean, and one's duty fulfilled. Morris was about to reply, when a crackling of dry branches made him turn his head. Scarcely 10 paces off, Marshal de Sairmeuse was standing motionless, leaning upon his gun. Chapter 10. The Duc de Sairmeuse had slept little and poorly on the night following his return, or his restoration, as he styled it, inaccessible, as he pretended to be, to the emotions which agitate the common herd. The scenes of the day had greatly excited him. He could not help reviewing them, although he made it the rule of his life never to reflect. While exposed to the scrutiny of the peasants and of his acquaintances at the Château de Courtornieu, he felt that his honor required him to appear cold and indifferent, but as soon as he had retired to the privacy of his own chamber, he gave free vent to his excessive joy, for his joy was intense, almost verging on delirium. Now he was forced to admit to himself the immense service Lacan had rendered him in restoring Sairmeuse. This poor man to whom he had displayed the blackest ingratitude, this man, honest to heroism, whom he had treated as an unfaithful servant, had just relieved him of an anxiety which had poisoned his life. Lacan had just placed the Duc de Sairmeuse beyond the reach of a not probable, but very possible calamity which he had dreaded for some time. If his secret anxiety had been made known, it would have created much merriment. Nonsense. People would have exclaimed, everyone knows that the Sairmeuse possesses property to the amount of at least 8 or 10 millions. In England, this was true. Only these millions, which had accrued from the estate of the Duchess and of Lord Holland, had not been bequeathed to the Duke. He enjoyed absolute control of this enormous fortune. He disposed of the capital and of the immense revenues to please himself, but it all belonged to his only son. The Duke possessed nothing, a pitiful income of 1,200 francs, perhaps, but, strictly speaking, not even the means of subsistence. Marshal, certainly, had never said a word which would lead him to suspect that he had any intention of removing his property from his father's control, but he might possibly utter this word. Had he not good reason to believe that sooner or later this fatal word would be uttered? And even at the thought of such a contingency he shuddered with horror. He saw himself reduced to a pension, a very handsome pension, undoubtedly, but still a fixed, immutable, regular pension, by which he would be obliged to regulate his expenditures. He would be obliged to calculate that two ends might meet, he, who had been accustomed to inexhaustible coffers, and this will necessarily happen sooner or later. He thought, if Marshall should marry, or if he should become ambitious, or meet with evil counselors, that will be the end of my reign. He watched and studied his son as a jealous woman studies and watches the lover she mistrusts. He thought he read in his eyes many thoughts which were not there, and according as he saw him, gay or sad, careless or preoccupied, he was reassured or still more alarmed. Sometimes he imagined the worst. If I should quarrel with Marshall, he thought, he would take possession of his entire fortune, and I should be left without bread. These torturing apprehensions were, to a man who judged the sentiments of others by his own, a terrible chastisement. No one would have wished his existence at the price he paid for it, not even the poor wretches who envied his lot and his apparent happiness, as they saw him roll by in his magnificent carriage. There were days when he almost went mad. "What am I?" he exclaimed, foaming with rage. "A mere plaything in the hands of a child. My son owns me. If I displease him, he casts me aside. Yes, he can dismiss me as he would a lackey. If I enjoy his fortune, it is only because he is willing that I should do so. I owe my very existence, as well as my luxuries, to his charity. But a moment of anger, even a caprice, may deprive me of everything." With such ideas in his brain, the Duke could not love his son. He hated him. He passionately envied him all the advantages he possessed: his youth, his millions, his physical beauty, and his talents, which were really of a superior order. We meet every day mothers who are jealous of their daughters, and some fathers. This was one of those cases. The Duke, however, showed no sign of mental disquietude, and if Marshall had possessed less penetration, he would have believed that his father adored him. But if he had detected the Duke's secret, he did not allow him to discover it, nor did he abuse his power. Their manner toward each other was perfect. The Duke was kind even to weakness, Marshall full of deference. But their relations were not those of father and son. One was in constant fear of displeasing the other was a little too sure of his power. They lived on a footing of perfect equality, like two companions of the same age. From this trying situation, Lacan had rescued the Duke, the owner of Sairmeuse, an estate worth more than $1 million. The Duke was free from his son's tyranny. He had recovered his liberty. What brilliant projects flitted through his brain that night! He beheld himself the richest landowner in that locality. He was the chosen friend of the king. Had he not a right to aspire to anything? Such a prospect enchanted him. He felt 20 years younger the 20 years that had been passed in exile. So, rising before 9 o'clock, he went to awaken Marshall. On returning from dining with the Marquis de Courtornieu the evening before, the Duke had gone through the chateau, but this hasty examination by candlelight had not satisfied his curiosity. He wished to see it in detail by daylight. Followed by his son, he explored one after another of the rooms of the princely abode, and, with every step, the recollections of his infancy crowded upon him. Lacan had respected everything. The Duke found articles as old as himself, religiously preserved, occupying the old familiar places from which they had never been removed. When his inspection was concluded, "Decidedly, Marquis," he exclaimed, "this Lacan was not such a rascal as I supposed. I am disposed to forgive him a great deal, on account of the care which he has taken of our house in our absence." Marshall seemed engrossed in thought. "I think, monsieur," he said, at last, "that we should testify our gratitude to this man by paying him a large indemnity." This word excited the Duke's anger. "An indemnity!" he exclaimed. "Are you mad, Marquis? Think of the income that he has received from my estate. Have you forgotten the calculation made for us last evening by the Chevalier de la Lavandière?" "The Chevalier is a fool," declared Marshall promptly. "He forgot that Lacan has trebled the value of Sairmeuse. I think that our family honor requires us to bestow upon this man an indemnity of at least 100,000 francs. This would, moreover, be a good stroke of policy in the present state of public sentiment, and His Majesty would, I am sure, be much pleased." Stroke of policy, public sentiment, His Majesty. One might have obtained almost anything from M. de Sairmeuse by these arguments. Heavenly powers! He exclaimed, 100,000 francs. How you talk! It is all very well for you, with your fortune. Still, if you really think so, my dear sir, is not my fortune yours? Yes, such is really my opinion. So much so, indeed, that if you will allow me to do so, I will see Lacan myself, and arrange the matter in such a way that his pride will not be wounded. His is a devotion which it would be well to retain. The Duke opened his eyes to their widest extent. Lacan's pride, he murmured. Devotion which it would be well to retain. Why do you sing in this strain? Whence comes this extraordinary interest? He paused, enlightened by a sudden recollection. I understand. He exclaimed, I understand. He has a pretty daughter? Marshall smiled without replying. Yes, pretty as a rose, continued the Duke, but 100,000 francs. Zoons! That is a round sum to pay for such a whim. But, if you insist upon it, armed with this authorization, Marshall, 2 hours later, started on his mission. The first peasant he met told him the way to the cottage which M. Lacan now occupied. Follow the river, said the man, and when you see a pine grove upon your left, cross it. Marshall was crossing it, when he heard the sound of voices. He approached, recognized Marie-Anne and Maurice d'Escorval, and obeying an angry impulse, he paused. Chapter 11. During the decisive moments of life, when one's entire future depends upon a word, or a gesture, 20 contradictory inspirations can traverse the mind in the time occupied by a flash of lightning. On the sudden apparition of the young Marquis de Sairmeuse, Maurice d'Escorval's first thought was this: how long has he been there? Has he been playing the spy? Has he been listening to us? What did he hear? His first impulse was to spring upon his enemy, to strike him in the face, and compel him to engage in a hand-to-hand struggle. The thought of Anne-Marie checked him. He reflected upon the possible, even probable results of a quarrel born of such circumstances. The combat which would ensue would cost this pure young girl her reputation. Marshall would talk of it, and country people are pitiless. He saw this girl, whom he looked so devotedly upon, become the talk of the neighborhood, saw the finger of scorn pointed at her, and possessed sufficient self-control to master his anger. All these reflections had occupied only half a second. Then, politely touching his hat, and stepping toward Marshall, "You are a stranger, monsieur," said he, in a voice which was frightfully altered, "and you have doubtless lost your way?" His words were ill-chosen, and defeated his prudent intentions. A curt "mind your own business" would have been less wounding. He forgot that this word stranger was the most deadly insult that one could cast in the face of the former émigrés, who had returned with the allied armies. Still the young Marquis did not change his insolently nonchalant attitude. He touched the visor of his hunting cap with his finger, and replied, "It is true I have lost my way." Agitated as Marie-Anne was, she could not fail to understand that her presence was all that restrained the hatred of these two young men. Their attitude, the glance with which they measured each other, did not leave the shadow of a doubt on that score. If one was ready to spring upon the other was on the alert, ready to defend himself. The silence of nearly a moment which followed was as threatening as the profound calm which precedes the storm. Marshall was the first to break it. "A peasant's directions are not generally remarkable for their clearness," he said, lightly, "and for more than an hour I have been seeking the house to which Monsieur Lacan has retired. I am sent to him by the Duc de Sairmeuse, my father." Knowing what he did, Maurice supposed that these strangely rapacious individuals had some new demand to make. "I thought," said he, "that all relations between Monsieur Lacan and Monsieur de Sairmeuse were broken off last evening at the house of the Abbé." This was said in the most provoking manner, and yet Marshall never so much as frowned. He had sworn that he would remain calm, and he had strength enough to keep his word. "If these relations, as God forbid, have been broken off," he replied, "believe me, Monsieur d'Escorval, it is no fault of ours." "Then it is not as people say." "What people?" "Who?" "The people here in the neighborhood." "Ah. And what do these people say?" "The truth. That you have been guilty of an offense which a man of honor could never forgive nor forget." The young Marquis shook his head gravely. "You are quick to condemn, sir," he said, coldly. "Permit me to hope that Monsieur Lacan will be less severe than yourself, and that his resentment just, I confess, will vanish before he hesitated before a truthful explanation." Such an expression from the lips of this haughty young aristocrat. Was it possible? Marshall profited by the effect he had produced to advance toward Marie-Anne, and, addressing himself exclusively to her, seemed after that to ignore the presence of Maurice completely. "For there has been a mistake, a misunderstanding, mademoiselle," he continued. "Do not doubt it. The Sairmeuse are not ingrates. How could anyone have supposed that we would intentionally give offense to a devoted friend of our family, and that at a moment when he had rendered us a most signal service? A true gentleman like my father, and a hero of probity like yours, cannot fail to esteem each other. I admit that in the scene of yesterday, Monsieur de Sairmeuse did not appear to advantage, but the step he takes today proves his sincere regret." Certainly this was not the cavalier tone which he had employed in addressing Marie-Anne, for the first time, on the square inches front of the church. He had removed his hat, he remained half inclined before her, and he spoke in a tone of profound respect, as though it were a haughty duchess, and not the humble daughter of that rascal Lacan whom he was addressing. Was it only a ruse maneuver? Or had he also involuntarily submitted to the power of this beautiful girl? It was both, and it would have been difficult for him to say where the voluntary ended, and where the involuntary began. He continued, "My father is an old man who has suffered cruelly. Exile is hard to bear. But if sorrows and deceptions have embittered his character, they have not changed his heart. His apparent imperiousness and arrogance conceal a kindness of heart which I have often seen degenerate into positive weakness. and why should I not confess it? The Duc d'Ermuse, with his white hair, still retains the illusions of a child. He refuses to believe that the world has progressed during the past 20 years. Moreover, people had deceived him by the most absurd fabrications. To speak plainly, even while we were in Montaignac, Monsieur Lacan's enemies succeeded in prejudicing my father against him. One would have sworn that he was speaking the truth, so persuasive was his voice, so entirely did the expression of his face, his glance, and his gestures accord with his words. And Morris, who was certain that the young man was lying, impudently lying, was abashed by this scientific prevarication which is so universally practiced in good society, and of which he was entirely ignorant. But what did the Marquis desire here, and why this farce? Need I tell you, Mademoiselle, he resumed, all that I suffered last evening in the little drawing-room in the presbytery? No, never in my whole life can I recollect such a cruel moment. I understood, and I did honor to Monsieur Lacan's heroism. Hearing of our arrival, he, without hesitation, without delay, hastened to voluntarily surrender a princely fortune, and he was insulted. This excessive injustice horrified me. And if I did not openly protest against it, if I did not show my indignation, it was only because contradiction drives my father to the verge of frenzy. And what good would it have done for me to protest? The filial love and piety which you displayed were far more powerful in their effect than any words of mine would have been. You were scarcely out of the village before Monsieur d'Ermuse, already ashamed of his injustice, said to me, I have been wrong, but I am an old man, it is hard for me to decide to make the first advance. You, Marquis, go and find Monsieur Lacan, and obtain his forgiveness. Marie-Anne, redder than a peony, and terribly embarrassed, lowered her eyes. I thank you, monsieur, she faltered, in the name of my father. Oh, do not thank me, interrupted Marshall, earnestly. It will be my duty, on the contrary, to render you thanks, if you can induce Monsieur Lacan to accept the reparation which is due him, and he will accept it. If you will only condescend to plead our cause. Who could resist your sweet voice, your beautiful, beseeching eyes? However inexperienced Morris might be, he could no longer fail to comprehend Marshall's intentions. This man whom he mortally hated already, dared to speak of love to Marie-Anne, and before him, Morris. In other words, the Marquis, not content with having ignored and insulted him, presumed to take an insolent advantage of his supposed simplicity. The certainty of this insult sent all his blood in a boiling torrent to his brain. He seized Marshall by the arm, and with irresistible power whirled him twice around, then threw him more than 10 feet, exclaiming, "This last is too much, Marquis d'Ermuse." Morris's attitude was so threatening that Marshall fully expected another attack. The violence of the shock had thrown him down upon one knee. Without rising, he lifted his gun, ready to take aim. It was not from anything like cowardice on the part of the Marquis d'Ermuse that he decided to fire upon an unarmed foe, but the affront which he had received was so deadly and so ignoble in his opinion, that he would have shot Morris like a dog, rather than feel the weight of his finger upon him again. This explosion of anger from Morris Marie-Anne had been expecting and hoping for every moment. She was even more inexperienced than her lover, but she was a woman, and could not fail to understand the meaning of the young Marquis. He was evidently paying his court to her. And with what intentions? It was only too easy to divine. Her agitation, while the Marquis spoke in a more and more tender voice, changed first to stupor, then to indignation, as she realized his marvelous audacity. After that, how could she help blessing the violence which put an end to a situation which was so insulting for her, and so humiliating for Morris? An ordinary woman would have thrown herself between the two men who were ready to kill each other. Marie-Anne did not move a muscle. Was it not the duty of Morris to protect her when she was insulted? Who, then, if not he, should defend her from the insolent gallantry of this libertine? She would have blushed, she who was energy personified, to love a weak and pusillanimous man. But any intervention was unnecessary. Morris comprehended that this was one of those affronts which the person insulted must not seem to suspect. Under penalty of giving the offending party the advantage, he felt that Marie-Anne must not be regarded as the cause of the quarrel. His instant recognition of the situation produced a powerful reaction in his mind, and he recovered, as if by magic, his coolness and the free exercise of his faculties. "Yes," he resumed, defiantly, "this is hypocrisy enough. To dare to prate of reparation after the insults that you and yours have inflicted, is adding intentional humiliation to insult, and I will not permit it." Marshall had thrown aside his gun. He now rose and brushed the knee of his pantaloons, to which a few particles of dust had adhered, with a phlegm whose secret he had learned in England. He was too discerning not to perceive that Morris had disguised the true cause of his outburst of passion, But what did it matter to him? Had he avowed it, the Marquis would not have been displeased, yet it was necessary to make some response, and to preserve the superiority which he imagined he had maintained up to that time. "You will never know, monsieur," he said, glancing alternately at his gun and at Marie-Anne, "all that you owe to Mademoiselle Lacan. We shall meet again, I hope." "You have made that remark before," Maurice interrupted, tauntingly. "Nothing is easier than to find me. The first peasant you meet will point out the house of Baron d'Escorval, eh bien? Sir, I cannot promise that you will not see two of my friends." "Oh, whenever it may please you, certainly, but it would gratify me to know by what right you make yourself the judge of Monsieur Lacan's honor, and take it upon yourself to defend what has not been attacked. Who has given you this right?" From Marshall's sneering tone, Maurice was certain that he had overheard, at least a part of, his conversation with Marie-Anne. "My right," he replied, "is that of friendship. If I tell you that your advances are unwelcome, it is because I know that Monsieur Lacan will accept nothing from you. No, nothing, under whatever guise you may offer these arms which you tender merely to appease your own conscience. He will never forgive the affront which is his honor and your shame. Ah! You thought to degrade him, Messieurs des Emus. And you have lifted him far above your mock grandeur. He receive anything from you. Go, learn that your millions will never give you a pleasure equal to the ineffable joy he will feel, when seeing you roll by in your carriage." He says to himself, "Those people owe everything to me." His burning words vibrated with such intensity of feeling that Marie-Anne could not resist the impulse to press his hand, and this gesture was his revenge upon Marshall, who turned pale with passion. "But I have still another right," continued Maurice. "My father yesterday had the honor of asking of Monsieur Lacan the hand of his daughter, and I refused it," cried a terrible voice. Marie-Anne and both young men turned with the same movement of alarm and surprise. Lacan stood before them, and by his side was Chanlouineau, who surveyed the group with threatening eyes. "Yes, I refused it," resumed Lacan, "and I do not believe that my daughter will marry anyone without my consent. What did you promise me this morning, Marie-Anne? Can it be you who grant a rendezvous to gallants in the forest? Return to the house, instantly." "But father, return," he repeated with an oath. "Return, I command you." She obeyed and departed, not without giving Maurice a look in which he read a farewell that she believed would be eternal. As soon as she had gone, perhaps 20 paces, Lacan, with folded arms, confronted Maurice. "As for you, Monsieur d'Escorval," said he, rudely, "I hope that you will no longer undertake to prowl around my daughter. I swear to you, monsieur." "Oh, no oaths, if you please. It is an evil action to endeavor to turn a young girl from her duty, which is obedience. You have broken forever all relations between your family and mine." The poor youth tried to excuse himself. But Lacan interrupted him. "Enough. Enough," said he, "go back to your home," and as Maurice hesitated, he seized him by the collar and dragged him to the little footpath leading through the grove. It was the work of scarcely 10 seconds, and yet, he found time to whisper in the young man's ear, in his formerly friendly tones, "Go, you little wretch. Do you wish to render all my precautions useless?" He watched Maurice as he disappeared, bewildered by the scene he had just witnessed, and stupefied by what he had just heard, and it was not until he saw that young d'Escorval was out of hearing that he turned to Marshall. "As I have had the honor of meeting you, Monsieur le Marquis," said he, "I deem it my duty to inform you that Chupin and his sons are searching for you everywhere. It is at the instance of the Duke, your father, who is anxious for you to repair at once to the Château de Cordon." He turned to Chanlouineau, and added, "We will now proceed on our way." But Marshall detained him with a gesture. "I am much surprised to hear that they are seeking me," said he. "My father knows very well where he sent me. I was going to your house, monsieur, and at his request." "To my house? To your house?" "Yes, monsieur, to express our sincere regret at the scene which took place at the presbytery last evening." And without waiting for any response, Marshall, with wonderful cleverness and felicity of expression, began to repeat to the father the story which he had just related to the daughter. According to his version, his father and himself were in despair. How could Lacan suppose them guilty of such black ingratitude? Why had he retired so precipitately? The Duc des Emus held at Lacan's disposal any amount which it might please him to mention, 60, 100,000 francs, even more, but Lacan did not appear to be dazzled in the least, and when Marshall had concluded, he replied, respectfully, but coldly, that he would consider the matter. This coldness amazed Chanlouineau. He did not conceal the fact when the Marquis, after many earnest protestations, at last wended his way homeward. "We have misjudged these people," he declared, but Emile shrugged his shoulders. "And so you are foolish enough to suppose that it was to me that he offered all that money? Zoons! I have ears. Well. My poor boy, you must not believe all they hear, if you have. The truth is, that these large sums were intended to win the favor of my daughter. She has pleased this coxcomb of a marquis, and he wishes to make her his mistress." Chanluina stopped short, with eyes flashing, and hands clenched. "Good God!" he exclaimed, "prove that, and I am yours, body and soul, to do anything you desire." Chapter 12. No, never in my whole life have I met a woman who can compare with this Marie-Anne. What grace and what dignity! Her beauty is divine, so Marshall was thinking while returning to Sairmeuse after his proposals to M. At the risk of losing his way, he took the shortest course, which led across the fields and over ditches, which he leapt with the aid of his gun. He found a pleasure, entirely novel and very delightful, in picturing Marie-Anne as he had just seen her, blushing and paling, about to swoon, then lifting her head haughtily in her pride and disdain. Who would have suspected that such indomitable energy and such an impassioned soul was hidden beneath such girlish artlessness and apparent coldness? What an adorable expression illumined her face! What passion shone in those great black eyes when she looked at that little fool D'Escorval! What would not one give to be regarded thus, even for a moment? How could the boy help being crazy about her? He himself loved her, without being, as yet, willing to confess it. What other name could be given to this passion which had overpowered reason, and to the furious desires which agitated him? He exclaimed, "She shall be mine. Yes, she shall be mine, I will have her." Consequently he began to study the strategic side of the undertaking which this resolution involved with the sagacity of one who had not been without an extended experience in such matters. His debut, he was forced to admit, had been neither fortunate nor adroit. Conveyed compliments and money had both been rejected. If Marie-Anne had heard his covert insinuations with evident horror, M. Lacan had received, with even more than coldness, his advances and his offers of actual wealth. Moreover, he remembered Chanluina's terrible eyes, how he measured me, that magnificent rustic. He growled. At a sign from Marie-Anne he would have crushed me like an eggshell, without a thought of my ancestors. Does he also love her? There will be 3 rivals in that case. But the more difficult and even perilous the undertaking seemed, the more his passions were inflamed. My failures can be repaired, he thought. Occasions of meeting shall not be wanting. Will it not be necessary to hold frequent interviews with Monsieur Lacan in effecting a formal transfer of Sairmeuse? I will win him over to my side. With the daughter my course is plain. Profiting by my unfortunate experience, I will, in the future, be as timid as I have been bold, and she will be hard to please if she is not flattered by this triumph of her beauty. D'Escorval remains to be disposed of, but this was the point upon which Marshall was most exercised. He had, it is true, seen this rival rudely dismissed by M. Lacan, and yet the anger of the latter had seemed to him too great to be absolutely real. He suspected a comedy, but for whose benefit? For his, or for Chanluina's? And yet, what could possibly be the motive? And yet, he reflected, my hands are tied, and I cannot call this little D'Escorval to account for his insolence. To swallow such an affront in silence is hard. Still, he is brave, there is no denying that. Perhaps I can find some other way to provoke his anger. But even then, what could I do? If I harmed a hair of his head, Marie-Anne would never forgive me. I would give a handsome sum in exchange for some little device to send him out of the country. Revolving in his mind these plans, whose frightful consequences he could neither calculate nor foresee, Marshall was walking up the avenue leading to the chateau, when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned, and seeing 2 men running after him and motioning him to stop, he paused. It was Chupin, accompanied by one of his sons. This old rascal had been enrolled among the servants charged with preparing Sairmeuse for the reception of the Duke, and he had already discovered the secret of making himself useful to his master, which was by seeming to be indispensable. Monsieur, he cried, we have been searching for you everywhere, my son and I. It was Monsieur le Duc. Very well, said Marshall, dryly. I am returning. But Chupin was not sensitive, and although he had not been very favorably received, he ventured to follow the Marquis at a little distance, but sufficiently near to make himself heard. He also had his schemes, for it was not long before he began a long recital of the calumnies which had been spread about the neighborhood in regard to the Lacan affair. Why did he choose this subject in preference to any other? Did he suspect the young Marquis's passion for Marie-Anne? According to this report, Lacan he no longer said Monsieur was unquestionably a rascal, The complete surrender of Samus was only a farce, as he must possess thousands, and hundreds of thousands of francs, since he was about to marry his daughter. If the scoundrel had felt only suspicions, they were changed into certainty by the eagerness with which Marshal demanded. How? Is Mademoiselle Lacan to be married? Yes, monsieur. And to whom? To Chanlouina, the fellow whom the peasants wished to kill yesterday upon the square, because he was disrespectful to the Duke. He is an avaricious man, and if Marie-Anne does not bring him a good round sum as a dowry, he will never marry her, no matter how beautiful she may be. Are you sure of what you say? It is true. My eldest son heard from Chanlouina and from Lacan that the wedding would take place within a month, and turning to his son, is it not true, boy? Yes, promptly replied the youth, who had heard nothing of the kind. Marshal was silent, ashamed, perhaps, of allowing himself to listen to the gossip, but glad to have been informed of such an important circumstance. If Chupin was not telling a falsehood, and what reason could he have for doing so? It became evident that M. Lacan's conduct concealed some great mystery. Why, without some potent motive, should he have refused to give his daughter to Maurice d'Escorval, whom she loved, to bestow her upon a peasant? As he reached Samus, he was swearing that he would discover this motive. A strange scene awaited him. In the broad open space extending from the front of the chateau to the parterre lay a huge pile of all kinds of clothing, linen, plate, and furniture. One might have supposed that the occupants of the chateau were moving. A half-dozen men were running to and fro, and standing in the center of the rubbish was the Duc de Samus, giving orders. Marshal did not understand the whole meaning of the scene at first. He went to his father, and after saluting him respectfully, inquired, "What is all this, M.?" De Samus laughed heartily. "What? Can you not guess?" he replied. "It is very simple, however. When the lawful master, on his return, sleeps beneath the bed coverings of the usurper, it is delightful, the first night, not so pleasant on the second. Everything here reminds me too forcibly of Monsieur Lacan. It seems to me that I am in his house, and the thought is unendurable. So I have had them collect everything belonging to him and to his daughter, everything, in fact, which did not belong to the chateau in former years. The servants will put it all into a cart and carry it to him." The young Marquis gave fervent thanks to heaven that he had arrived before it was too late. Had his father's project been executed, he would have been obliged to bid farewell to all his hopes. "You surely will not do this, Monsieur le Duc?" said he, earnestly. "And why, pray? Who'll prevent me from doing it?" "No one, most assuredly. But you will decide, on reflection, that a man who has not conducted himself too badly has a right to some consideration." The Duke seemed greatly astonished. "Consideration?" he exclaimed. "This rascal has a right to some consideration. Well, this is one of the poorest of jokes. What? I give him, that is to say you give him 100,000 francs, and that will not content him. He is entitled to consideration. You, who are after the daughter, may give it to him if you like, but I shall do as I like." "Very well, but, monsieur, I would think twice, if I were in your place. Lacan has surrendered Samus. That is all very well, but how can you authenticate your claim to the property? What would you do if, in case you imprudently irritated him, he should change his mind? What would become of your right to the estate?" Samus actually turned green. "Zoons!" he exclaimed. "I had not thought of that. Here, you fellows, take all these things back again, and that quickly." And as they were obeying his order, "Now," he remarked, "let us hasten to Courtorne. They have already sent for us twice. It must be business of the utmost importance which demands our attention." Chapter 13. The Château de Courtorne is, next to Samus, the most magnificent habitation in the arrondissement of Montaignac. The approach to the castle was by a long and narrow road, badly paved. When the carriage containing Marshal and his father turned from the public highway into this rough road, the jolting aroused the Duke from the profound reverie into which he had fallen on leaving Samus. The Marquis thought that he had caused this unusual fit of abstraction. "It is the result of my adroit maneuver," he said to himself, not without secret satisfaction. "Until the restitution of Samus is legalized, I can make my father do anything I wish, yes, anything. And if it is necessary, he will even invite Lacan and Marie-Anne to his table." He was mistaken. The Duke had already forgotten the affair. His most vivid impressions lasted no longer than an indentation in the sand. He lowered the glass in front of the carriage, and, after ordering the coachman to drive more slowly, "Now," said he to his son, "let us talk a little. Are you really in love with that little Lacan?" Marshal could not repress a start. "Oh, in love," said he, lightly, that would perhaps be saying too much. Let me say that she has taken my fancy, that will be sufficient. The Duke regarded his son with a bantering air. Really, you delight me, he exclaimed. I feared that this love affair might derange, at least for the moment, certain plans that I have formed, for I have formed certain plans for you. The devil. Yes, I have my plans, and I will communicate them to you later in detail. I will content myself today by recommending you to examine Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtorn. Marshall made no reply. This recommendation was entirely unnecessary. If Lacan had made him forget de Courtorn that morning for some moments, the remembrance of Marie-Anne was now effaced by the radiant image of Blanche. Before discussing the daughter, resumed the Duke, let us speak of the father. He is one of my strongest friends, and I know him thoroughly. You have heard men reproach me for what they style my prejudices, have you not? Well, in comparison with the Marquis de Courtorn, I am only a Jacobin. Oh, my father, really, nothing could be more true. If I am behind the age in which I live, he belongs to the reign of Louis XIV. Only for there is and only the principles which I openly avow, he keeps locked up in his snuff-box, and trust him for not forgetting to open it at the opportune moment. He has suffered cruelly for his opinions, in the sense of having so often been obliged to conceal them. He concealed them, first, under the consulate, when he returned from exile. He dissimulated them even more courageously under the Empire, for he played the part of a kind of Chamberlain to Bonaparte, this dear Marquis. But, chut! Do not remind him of that proof of heroism. He has deplored it bitterly since the Battle of Lutzen. This was the tone in which M. Desarmes was accustomed to speak of his best friends. The history of his fortune, he continued, is the history of his marriages. I say marriages, because he has married a number of times, and always advantageously. Yes, in a period of 15 years he has had the misfortune of losing 3 wives, each richer than the other. His daughter is the child of his third and last wife, a Cis-Blossac. She died in 1809. He comforted himself after each bereavement by purchasing a quantity of lands or bonds. So that now he is as rich as you are, Marquis, and his influence is powerful and widespread. I forgot one detail, however. He believes, they tell me, in the growing power of the clergy, and has become very devout. He checked himself. The carriage had stopped before the entrance of the Château de Courtorn, and the Marquis came forward to receive his guests in person. A nattering distinction, which he seldom lavished upon his visitors. The Marquis was long rather than tall, and very solemn in deportment. The head that surmounted his angular form was remarkably small, a characteristic of his race, and covered with thin, glossy black hair, and lighted by cold, round black eyes. The pride that becomes a gentleman, and the humility that befits a Christian, were continually at war with each other in his countenance. He pressed the hands of M. Desarmes and Marshall, overwhelming them with compliments uttered in a thin, rather nasal voice, which, issuing from his immense body, was as astonishing as the sound of a flute issuing from the pipes of a Norfolk lied would be. At last you have come, he said. We were waiting for you before beginning our deliberations upon a very grave, and also very delicate matter. We are thinking of addressing a petition to His Majesty. The nobility, who have suffered so much during the Revolution, have a right to expect ample compensation. Our neighbors, to the number of 16, are now assembled in my cabinet, transformed for the time into a council chamber. Marshall shuddered at the thought of all the ridiculous and tiresome conversation he would probably be obliged to hear, and his father's recommendation occurred to him. Shall we not have the honor of paying our respects to Mademoiselle de Courtorn? My daughter must be in the drawing-room with our cousin, replied the Marquis, in an indifferent tone. At least, if she is not in the garden, this might be construed into, go and look for her if you choose. At least Marshall understood it in that way, and when they entered the hall, he allowed his father and the Marquis to go upstairs without him. A servant opened the door of the drawing-room for him, but it was empty. Very well, said he, I know my way to the garden, but he explored it in vain. No one was to be found. He decided to return to the house and march bravely into the presence of the dreaded enemy. He had turned to retrace his steps when, through the foliage of a bower of jasmine, he thought he could distinguish a white dress. He advanced softly, and his heart quickened its throbbing when he saw that he was right. Blanche de Courtorn was seated on a bench beside an old lady, and was engaged in reading a letter in a low voice. She must have been greatly preoccupied, since she had not heard Marshall's footsteps approaching. He was only 10 paces from her, so near that he could distinguish the shadow of her long eyelashes. He paused, holding his breath, in a delicious ecstasy. Ah! How beautiful she is! He thought. Beautiful? No. But pretty, yes, as pretty as heart could desire, with her great velvety blue eyes and her pouting lips. She was a blonde, but one of those dazzling and radiant blondes found only in the countries of the sun, and from her hair, drawn high upon the top of her head, escaped a profusion of ravishing, glittering ringlets, which seemed almost to sparkle in the play of the light breeze. One might, perhaps, have wished her a trifle larger. But she had the winning charm of all delicate and mignon women, and her figure was of exquisite roundness, and her dimpled hands were those of an infant. Alas! These attractive exteriors are often deceitful, as much and even more so, than the appearances of a man like the Marquis de Courtornieu. The apparently innocent and artless young girl possessed the parched, hollow soul of an experienced woman of the world, or of an old courtier. She had been so petted at the convent, in the capacity of only daughter of a grand seigneur and millionaire. She had been surrounded by so much adulation, that all her good qualities had been blighted in the bud by the poisonous breath of flattery. She was only 19, and still it was impossible for any person to have been more susceptible to the charms of wealth and of satisfied ambition. She dreamed of a position at court as a schoolgirl dreams of a lover. If she had deigned to notice Marshall, for she had remarked him, it was only because her father had told her that this young man would lift his wife to the highest sphere of power. Thereupon she had uttered a very well, we will see. That would have changed an enamored suitor's love into disgust. Marshall advanced a few steps, and Blanche, on seeing him, sprang up with a pretty affectation of intense timidity. Bowing low before her, he said, gently, and with profound deference, Monsieur de Courtornieu, Mademoiselle, was so kind as to tell me where I might have the honor of finding you. I had not courage to brave those formidable discussions inside, but, he pointed to the letter the young girl held in her hand, and added, but I fear that I am a trap. Oh, not in the least, Monsieur le Marquis, although this letter which I have just been reading has, I confess, interested me deeply. It was written by a poor child in whom I have taken a great interest, whom I have sent for sometimes when I was lonely, Marie-Anne Lacan. Accustomed from his infancy to the hypocrisy of drawing-rooms, the young Marquis had taught his face not to betray his feelings. He could have laughed gaily with anguish at his heart. He could have preserved the sternest gravity when inwardly convulsed with merriment, and yet, this name of Marie-Anne upon the lips of M. de Courtornieu caused his glance to waver. They know each other, he thought. In an instant he was himself again, but Blanche had perceived his momentary agitation. What can it mean? She wondered, much disturbed. Still, it was with the perfect assumption of innocence that she continued. In fact, you must have seen her, this poor Marie-Anne, Monsieur le Marquis, since her father was the guardian of Sairmeuse. Yes, I have seen her, mademoiselle, replied Marshall, quietly. Is she not remarkably beautiful? Her beauty is of an unusual type. It quite takes one by surprise. A fool would have protested. The Marquis was not guilty of this folly. Yes, she is very beautiful, said he. This apparent frankness disconcerted Blanche a trifle, and it was with an air of hypocritical compassion that she murmured, poor girl. What will become of her? Here is her father, reduced to delving in the ground. Oh, you exaggerate, mademoiselle. My father will always preserve Lacan from anything of that kind. Of course I might have known that, but where will he find a husband for Marie-Anne? One has been found already. I understand that she is to marry a youth in the neighborhood, who has some property. A certain Chanlouina. The artless schoolgirl was more cunning than the Marquis. She had satisfied herself that she had just grounds for her suspicions, and she experienced a certain anger on finding him so well informed in regard to everything that concerned Lacan. And you believe that this is the husband of whom she had dreamed? Ah, well. God grant that she may be happy, for we were very fond of her, very were we not, Aunt Medea? Aunt Medea was the old lady seated beside Blanche. Yes, very, she replied. This aunt, or cousin, rather, was a poor relation whom M. de Courtornieu had sheltered, and who was forced to pay dearly for her bread, since Blanche compelled her to play the part of Echo. It grieves me to see these friendly relations, which were so dear to me, broken, resumed de Courtornieu. But listen to what Marie-Anne has written. She drew from her belt where she had placed it, Lacan's letter, and read. My dear Blanche, you know that the Duc de Sairmeuse has returned. The news fell upon us like a thunderbolt. My father and I had become too much accustomed to regard as our own the deposit which had been entrusted to our fidelity. We have been punished for it. At least, we have done our duty, and now all is ended. She whom you have called your friend, will be, hereafter, only a poor peasant girl, as her mother was before her. The most subtle observer would have supposed that Blanche was experiencing the keenest emotion. One would have sworn that it was only by intense effort that she succeeded in restraining her tears, that they were even trembling behind her long lashes. The truth was, that she was thinking only of discovering, upon Marshall's face, some indication of his feelings. But now that he was on guard, his features might have been marble for any sign of emotion they betrayed. So she continued, "I should utter an untruth if I said that I have not suffered on account of this sudden change. But I have courage. I shall learn how to submit. I shall, I hope, have strength to forget, for I must forget. The remembrances of past felicity would render my present misery intolerable." De Courton suddenly folded up the letter. "You have heard it, monsieur," said she. "Can you understand such pride as that? And they accuse us, daughters of the nobility, of being proud." Marshall made no response. He felt that his altered voice would betray him. How much more would he have been moved, if he had been allowed to read the concluding lines. "One must live, my dear Blanche," added Marie Anne, "and I feel no false shame in asking you to aid me. I sew very nicely, as you know, and I could earn my livelihood by embroidery if I knew more people. I will call today at Courton to ask you to give me a list of ladies to whom I can present myself on your recommendation." But De Courton had taken good care not to allude to the touching request. She had read the letter to Marshall as a test. She had not succeeded, so much the worse. She rose and accepted his arm to return to the house. She seemed to have forgotten her friend, and she was chatting gaily. When they approached the chateau, she was interrupted by a sound of voices raised to the highest pitch. It was the address to the king which was agitating the council convened in M. De Courton's cabinet. Blanche paused. "I am trespassing upon your kindness, monsieur. I am boring you with my silly chat when you should undoubtedly be up there." "Certainly not," he replied, laughing. "What should I do there?" The role of men of action does not begin until the orators have concluded. He spoke so energetically, in spite of his jesting tone, that De Courton was fascinated. She saw before her, she believed, a man who, as her father had said, would rise to the highest position in the political world. Unfortunately, her admiration was disturbed by a ring of the great bell that always announces visitors. She trembled, let go her hold on Marshall's arm, and said, very earnestly, "Ah, no matter. I wish very much to know what is going on up there. If I ask my father, he will laugh at my curiosity, while you, monsieur, if you are present at the conference, you will tell me all." A wish thus expressed was a command. The Marquis bowed and obeyed. "She dismisses me," he said to himself as he ascended the staircase. Nothing could be more evident. And that without much ceremony. Why the devil does she wish to get rid of me? Why? Because a single peal of the bell announced a visitor for Blanche, because she was expecting a visit from her friend, and because she wished at any cost to prevent a meeting between Marshall and Marie Anne. She did not love him, and yet an agony of jealousy was torturing her. Such was her nature. Her presentiments were realized. It was, indeed, Lacan who was awaiting her in the drawing-room. The poor girl was paler than usual, but nothing in her manner betrayed the frightful anguish she had suffered during the past 2 or 3 days, and her voice, in asking from her former friend a list of customers, was as calm and as natural as in other days, when she was asking her to come and spend an afternoon at Emile. So, when the two girls embraced each other, their roles were reversed. It was Marie Anne who had been crushed by misfortune. It was Blanche who wept. But, while writing a list of the names of persons in the neighborhood with whom she was acquainted, De Courton did not neglect this favorable opportunity for verifying the suspicions which had been aroused by Marshall's momentary agitation. "It is inconceivable," she remarked to her friend, "that the Duc de Sairmeuse should allow you to be reduced to such an extremity." Marie Anne's nature was so royal, that she did not wish an unjust accusation to rest even upon the man who had treated her father so cruelly. "The Duke is not to blame," she replied, gently. "He offered us a very considerable sum, this morning, through his son." Blanche started as if a viper had stung her. "So you have seen the Marquis, Marie Anne?" "Yes." "Has he been to your house?" "He was going there, when he met me in the grove on the waste." She blushed as she spoke. She turned crimson at the thought of Marshall's impertinent gallantry. This girl who had just emerged from a convent was terribly experienced, but she misunderstood the cause of Marie Anne's confusion. She could dissimulate, however, and when Marie Anne went away, Blanche embraced her with every sign of the most ardent affection. But she was almost suffocated with rage. "What?" she thought. "They have met but once, and yet they are so strongly impressed with each other. Do they love each other already?" Chapter 14. If Marshall had faithfully reported to Blanche all that he heard in the Marquis de Courton's cabinet, he would probably have astonished her a little. He, himself, if he had sincerely confessed his impressions and his reflections, would have been obliged to admit that he was greatly amazed. But this unfortunate man, who, in days to come, would be compelled to reproach himself bitterly for the excess of his fanaticism, refused to confess this truth even to himself. His life was to be spent in defending prejudices which his own reason condemned, forced by Emile. Blanche's will into the midst of a discussion. He was really disgusted with the ridiculous and intense greediness of M. de Courtenay's noble guests, decorations, fortune, honors, power. They desired everything. They were satisfied that their pure devotion deserved the most munificent rewards. It was only the most modest who declared that he would be content with the epaulettes of a lieutenant general. Many were the recriminations, stinging words, and bitter reproaches. The Marquis de Courtenay, who acted as president of the council, was nearly exhausted with exclaiming, "Be calm, gentlemen, be calm. A little moderation, if you please. All these men are mad," thought Marshall, with difficulty restraining an intense desire to laugh. "They are insane enough to be placed in a madhouse." But he was not obliged to render a report of the séance. The deliberations were soon fortunately interrupted by a summons to dinner. Blanche, when the young Marquis rejoined her, quite forgot to question him about the doings of the council. In fact, what did the hopes and plans of these people matter to her? She cared very little about them or about the people themselves, since they were below her father in rank, and most of them were not as rich. An absorbing thought, a thought of her future, and of her happiness, filled her mind to the exclusion of all other subjects. The few moments that she had passed alone, after Marie-Anne's departure, she had spent in grave reflection. Marshall's mind and person pleased her. In him were combined all the qualifications which any ambitious woman would desire in a husband, and she decided that he should be her husband. Probably she would not have arrived at this conclusion so quickly, had it not been for the feeling of jealousy aroused in her heart. But from the very moment that she could believe or suspect that another woman was likely to dispute the possession of Marshall with her, she desired him. From that moment she was completely controlled by one of those strange passions in which the heart has no part, but which take entire possession of the brain and lead to the worst of follies. Let the woman whose pulse has never quickened its beating under the influence of this counterfeit of love, cast the first stone. That she could be vanquished in this struggle for supremacy, that there could be any doubt of the result, were thoughts which never once entered the mind of Blanche. She had been told so often, it had been repeated again and again, that the man whom she would choose must esteem himself fortunate above all others. She had seen her father besieged by so many suitors for her hand. Besides, she thought, smiling proudly, as she surveyed her reflection in the large mirrors, "Am I not as pretty as Marie-Anne? Far prettier," murmured the voice of vanity, "and you possess what your rival does not, birth, wit, the genius of coquetry." She did, indeed, possess sufficient cleverness and patience to assume and to sustain the character which seemed most likely to dazzle and to fascinate Marshall. As to maintaining this character after marriage, if it did not please her to do so, that was another matter. The result of all this was that during dinner, Blanche exercised all her powers of fascination upon the young Marquis. She was so evidently desirous of pleasing him that several of the guests remarked it. Some were even shocked by such a breach of conventionality. But Blanche de Courtenay could do as she chose. She was well aware of that. Was she not the richest heiress for miles and miles around? No slander can tarnish the brilliancy of a fortune of more than $1 million in hard cash. Do you know that those two young people will have a joint income of between 700,000 and 800,000 francs? Said one old viscount to his neighbor. Marshall yielded unresistingly to the charm of his position. How could he suspect unworthy motives in a young girl whose eyes were so pure, whose laugh rang out with the crystalline clearness of childhood? Involuntarily he compared her with the grave and thoughtful Marie-Anne, and his imagination floated from one to the other. Inflamed by the strangeness of the contrast, he occupied a seat beside Blanche at table, and they chatted gaily, amusing themselves at the expense of the other guests, who were again conversing upon political matters, and whose enthusiasm waxed warmer and warmer as course succeeded course. Champagne was served with the dessert, and the company drank to the Allies whose victorious bayonets had forced a passage for the king to return to Paris. They drank to the English, to the Prussians, and to the Russians, whose horses were trampling the crops underfoot. The name of D'Escorval heard, above the clink of the glasses, suddenly aroused Marshall from his dream of enchantment. An old gentleman had just risen, and proposed that active measures should be taken to rid the neighborhood of the Baron d'Escorval. "The presence of such a man dishonors our country," said he. "He is a frantic Jacobin, and admitted to be dangerous, since Monsieur Fouche has him upon his list of suspected persons, and he is even now under the surveillance of the police. This discourse could not have failed to arouse intense anxiety in M. D'Escorval's breast had he seen the ferocity expressed on almost every face. Still no one spoke. Hesitation could be read in every eye. Marshal, too, had turned so white that Blanche remarked his pallor and thought he was ill. In fact, a terrible struggle was going on in the soul of the young Marquis, a conflict between his honor and passion. Had he not longed only a few hours before to find some way of driving Maurice from the country? Well. The opportunity he so ardently desired now presented itself. It was impossible to imagine a better one. If the proposed step was taken, the Baron d'Escorval and his family would be forced to leave France forever. The company hesitated. Marshal saw it, and felt that a single word from him, for or against, would decide the matter. After a few minutes of frightful uncertainty, honor triumphed. He rose and declared that the proposed measure was bad impolitic. Monsieur d'Escorval, he remarked, is one of those men who diffuse around them a perfume of honesty and justice. Have the good sense to respect the consideration which is justly his. As he had foreseen, his words decided the matter. The cold and haughty manner which he knew so well how to assume, his few but incisive words, produced a great effect. It would evidently be a great mistake, was the general cry. Marshal reseated himself. Blanche leaned toward him. You have done well, she murmured. You know how to defend your friends. Monsieur d'Escorval is not my friend, replied Marshal, in a voice which revealed the struggle through which he had passed. The injustice of the proposed measure incensed me, that is all. De Courton was not to be deceived by an explanation like this. Still, she added, then your conduct is all the more grand, monsieur. But such was not the opinion of the Duc de Sairmeuse. On returning to the chateau some hours later he reproached his son for his intervention. Why the devil did you meddle with the matter? Inquired the Duke. I would not have liked to take upon myself the odium of the proposition, but since it had been made, I was anxious to prevent such an act of useless folly. Useless folly. Zounds. Marquis, you carry matters with a high hand. Do you think that this D.D. Baron adores you? What would you say if you heard that he was conspiring against us? I should answer with a shrug of the shoulders. You would. Very well, do me the favor to question Chupin. Chapter 15. It was only 2 weeks since the Duc de Sairmeuse had returned to France. He had not yet had time to shake the dust of exile from his feet, and already his imagination saw enemies on every side. He had been at Sairmeuse only 2 days, and yet he unhesitatingly accepted the venomous reports which Chupin poured into his ears. The suspicions which he was endeavoring to make Marshal share were cruelly unjust. At the moment when the Duke accused the Baron of conspiring against the house of Sairmeuse, that unfortunate man was weeping at the bedside of his son, who was, he believed, at the point of death. Maurice was indeed dangerously ill. His excessively nervous organization had succumbed before the rude assault of destiny, when, in obedience to M. Lacan's imperative order, he left the grove on the Riche. He lost the power of reflecting calmly and deliberately upon the situation. Marie-Anne's incomprehensible obstinacy, the insults he had received from the Marquis, and Lacan's feigned anger were mingled in inextricable confusion, forming one immense, intolerable misfortune, too crushing for his powers of resistance. The peasants who met him on his homeward way were struck by his singular demeanor, and felt convinced that some great catastrophe had just befallen the house of the Baron d'Escorval. Some bowed, others spoke to him, but he did not see or hear them. Force of habit, that physical memory which mounts guard when the mind is far away, brought him back to his home. His features were so distorted with suffering that d'Escorval, on seeing him, was seized with a most sinister presentiment, and dared not address him. He spoke first. All is over, he said, hoarsely, but do not be worried, mother, I have some courage, as you shall see. He did, in fact, seat himself at the table with a resolute air. He ate even more than usual, and his father noted, without alluding to it, that he drank much more wine than usual. He was very pale, his eyes glittered, his gestures were excited, and his voice was husky. He talked a great deal, and even jested. Why will he not weep, thought d'Escorval, then I should not be so much alarmed, and I could try to comfort him. This was Maurice's last effort. When dinner was over he went to his room, and when his mother, who had gone again and again to listen at his door, finally decided to enter his chamber, she found him lying upon the bed, muttering incoherently. She approached him. He did not appear to recognize or even to see her. She spoke to him. He did not seem to hear. His face was scarlet, his lips were parched. She took his hand. It was burning, and still he was shivering, and his teeth were chattering as if with cold. A mist swam before the eyes of the poor woman. She feared she was about to faint, but, summoning all her strength, she conquered her weakness and, dragging herself to the staircase, she cried, "Help! Help! My son is dying," with a bound D'Escorval reached his son's chamber, looked at him and dashed out again, summoned a servant, and ordered him to gallop to Montaignac and bring a physician without a moment's delay. There was, indeed, a doctor at Sairmeuse, but he was the most stupid of men, a former surgeon in the army, who had been dismissed for incompetency. The peasants shunned him as they would the plague, and in case of sickness always sent for the cure. D'Escorval followed their example, knowing that the physician from Montaignac could not arrive until nearly morning. Abbé Midon had never frequented the medical schools, but since he had been a priest the poor so often asked advice of him that he applied himself to the study of medicine, and, aided by experience, he had acquired a knowledge of the art which would have won him a diploma from the faculty anywhere. At whatever hour of the day or night parishioners came to ask his assistance, he was always ready. His only answer, "Let us go at once." And when the people of the neighborhood met him on the road with his little box of medicine slung over his shoulder, they took off their hats respectfully and stood aside to let him pass. Those who did not respect the priest honored the man, for D'Escorval, above all others, Abbé Midon would make haste. The Baron was his friend, and a terrible apprehension seized him when he saw D'Escorval at the gate watching for him. By the way in which she rushed to meet him, he thought she was about to announce some irreparable misfortune. But no, she took his hand, and, without uttering a word, she led him to her son's chamber. The condition of the poor youth was really very critical. The abbé perceived this at a glance, but it was not hopeless. "We will get him out of this," he said, with a smile that reawakened hope, and with the coolness of an old practitioner, he bled him freely, and ordered applications of ice to his head. In a moment all the household were busied in fulfilling the cure's orders. He took advantage of the opportunity to draw the Baron aside in the embrasure of a window. "What has happened?" he asked. "A disappointment in love, D'Escorval replied, with a despairing gesture. "Monsieur Lacan has refused the hand of his daughter, which I asked in behalf of my son. Maurice was to have seen Marie-Anne today. What passed between them I do not know. The result you see." The Baroness re-entered the room, and the two men said no more. A truly funereal silence pervaded the apartment, broken only by the moans of Maurice. His excitement instead of abating had increased in violence. Delirium peopled his brain with phantoms, and the name of Marie-Anne, Marshal de Sairmeuse and Chanlouina dropped so incoherently from his lips that it was impossible to read his thoughts. How long that night seemed to D'Escorval and his wife, those only know who have counted each second beside the sickbed of some loved one. Certainly their confidence in the companion in their vigil was great, but he was not a regular physician like the other, the one whose coming they awaited. Just as the light of the morning made the candles turn pale, they heard the furious gallop of a horse, and soon the doctor from Montaignac entered. He examined Maurice carefully, and, after a short conference with the priest, "I see no immediate danger," he declared. "All that can be done has been done. The malady must be allowed to take its course. I will return." He did return the next day and many days after, for it was not until a week had passed that Maurice was declared out of danger. Then he confided to his father all that had taken place in the grove on the Riche. The slightest detail of the scene had engraved itself indelibly upon his memory. When the recital was ended, "Are you quite sure," asked his father, "that you correctly understood Marie-Anne's reply? Did she tell you that if her father gave his consent to your marriage, she would refuse hers?" "Those were her very words." "And still she loves you?" "I am sure of it. You were not mistaken in Monsieur Lacan's tone when he said to you, 'Go, you little wretch.' Do you wish to render all my precautions useless?" "No, D'Escorval sat for a moment in silence. "This passes comprehension," he murmured at last. And so low that his son could not hear him, he added, "I will see Lacan tomorrow. This mystery must be explained." Chapter 16. The cottage where Lacan had taken refuge was situated on a hill overlooking the water. It was, as he had said, a small and humble dwelling. But it was rather less miserable than the abodes of most of the peasants of the district. It was only 1 story high, but it was divided into 3 rooms, and the roof was covered with thatch. In front was a tiny garden, in which a few fruit trees, some withered cabbages, and a vine which covered the cottage to the roof, managed to find subsistence. This garden was a mere nothing, but even this slight conquest over the sterility of the soil had cost Lacan's deceased aunt almost unlimited courage and patience. For more than 20 years the poor woman had never, for a single day, failed to throw upon her garden 3 or 4 basketfuls of richer soil, which she was obliged to bring more than half a league. It had been more than a year since she died, but the little pathway which her patient feet had worn in the performance of this daily task was still distinctly visible. This was the path which M. D'Escorval, faithful to his resolution, took the following day, in the hope of wresting from Marie-Anne's father the secret of his inexplicable conduct. He was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he failed to notice the overpowering heat as he climbed the rough hillside in the full glare of the noonday sun. When he reached the summit, however, he paused to take breath, and while wiping the perspiration from his brow, he turned to look back on the road which he had traversed. It was the first time he had visited the spot, and he was surprised at the extent of the landscape which stretched before him. From this point, which is the most elevated in the surrounding country, one can survey the entire valley of the Oiselle, and discern, in the distance, the redoubtable citadel of Montaignac, built upon an almost inaccessible rock. This last circumstance, which the Baron was afterward doomed to recall in the midst of the most terrible scenes, did not strike him then. Lacan's house absorbed all his attention. His imagination pictured vividly the sufferings of this unfortunate man, who, only 2 days before, had relinquished the splendors of the Château des Hermius to repair to this wretched abode. He rapped at the door of the cottage. "Come in," said a voice. The Baron lifted the latch and entered. The room was small, with unwhitewashed walls, but with no other floor than the ground, no ceiling save the thatch that formed the roof. A bed, a table and 2 wooden benches constituted the entire furniture. Seated upon a stool, near the tiny window, sat Marie-Anne, busily at work upon a piece of embroidery. She had abandoned her former mode of dress, and her costume was that worn by the peasant girls. When M. D'Escorval entered she rose, and for a moment they remained silently standing, face to face, she apparently calm, he visibly agitated. He was looking at Marie-Anne, and she seemed to him transfigured. She was much paler and considerably thinner, but her beauty had a strange and touching charm, the sublime radiance of heroic resignation and of duty nobly fulfilled. Still, remembering his son, he was astonished to see this tranquillity. "You do not ask me for news of Maurice," he said, reproachfully. "I had news of him this morning, monsieur, as I have had every day. I know that he is improving, and that, since day before yesterday, he has been allowed to take a little nourishment. You have not forgotten him, then?" She trembled, a faint blush suffused throat and forehead, but it was in a calm voice that she replied. "Maurice knows that it would be impossible for me to forget him, even if I wished to do so, and yet you have told him that you approve your father's decision." "I told him so, monsieur, and I shall have the courage to repeat it." "But you have made Maurice wretched, unhappy, child. He has almost died." She raised her head proudly, sought M. D'Escorval's eyes, and when she had found them, "Look at me, monsieur. Do you think that I, too, do not suffer?" M. D'Escorval was abashed for a moment, but recovering himself, he took Marie-Anne's hand, and pressing it affectionately, he said, "So Maurice loves you, you love him, you suffer, he has nearly died, and still you reject him. It must be so, monsieur. You say this, my dear child, you say this, and you undoubtedly believe it. But I, who have sought to discover the necessity of this immense sacrifice, have failed to find it. Explain to me, then, why this must be so, Marie-Anne. Who knows but you are frightened by chimeras, which my experience can scatter with a breath? Have you no confidence in me? Am I not an old friend? It may be that your father, in his despair, has adopted extreme resolutions. Speak, let us combat them together. Lacan knows how devotedly I am attached to him. I will speak to him. He will listen to me. I can tell you nothing, monsieur." "What? You are so cruel as to remain inflexible when a father entreats you on his knees, a father who says to you, 'Marie-Anne, you hold in your hands the happiness, the life, the reason of my son.'" Tears glittered in Marie-Anne's eyes, but she drew away her hand. "Ah! It is you who are cruel, monsieur, it is you who are without pity. Do you not see what I suffer, and that it is impossible for me to endure further torture? No, I have nothing to tell you, there is nothing you can say to my father. Why do you seek to impair my courage when I require it all to struggle against my despair? Maurice must forget me. He must never see me again. This is fate, and he must not fight against it. It would be folly. We are parted forever. Beseech Maurice to leave the country, and if he refuses, you, who are his father, must command him to do so. And you, too, monsieur, in heaven's name, flee from us. We shall bring misfortune upon you. Never return here, our house is accursed. The fate that overshadows us will ruin you also." She spoke almost wildly. Her voice was so loud that it penetrated an adjoining room. The communicating door opened and M. Lacan appeared upon the threshold. At the sight of M. D'Escorval he uttered an oath. But there was more sorrow and anxiety than anger in his manner, as he said, "You, monsieur, you here?" The consternation into which Marie-Anne's words had thrown M. D'Escorval was so intense that it was with great difficulty he stammered out a response. "You have abandoned us entirely. I was anxious about you. Have you forgotten our old friendship? I come to you." The brow of the former master of Sairmeuse remained overcast. "Why did you not inform me of the honor that the Baron had done me, Marie-Anne?" he said sternly. She tried to speak, but could not, and it was the Baron who replied, "Why, I have but just come, my dear friend." Lacan looked suspiciously, first at his daughter, then at the Baron. What did they say to each other while they were alone? He was evidently wondering, but, however great may have been his disquietude, he seemed to master it, and it was with his old-time affability of manner that he invited M. D'Escorval to follow him into the adjoining room. "It is my reception room and my cabinet combined," he said, smiling. This room, which was much larger than the first, was as scantily furnished, but it contained several piles of small books and an infinite number of tiny packages. Two men were engaged in arranging and sorting these articles. One was Chanlouina. M. D'Escorval did not remember that he had ever seen the other, who was a young man. "This is my son, Jean, monsieur," said Lacan. "He has changed since you last saw him 10 years ago." It was true. It had been, at least, 10 years since the Baron had seen Lacan's son. How time flies. He had left him a boy, he found him a man. Jean was just 20, but his haggard features and his precocious beard made him appear much older. He was tall and well-formed, and his face indicated more than average intelligence. Still he did not impress one favorably. His restless eyes were always invading yours, and his smile betrayed an unusual degree of shrewdness, amounting almost to cunning. As his father presented him, he bowed profoundly, but he was very evidently out of temper. Lacan resumed. "Having no longer the means to maintain Jean in Paris, I have made him return. My ruin will, perhaps, be a blessing to him. The air of great cities is not good for the son of a peasant. Fools that we are, we send them there to teach them to rise above their fathers. But they do nothing of the kind. They think only of degrading themselves." "Father," interrupted the young man, "father, wait, at least, until we are alone. Monsieur D'Escorval is not a stranger." Chanlouin evidently sided with the son, since he made repeated signs to M. Lacan to be silent. Either he did not see them, or he pretended not to see them, for he continued, "I must have wearied you, monsieur, by telling you again and again, I am pleased with my son. He has a commendable ambition. He is working faithfully, he will succeed. Ah! I was a poor, foolish father. The friend who carried Jean the order to return has enlightened me, to my sorrow. This model young man you see here left the gaming house only to run to public balls. He was in love with a wretched little ballet girl in some low theatre, and to please this creature, he also went upon the stage, with his face painted red and white. To appear upon the stage is not a crime. No, but it is a crime to deceive one's father and to affect virtues which one does not possess. Have I ever refused you money? No. Notwithstanding that, you have contracted debts everywhere, and you owe at least 20,000 francs. Jean hung his head. He was evidently angry, but he feared his father. 20,000 francs, repeated M. Lacan. I had them a fortnight ago, now I have nothing. I can hope to obtain this sum only through the generosity of the Duc de Sairmeuse and his son. These words from Lacan's lips astonished the Baron. Lacan perceived it, and it was with every appearance of sincerity and good faith that he resumed. Does what I say surprise you? I understand why. My anger at first made me give utterance to all sorts of absurd threats. But I am calm now, and I realize my injustice. What could I expect the Duke to do? To make me a present of Sairmeuse? He was a trifle brusque, I confess, but that is his way. At heart he is the best of men. Have you seen him again? No, but I have seen his son. I have even been with him to the chateau to designate the articles which I desire to keep. Oh. He refused me nothing. Everything was placed at my disposal, everything. I selected what I wished: furniture, clothing, linen. It is all to be brought here, and I shall be quite a grand seigneur. Why not seek another house? This pleases me, monsieur. Its situation suits me perfectly. In fact, why should not the Sairmeuse have regretted their odious conduct? Was it impossible that Lacan, in spite of his indignation, should conclude to accept honorable separation? Such were M. D'Escorval's reflections. To say that the Marquis has been kind is saying too little. continued Lacan. He has shown us the most delicate attentions. For example, having noticed how much Marie-Anne regrets the loss of her flowers, he has declared that he is going to send her plants to stock our small garden, and that they shall be renewed every month, like all passionate men. Lacan overdid his part. This last remark was too much. It awakened a sinister suspicion in M. D'Escorval's mind. Good God! He thought, does this wretched man meditate some crime? He glanced at Chanlouina, and his anxiety increased. On hearing the names of the Marquis and of Marie-Anne, the robust farmer had turned livid. It is decided, said Lacan, with an air of the lost satisfaction, that they will give me the 10,000 francs bequeathed to me by Mademoiselle Armand. Moreover, I am to fix upon such a sum as I consider a just recompense for my services. And that is not all. They have offered me the position of manager at Meuse, and I was to be allowed to occupy the gamekeeper's cottage, where I lived so long. But on reflection I refused this offer. After having enjoyed for so long a time a fortune which did not belong to me, I am anxious to amass a fortune of my own. Would it be indiscreet in me to inquire what you intend to do? Not the least in the world. I am going to turn peddler. D'Escorval could not believe his ears. Peddler? He repeated. Yes, monsieur. Look, there is my pack in that corner. But this is absurd! Exclaimed D'Escorval. People can scarcely earn their daily bread in this way. You are wrong, monsieur. I have considered the subject carefully. The profits are 30%. And if besides, there will be 3 of us to sell goods, for I shall confide one pack to my son, and another to Chanlouina. What? Chanlouina, he has become my partner in the enterprise. And his farm, who will take care of that? He will employ day laborers. And then, as if wishing to make D'Escorval understand that his visit had lasted quite long enough, Lacan began arranging the little packages which were destined to fill the pack of the travelling merchant. But the Baron was not to be gotten rid of so easily. Now that his suspicions had become almost a certainty, I must speak with you, he said, brusquely. Lacan turned. I am very busy, he replied, with a very evident reluctance. I ask only 5 minutes. But if you have not the time to spare today, I will return tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and every day until I can see you in private. Lacan saw plainly that it would be impossible to escape this interview, so, with the gesture of a man who resigns himself to a necessity, addressing his son and Chanlouina, he said, Go outside for a few moments. They obeyed, and as soon as the door had closed behind them, Lacan said, I know very well, monsieur, the arguments you intend to advance, and the reason of your coming. You come to ask me again for Marie-Anne. I know that my refusal has nearly killed Maurice. Believe me, I have suffered cruelly at the thought, but my refusal is none the less irrevocable. There is no power in the world capable of changing my resolution. Do not ask my motives, I shall not reveal them, but rest assured that they are sufficient. Are we not your friends? You, monsieur, exclaimed Lacan, in tones of the most lively affection. You are. You know it well. You are the best, the only friends I have here below. I should be the basest and the most miserable of men if I did not guard the recollection of all your kindnesses until my eyes close in death. Yes, you are my friends. Yes, I am devoted to you, and it is for that very reason that I answer, no, no, never. There could no longer be any doubt. D'Escorval seized Lacan's hands, and almost crushing them in his grasp. Unfortunate man! He exclaimed, hoarsely, what do you intend to do? Of what terrible vengeance are you dreaming? I swear to you. Oh! Do not swear. You cannot deceive a man of my age and of my experience. I divine your intentions. You hate this Meuse family more mortally than ever. I? Yes, you, and if you pretend to forget it, it is only that they may forget it. These people have offended you too cruelly not to fear you. You understand this, and you are doing all in your power to reassure them. You accept their advance as you kneel before them. Why? Because they will be more completely in your power when you have lulled their suspicions to rest, and then you can strike them more surely. He paused, the communicating door opened, and Marie-Anne appeared upon the threshold. Father, said she, here is the Marquis de Meuse. This name, which Marie-Anne uttered in a voice of such perfect composure, in the midst of this excited discussion, possessed such a powerful significance, that D'Escorval stood as if petrified. He dares to come here. He thought. How can it be that he does not fear the walls will fall and crush him? Lacan cast a withering glance at his daughter. He suspected her of a ruse which would force him to reveal his secret. For a second, the most furious passion contracted his features, but, By a prodigious effort of will, he succeeded in regaining his composure. He sprang to the door, pushed Marie-Anne aside, and leaning out, he said, "Deign to excuse me, monsieur, if I take the liberty of asking you to wait a moment. I am just finishing some business, and I will be with you in a moment." Neither agitation nor anger could be detected in his voice, but, rather, a respectful deference, and a feeling of profound gratitude. Having said this, he closed the door and turned to M. D'Escorval. The Baron, still standing with folded arms, had witnessed this scene with the air of a man who distrusts the evidence of his own senses, and yet he understood the meaning of it only too well. "So this young man comes here?" he said to Lacan. "Almost every day, not at this hour, usually, but a trifle later, and you receive him? You welcome him?" "Certainly, monsieur. How can I be insensible to the honor he confers upon me? Moreover, we have subjects of mutual interest to discuss. We are now occupied in legalizing the restitution of Emile. I can, also, give him much useful information, and many hints regarding the management of the property. And you expect to make me, your old friend, believe that a man of your superior intelligence is deceived by the excuses the Marquis makes for these frequent visits? Look me in the eye, and then tell me, if you dare, that you believe these visits are addressed to you." Lacan's eye did not waver. "To whom else could they be addressed?" he inquired. This obstinate serenity disappointed the Baron's expectations. He could not have received a heavier blow. "Take care, Lacan," he said, sternly. "Think of the situation in which you place your daughter, between Chanlouina, who wishes to make her his wife, and Monsieur des Hermus, who desires to make her his mistress. Is that what you mean? Oh, say the word." "But what does that matter? I am sure of Marie-Anne." M. D'Escorval shuddered. "In other words," said he, in bitter indignation, "you make your daughter's honor and reputation your stake in the game you are playing." This was too much. Lacan could restrain his furious passion no longer. "Well, yes," he exclaimed, with a frightful oath, "yes, you have spoken the truth. Marie-Anne must be, and will be, the instrument of my plans. A man situated as I am is free from the considerations that restrain other men. Fortune, friends, life, honor, I have been forced to sacrifice all. Perish my daughter's virtue, perish my daughter herself. What do they matter, if I can but succeed?" He was terrible in his fanaticism, and in his mad excitement he clenched his hands as if he were threatening some invisible enemy. His eyes were wild and bloodshot. The Baron seized him by the coat as if to prevent his escape. "You admit it, then?" he said. "You wish to revenge yourself on this Hermus family, and you have made Chanlouina your accomplice?" But Lacan, with a sudden movement, freed himself. "I admit nothing," he replied. "And yet I wish to reassure you." He raised his hand as if to take an oath, and in a solemn voice, he said, "Before God, who hears my words, by all that I hold sacred in this world, by the memory of my sainted wife who lies beneath the sod, I swear that I am plotting nothing against this Hermus family, that I had no thought of touching a hair of their heads. I use them only because they are absolutely indispensable to me. They will aid me without injuring themselves." Lacan, this time, spoke the truth. His hearer felt it, still he pretended to doubt. He thought by retaining his own self-possession, and exciting the anger of this unfortunate man still more, he might, perhaps, discover his real intentions. So it was with an air of suspicion that he said, "How can one believe this assurance after the avowal you have just made?" Lacan saw the snare. He regained his self-possession as if by magic. "So be it, monsieur, refuse to believe me. But you will wring from me only one more word on this subject. I have said too much already. I know that you are guided solely by friendship for me. My gratitude is great, but I cannot reply to your question. The events of the past few days have dug a deep abyss between you and me. Do not endeavor to pass it. Why should we ever meet again? I must say to you, what I said only yesterday to Abbé Midon. If you are my friend, you will never come here again, never by night or by day, or under any pretext whatever. Even if they tell you that I am dying, do not come. This house is fatal. And if you meet me, turn away, shun me as you would a pestilence whose touch is deadly." The Baron was silent. This was in substance what Marie-Anne had said to him, only under another form. "But there is still a wiser course that you might pursue. Everything here is certain to augment the sorrow and despair which afflicts your son. There is not a path, nor a tree, nor a flower which does not cruelly remind him of his former happiness. Leave this place, take him with you, and go far away." "Ah! How can I do this? Fouche has virtually imprisoned me here. All the more reason why you should listen to my advice. You were a friend of the Emperor. hence you are regarded with suspicion. You are surrounded by spies. Your enemies are watching for an opportunity to ruin you. The slightest pretext would suffice to throw you into prison. A letter, a word, an act capable of being misconstrued. The frontier is not far off. Go, and wait in the foreign land for happier times. That is something which I will not do, said M. D'Escorval, proudly. His words and accent showed the folly of further discussion. Lacanne understood this only too well, and seemed to despair. Ah! You are like Abbé Midon, he said, sadly. You will not believe. Who knows how much your coming here this morning will cost you? It is said that no one can escape his destiny. But if some day the hand of the executioner is laid upon your shoulder, remember that I warned you, and do not curse me. He paused, and seeing that even this sinister prophecy produced no impression upon the Baron, he pressed his hand as if to bid him an eternal farewell, and opened the door to admit the Marquis de Sairmeuse. Marshall was, perhaps, annoyed at meeting M. D'Escorval, but he nevertheless bowed with studied politeness, and began a lively conversation with M. Lacanne, telling him that the articles he had selected at the chateau were on their way. M. D'Escorval could do no more. To speak with Marie-Anne was impossible. Chanlouine and Jean would not let him go out of their sight. He reluctantly departed, and oppressed by cruel forebodings, he descended the hill which he had climbed an hour before so full of hope. What should he say to Maurice? He had reached the little grove of pines when a hurried footstep behind him made him turn. The Marquis de Sairmeuse was following him, and motioned him to stop. The Baron paused, greatly surprised. Marshall, with that air of ingenuousness which he knew so well how to assume, and in an almost brusque tone, said, I hope, monsieur, that you will excuse me for having followed you, when you hear what I have to say. I am not of your party, I loathe what you adore, but I have none of the passion nor the malice of your enemies. For this reason I tell you that if I were in your place I would take a journey. The frontier is but a few miles away, a good horse, a short gallop, and you have crossed it. A word to the wise is salvation, and without waiting for any response, he turned and retraced his steps. M. D'Escorval was amazed and confounded. One might suppose there was a conspiracy to drive me away, he murmured. But I have good reason to distrust the disinterestedness of this young man. Marshall was already far off. Had he been less preoccupied, he would have perceived two figures in the wood. Blanche de Courtorny, followed by the inevitable Aunt Medea, had come to play the spy. Chapter 17. The Marquis de Courtorny idolized his daughter. Everyone spoke of that as an incontestable and uncontested fact. When persons spoke to him of his daughter, they always said, You, who adore your daughter? And when he spoke of himself, he said, I who adore Blanche. The truth was, that he would have given a good deal, even a third of his fortune, to be rid of her. This smiling young girl, who seemed such an artless child, had gained an absolute control over him. She forced him to bow like a reed to her every caprice, and heaven knows she had enough of them, in the hope of making his escape. He had thrown her Aunt Medea, but in less than 3 months that poor woman had been completely subjugated, and did not serve to divert his daughter's attention from him, even for a moment. Sometimes the Marquis revolted, but 9 times out of 10 he paid dearly for his attempts at rebellion. When Blanche turned her cold and steel-like eyes upon him with a certain peculiar expression, his courage evaporated. Her weapon was irony, and knowing his weak points, she struck with wonderful precision. It is easy to understand how devoutly he prayed and hoped that some honest young man, by speedily marrying his daughter, would free him from this cruel bondage. But where was he to find this liberator? The Marquis had announced everywhere his intention of bestowing a dowry of $1 million upon his daughter. Of course this had brought a host of eager suitors, not only from the immediate neighborhood, but from parts remote. But, unfortunately, though many of them would have suited M. de Courtorny well enough, not a single one had been so fortunate as to please Blanche. Her father presented some suitor, she received him graciously, lavished all her charms upon him, but as soon as his back was turned, she disappointed all her father's hopes by rejecting him. He is too small, she said, or too large. His rank is not equal to ours. I think him stupid. He is a fool, his nose is so ugly. From these summary decisions there was no appeal. Arguments and persuasions were useless. The condemned man no longer existed. Still, as this view of aspirants to her hand amused her, she encouraged her father in his efforts. He was beginning to despair, when fate dropped the Duc de Sairmeuse and son at his very door. When he saw Marshall, he had a presentiment of his approaching release. He will be my son-in-law, he thought. The Marquis believed it best to strike the iron while it was hot. So, the very next day, he broached the subject to the Duke. His overtures were favorably received. Possessed with the desire of transforming Sairmeuse into a little principality, the Duke could not fail to be delighted with an alliance with one of the oldest and wealthiest families in the neighborhood. The conference was short. "Marshal, my son, possesses, in his own right, an income of at least 600,000 francs, said the Duke. I shall give my daughter at least 1,500,000 francs as her marriage portion, declared the Marquis. His Majesty is favorably disposed toward me. I can obtain any important diplomatic position for Marshal. In case of trouble, I have many friends among the opposition." The treaty was thus concluded. But M. de Courton took good care not to speak of it to his daughter. If he told her how much he desired the match, she would be sure to oppose it. Non-interference seemed advisable. The correctness of his judgment was fully demonstrated. One morning Mlle Blanche made her appearance in his cabinet. "Your capricious daughter has decided, Papa, that she would like to become the Marquis de Sairmeuse," said she, peremptorily. It cost M. de Courton quite an effort to conceal his delight, but he feared if she discovered his satisfaction that the game would be lost. He presented several objections. They were quickly disposed of, and, at last, he ventured to say, "Then the marriage is half decided. One of the parties consents. It only remains to ascertain if the other will consent," declared the vain heiress, and, in fact, for several days Mlle Blanche had been applying herself assiduously and quite successfully to the work of fascination which was to bring Marshal to her feet. After having made an advance, with studied frankness and simplicity, sure of the effect she had produced, she now proceeded to beat a retreat, a maneuver so simple that it was almost sure to succeed. Until now she had been gay, spirituette, and coquettish. Gradually, she became quiet and reserved. The giddy schoolgirl had given place to the shrinking virgin. With what perfection she played her part in the divine comedy of first love. Marshal could not fail to be fascinated by the modest artlessness and chaste fears of a heart which seemed to be waking for him. When he appeared, Mlle Blanche blushed and was silent. At a word from him she became confused. He could only occasionally catch a glimpse of her beautiful eyes through the shelter of their long lashes. Who had taught her this refinement of coquetry? They say that the convent is an excellent teacher. But what she had not learned was that the most clever often become the dupes of their own imagination, and that great comédiens generally conclude by shedding real tears. She learned this one evening, when a laughing remark made by the Duc de Sairmeuse revealed the fact that Marshal was in the habit of going to Lacan's house every day. What she experienced now could not be compared with the jealousy, or rather anger, which had previously agitated her. This was an acute, bitter, and intolerable sorrow. Before, she had been able to retain her composure. Now, it was impossible. That she might not betray herself, she left the drawing-room precipitately and hastened to her own room, where she burst into a fit of passionate sobbing. "Can it be that he does not love me?" she murmured. This thought made her cold with terror. For the first time this haughty heiress distrusted her own power. She reflected that Marshall's position was so exalted that he could afford to despise rank, that he was so rich that wealth had no attractions for him, and that she herself might not be so pretty and so charming as flatterers had led her to suppose. Still Marshall's conduct during the past week, and heaven knows with what fidelity her memory recalled each incident, was well calculated to reassure her. He had not, it is true, formally declared himself, but it was evident that he was paying his addresses to her. His manner was that of the most respectful, but the most infatuated of lovers. Her reflections were interrupted by the entrance of her maid, bringing a large bouquet of roses which had just been sent by Marshall. She took the flowers, and while arranging them in a large Japanese vase, she bedewed them with the first real sincere tears she had shed since her entrance into the world. She was so pale and sad, so unlike herself when she appeared the next morning at breakfast, that Aunt Medea was alarmed. Mlle Blanche had prepared an excuse, and she uttered it in such sweet tones that the poor lady was as much amazed as if she had witnessed a miracle. M. de Courton was no less astonished. Of what new freak is this doleful face the preface? He wondered. He was still more alarmed when, immediately after breakfast, his daughter asked a moment's conversation with him. She followed him into his study, and as soon as they were alone, without giving her father time to seat himself, Mlle Blanche entreated him to tell her all that had passed between the Duc de Sairmeuse and himself, and asked if Marshal had been informed of the intended alliance, and what he had replied. Her voice was meek, her eyes tearful, her manner indicated the most intense anxiety. The Marquis was delighted. "My wilful daughter has been playing with fire," he thought, stroking his chin caressingly. "And upon my word, she has burnt herself." "Yesterday, my child," he replied, "the Duc de Sairmeuse formally demanded your hand on behalf of his son. Your consent is all that is lacking." So rest easy, my beautiful, lovelorn damsel, you will be a duchess. She hid her face in her hands to conceal her blushes. You know my decision, father, she faltered, in an almost inaudible voice. We must make haste. He started back, thinking he had not heard her words aright. Make haste. He repeated, yes, father. I have fears. What fears? In heaven's name, I will tell you when everything is settled, she replied, as she made her escape from the room. She did not doubt the reports which had reached her ears, of Marshall's frequent visits to Marie Anne, but she wished to see for herself. So, as soon as she left her father, she obliged Aunt Medea to dress herself, and without vouchsafing a single word of explanation, took her with her to the Riche, and stationed herself where she could command a view of M. Lacan's house. It chanced to be the very day on which M. D'Escorval came to ask an explanation from his friend. She saw him come. Then, after a little, Marshall made his appearance. She had not been mistaken. Now she could go home satisfied, but no. She resolved to count the seconds which Marshall passed with Marie Anne. M. D'Escorval did not remain long. She saw Marshall hasten out after him, and speak to him. She breathed again. His visit had not lasted a half hour, and doubtless he was going away. Not at all. After a moment's conversation with the Baron, he returned to the house. What are we doing here? Demanded Aunt Medea. Let me alone, replied Blanche, angrily. Hold your tongue. She heard the sound of wheels, the tramp of horses' hooves, blows of the whip, and oaths. The wagons bearing the furniture and clothing belonging to M. Lacan were coming. This noise Marshall must have heard within the house, for he came out, and after him came M. Lacan, Jean, Chanlouina, and Marie Anne. Everyone was soon busy in unloading the wagons, and positively, from the movements of the young Marquis de Sairmeuse, one would have sworn that he was giving orders. He came and went, hurrying to and fro, talking to everybody, not even disdaining to lend a hand occasionally. He, a nobleman, makes himself at home in that wretched hovel. Blanche said to herself. How horrible. Ah! This dangerous creature will do with him whatever she desires. All this was nothing compared with what was to come. A third wagon appeared, drawn by a single horse, and laden with pots of flowers and shrubs. This sight drew a cry of rage from de Courtorn, which must have carried terror to Aunt Medea's heart. Flowers! She exclaimed, in a voice hoarse with passion. He sends flowers to her as he does to me, only he sends me a bouquet, while for her he despoils the gardens of Sairmeuse. What are you saying about flowers? Inquired the impoverished relative. Blanche replied that she had not made the slightest allusion to flowers. She was suffocating, and yet she compelled herself to remain the 3 mortal hours, all the time that was required to unload the furniture. The wagons had been gone some time, when Marshall again appeared upon the threshold. Marie Anne had accompanied him to the door, and they were talking together. It seemed impossible for him to make up his mind to depart. He did so, at last, however, but he left slowly and with evident reluctance. Marie Anne, remaining in the door, gave him a friendly gesture of farewell. I wish to speak to this creature, exclaimed Blanche. Come, aunt, at once. Had Marie Anne, at that moment, been within the reach of de Courtorn's voice, she would certainly have learned the secret of her former friend's anger and hatred, but fate willed it otherwise. At least 300 yards of rough ground separated the place where Blanche had stationed herself, from the Lacan cottage. It required a moment to cross this space, and that was time enough to change all the girl's intentions. She had not traversed a quarter of the distance before she bitterly regretted having shown herself at all. But to retrace her steps now was impossible, for Marie Anne, who was still standing upon the threshold, had seen her approaching. There remained barely time to regain her self-control, and to compose her features. She profited by it. She had her sweetest smile upon her lips as she greeted Marie Anne. Still she was embarrassed. She did not know what excuse to give for her visit, and to gain time she pretended to be quite out of breath. Ah! It is not very easy to reach you, dear Marie Anne, she said, at last. You live upon the summit of a veritable mountain. Lacan said not a word. She was greatly surprised, and she did not attempt to conceal the fact. Aunt Medea pretended to know the road, continued Blanche, but she led me astray. Did you not, aunt? As usual, the impecunious relative assented, and her niece resumed. But at last we are here. I could not, my dearest, resign myself to hearing nothing from you, especially after all your misfortunes. What have you been doing? Did my recommendation procure for you the work you desired? Marie Anne could not fail to be deeply touched by this kindly interest on the part of her former friend. So, with perfect frankness, and without any false shame, she confessed that all her efforts had been fruitless. It had even seemed to her that several ladies had taken pleasure in treating her unkindly. But Blanche was not listening. A few steps from her stood the flowers brought from Emile, and their perfume rekindled her anger. "At least," she interrupted, "you have here what will almost make you forget the gardens of Emile. Who sent you these beautiful flowers?" Marie-Anne turned crimson. She did not speak for a moment, but at last she replied, or rather stammered. "It is an attention from the Marquis de Emile, so she confesses it," thought de Courtenay, amazed at what she was pleased to consider an outrageous piece of impudence. But she succeeded in concealing her rage beneath a loud burst of laughter, and it was in a tone of raillery that she said, "Take care, my dear friend, I am going to call you to account. It is from my fiancé that you are accepting flowers." "What? The Marquis de Emile has demanded the hand of your friend?" "Yes, my darling, and my father has given it to him. It is a secret as yet, but I see no danger in confiding in your friendship." She believed that she had inflicted a mortal wound upon Marie-Anne's heart, but though she watched her closely, she failed to detect the slightest trace of emotion upon her face. "What dissimulation!" she thought. Then aloud, and with affected gaiety, she resumed. "And the country folks will see 2 weddings at about the same time, since you, also, are going to be married, my dear." "Yes, you little deceiver. Everybody knows that you are engaged to a young man in the neighborhood, named Waitino Chanluina." Thus the report that annoyed Marie-Anne so much reached her from every side. "Everybody is for once mistaken," said she, energetically. "I shall never be that young man's wife." "But why?" "They speak well of him, personally, and he is quite rich." "Because," faltered Marie-Anne, "because," Maurice d'Escorval's name trembled upon her lips, but unfortunately she did not utter it, prevented by a strange expression on the face of her friend. How often one's destiny depends upon a circumstance apparently as trivial as this. "Impudent, worthless creature," thought Blanche. Then, in cold and sneering tones, that betrayed her hatred unmistakably, she said, "You are wrong, believe me, to refuse this offer. This Chanluina will, at all events, save you from the painful necessity of laboring with your own hands, and of going from door to door in quest of work which is refused you. But, no matter, she laid great stress upon this word, I will be more generous than your old acquaintances. I have a great deal of embroidery to be done. I shall send it to you by my maid, and you two may agree upon the price. We must go. Goodbye, my dear. Come, Aunt Medea." She departed, leaving Marie-Anne petrified with surprise, sorrow, and indignation. Although less experienced than Blanche, she comprehended that this strange visit concealed some mystery. But what? For more than a minute she stood motionless, gazing after her departing guests. Then she started suddenly as a hand was laid gently upon her shoulder. She trembled, and, turning quickly, found herself face to face with her father. Lacan's face was whiter than his linen, and a sinister light glittered in his eye. "I was there," said he, pointing to the door, "and I heard all, father." "What? Would you try to defend her after she came here to crush you with her insolent good fortune, after she overwhelmed you with her ironical pity and with her scorn? I tell you they are all like this, these girls, whose heads have been turned by flattery, and who believe that in their veins flows a different blood from ours. But patience. The day of reckoning is near at hand." Those whom he threatened would have shuddered had they seen him at that moment, so terrible was the rage revealed by his accent, so formidable did he appear. "And you, my beloved daughter, my poor Marie-Anne, you did not understand the insults she heaped upon you. You are wondering why she should have treated you with such disdain. Well, I will tell you. She imagines that the Marquis de Emile is your lover." Marie-Anne tottered beneath the terrible blow, and a nervous spasm shook her from head to foot. "Can this be possible?" she exclaimed. "Great God! What shame! What humiliation! And why should this astonish you?" said Lacan, coldly. "Have you not expected this ever since the day when you, my devoted daughter, consented, for the sake of my plans, to submit to the attentions of this Marquis, whom you loathe as much as I despise? But Maurice will despise me. I can bear anything, yes, everything but that." Lacan made no reply. Marie-Anne's despair was heartbreaking. He felt that he could not bear to witness it, that it would shake his resolution, and he re-entered the house, but his penetration was not at fault. While waiting to find a revenge which would be worthy of her, Blanche armed herself with a weapon of which jealousy and hatred so often avail themselves: calumny. 2 or 3 abominable stories which she concocted, and which she forced Aunt Medea to circulate everywhere, did not produce the desired effect. Marie-Anne's reputation was, of course, ruined by them, but Marshall's visits, instead of ceasing, became longer and more frequent. Dissatisfied with his progress, and fearful that he was being duped, he even watched the house. So it happened that, one evening, when he was quite sure that Lacan, his son, and Chanlouina were absent, Marshall saw a man leave the house and hasten across the fields. He rushed after him, but the man escaped him. He believed, however, that he recognized Maurice d'Escorval. Chapter 18. After his son's confession, M. d'Escorval was prudent enough to make no allusion to the hopes he, himself, entertained. My poor Maurice, he thought, is heartbroken, but resigned. It is better for him to remain without hope than to be exposed to the danger of another disappointment. But passion is not always blind. What the Baron concealed, Maurice divined, and he clung to this faint hope as tenaciously as a drowning man clings to the plank which is his only hope of salvation. If he asked his parents no questions, it was only because he was convinced that they would not tell him the truth. But he watched all that went on in the house with that subtleness of penetration which fever so often imparts. Not one of his father's movements escaped his vigilant idea. Consequently, he heard him put on his boots, ask for his hat, and select a cane from among those standing in the vestibule. He also heard the outer gate grate upon its hinges. My father is going out, he said to himself, and weak as he was, he succeeded in dragging himself to the window in time to satisfy himself of the truth of his conjectures. If my father is going out, he thought, it can only be to visit Monsieur Lacan, then he has not relinquished all hope. An armchair was standing nearby. He sank into it, intending to watch for his father's return. By doing so, he might know his destiny a few moments sooner. 3 long hours passed before the Baron returned. By his father's dejected manner he plainly saw that all hope was lost. He was sure of it, as sure as the criminal who reads the fatal verdict in the solemn face of the judge. He had need of all his energy to regain his couch. For a moment he felt that he was dying, but he was ashamed of this weakness, which he judged unworthy of him. He determined to know what had passed, to know the details. He rang, and told the servant that he wished to speak to his father. M. d'Escorval promptly made his appearance. Well? Cried Maurice. M. d'Escorval felt that denial was useless. Lacan is deaf to my remonstrances and to my entreaties, he replied, sadly. Nothing remains for you but to submit, my son. I shall not tell you that time will assuage the sorrow that now seems insupportable. You would not believe me. But I do say to you, that you are a man, and that you must prove your courage. I say even more, fight against thoughts of Marie-Anne as a traveler on the verge of a precipice fights against the thought of vertigo. Have you seen Marie-Anne, father? Have you spoken to her? I found her even more inflexible than Lacan. They reject me, and they receive Chanlouina. Perhaps, Chanlouina is living there, my God. And Marshal de Sairmeuse, he is their familiar guest. I saw him there. That each of these responses fell upon Maurice like a thunderbolt was only too evident. But M. d'Escorval had armed himself with the impassible courage of a surgeon who does not relax his hold on his instruments because the patient groans and writhes in agony. M. d'Escorval wished to extinguish the last ray of hope in the heart of his son. It is evident that Monsieur Lacan has lost his reason, exclaimed Maurice. The Baron shook his head despondently. I thought so myself, at first, he murmured. But what does he say in justification of his conduct? He must say something. Nothing. He refuses any explanation. And you, father, with all your knowledge of human nature, with all your wide experience, have not been able to fathom his intentions? I have my suspicions, M. d'Escorval replied, but only suspicions. It is possible that Lacan, listening to the voice of hatred, is dreaming of a terrible revenge. Who knows if he does not think of organizing some conspiracy, of which he is to be the leader. These suppositions would explain everything. Chanlouina is his aider and abettor, and he pretends to be reconciled to the Marquis de Sairmeuse in order to get information through him. The blood had returned to the pale cheeks of Maurice. Such a conspiracy would not explain Monsieur Lacan's obstinate rejection of my suit, alas. Yes, my poor boy. It is through Marie-Anne that Lacan exerts such an influence over Chanlouina and the Marquis de Sairmeuse. If she became your wife today, they would desert him tomorrow. Then, too, it is precisely because he loves us that he is determined we shall not be mixed up in an enterprise the success of which is extremely doubtful. But these are mere conjectures. Then I see that it is necessary to submit, to be resigned. Forget, I cannot, faltered Maurice. He said this because he wished to reassure his father, but he thought exactly the opposite. If Lacan is organizing a conspiracy, he said, to himself, he must need assistance. Why should I not offer mine? If I aid him in his preparations, if I share his hopes and his dangers, it will be impossible for him to refuse me the hand of his daughter. Whatever he may desire to undertake, I can surely be of greater assistance than Chan Luina." From that moment Morris thought only of doing everything possible to hasten his convalescence. This was so rapid, so extraordinarily rapid, as to astonish Abbé Midon, who had taken the place of the physician from Montaignac. "I never would have believed that Morris could have been thus consoled," said M. d'Escorval, delighted to see her son's wonderful improvement in health and spirits. But the Baron made no response. He regarded this almost miraculous recovery with distrust. He was assailed by a vague suspicion of the truth. He questioned his son, but skillfully as he did it, he could draw nothing from him. Morris had decided to say nothing to his parents. What good would it do to trouble them? Besides, he feared remonstrance and opposition, and he was resolved to carry out his plans, even if he was compelled to leave the paternal roof. In the second week of September the abbé declared that Morris might resume his ordinary life, and that, as the weather was pleasant, it would be well for him to spend much of his time in the open air. In his delight, Morris embraced the worthy priest. "What happiness!" he exclaimed, "then I can hunt once more." He really cared but little for the chase, but he deemed it expedient to pretend a great passion for it, since it would furnish him with an excuse for frequent and protracted absences. Never had he felt more happy than on the morning when, with his gun upon his shoulder, he crossed the Oiselle and started for the abode of M. Lachenre. On reaching the little grove on the Riche, he paused for a moment at a place which commanded a view of the cottage. While he stood there, he saw Jean Lachenre and Chan Luina leave the house, each laden with a peddler's pack. Morris was therefore sure that M. Lachenre and Marie-Anne were alone in the house. He hastened to the cottage and entered without stopping to rap. Marie-Anne and her father were kneeling on the hearth, upon which a huge fire was blazing. On hearing the door open, they turned, and at the sight of Morris, they both sprang up, blushing and confused. "What brings you here?" they exclaimed in the same breath. Under other circumstances, Maurice d'Escorval would have been dismayed by such a hostile greeting, but now he scarcely noticed it. "You have no business to return here against my wishes, and after what I have said to you, Monsieur d'Escorval," said Lachenre, rudely. Maurice smiled. He was perfectly cool, and not a detail of the scene before him had escaped his notice. If he had felt any doubts before, they were now dissipated. He saw upon the fire a large kettle of melted lead, and several bullet molds stood on the hearth, beside the andirons. "If I venture to present myself at your house, monsieur," said Maurice, gravely and impressively, "it is because I know all. I have discovered your revengeful project. You are looking for men to aid you, are you not? Very well. Look me in the face, in the eyes, and tell me if I am not one of those whom a leader is glad to enroll among his followers." M. Lachenre was terribly agitated. "I do not know what you mean," he faltered, forgetting his feigned anger. "I have no projects. Would you assert this upon oath? Why are you casting these bullets? You are clumsy conspirators. You should lock your door, someone else might have entered." And adding example to precept, he turned and pushed the bolt. "This is only an imprudence," he continued, "but to reject a soldier who comes to you voluntarily would be a fault for which your associate would have a right to call you to account. I have no desire, understand me, to force myself into your confidence. No, I give myself to you blindly, body and soul. Whatever your cause may be, I declare it mine. What you wish, I adopt your plans. Your enemies are my enemies. Command, I will obey. I ask only one favor, that of fighting, of triumphing, or of dying by your side." "Oh! Refuse, father!" exclaimed Marie-Anne. "Refuse? To accept this offer would be a crime, a crime! And why, if you please? Because our cause is not your cause, because its success is doubtful, because dangers surround us on every side." A scornful exclamation from Maurice interrupted her. "And it is you who think to dissuade me by pointing out the dangers that threaten you, the dangers that you are braving, Maurice. So if imminent peril menaced me, instead of coming to my aid you would desert me? You would hide yourself, saying, 'Let him perish, so that I be saved.' Speak. Would you do this?" She averted her face and made no reply. She could not force herself to utter an untruth, and she was unwilling to answer, "I would act as you are acting." She waited for her father's decision. "If I should comply with your request, Maurice," said M. Lachenre, "in less than 3 days you would curse me, and ruin us by some outburst of anger. You love Marie-Anne. Could you see, unmoved, the frightful position in which she is placed? Remember, she must not discourage the addresses either of Chan Luina or of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. You regard me, oh, I know as well as you do that it is a shameful and odious role that I impose upon her, that she is compelled to play a part in which she will lose a young girl's most precious possession, her reputation. Morris did not wince. So be it, he said, calmly. Marie-Anne's fate will be that of all women who have devoted themselves to the political advancement of the man whom they love, be he father, brother, or lover. She will be slandered, insulted, calumniated. What does it matter? She may continue her task. I consent to it, for I shall never doubt her, and I shall know how to hold my peace. If we succeed, she shall be my wife. If we fail, the gesture which concluded the sentence said more strongly than any protestations, that he was ready, resigned to anything. Emile was greatly moved. At least give me time for reflection, said he. There is no necessity for further reflection, monsieur. But you are only a child, Morris, and your father is my friend. What of that, rash boy? Do you not understand that by compromising yourself you also compromise Baron d'Escorval? You think you are risking only your own head, you are endangering your father's life. But Morris violently interrupted him. There has been too much parleying already, he exclaimed. There have been too many remonstrances. Answer me in a word. Only understand this: if you reject me, I will return to my father's house, and with this gun which I hold in my hand I will blow out my brains. This was no idle threat. It was evident that what he said, that would he do. His listeners were so convinced of this, that Marie-Anne turned to her father with clasped hands and a look of entreaty. You are one of us, then, said Emile sternly, but do not forget that you forced me to consent by threats, and whatever may happen to you or yours, remember that you would have it so. But these gloomy words produced no impression upon Morris. He was wild with joy. Now, continued Emile, I must tell you my hopes, and acquaint you with the cause for which I am laboring. What does that matter to me? Morris exclaimed, gaily, and, springing toward Marie-Anne, he seized her hand and raised it to his lips, crying, with a joyous laugh of youth, my cause, here it is. Marie-Anne turned away. Perhaps he recollected that a sacrifice of his pride was all that was necessary to assure the happiness of these poor children, but if a feeling of remorse entered his mind, he drove it away, and with increased sternness, he said, Still, Monsieur d'Escorval, it is necessary for you to understand our agreement. Make known your conditions, sir. First, your visits here after certain rumors that I have put in circulation would arouse suspicion. You must come here only at night, and then only at hours that have been agreed upon in advance, never when you are not expected. The attitude of Morris expressed his entire consent. Moreover, you must find some way to cross the river without having recourse to the ferryman, who is a dangerous fellow. We have an old skiff. I will persuade my father to have it repaired. Very well. Will you also promise me to avoid the Marquis de Sairmeuse? I will. Wait a moment, we must be prepared for any emergency. It may be that, in spite of our precautions, you will meet him here. Monsieur de Sairmeuse is arrogance itself, and he hates you. You detest him, and you are very hasty. Swear to me that if he provokes you, you will ignore his insults, but I should be considered a coward, monsieur, probably. Will you swear? Morris hesitated, but an imploring look from Marie-Anne decided him. I swear, he said, gravely. As far as Chanlouine is concerned, it would be better not to let him know of our agreement, but I will take care of this matter. Emile paused and reflected for a moment, as if striving to discover if he had forgotten anything. Nothing remains, Morris, he resumed, but to give you a last and very important piece of advice. Do you know my son? Certainly, we were formerly the best of comrades during our vacations. Very well. When you know my secret, for I shall confide it to you without reserve, beware of Jean. What, sir? Beware of Jean. I repeat it, and he blushed deeply, as he added, it is a painful avowal for a father, but I have no confidence in my own son. He knows no more in regard to my plans than I told him on the day of his arrival. I deceive him, because I fear he might betray us. Perhaps it would be wise to send him away, but in that case, what would people say? Most assuredly they would say that I was very avaricious of my own blood, while I was very ready to risk the lives of others. Still, I may be mistaken, I may misjudge him. He sighed, and added, beware. Chapter 19. So it was really Maurice d'Escorval whom the Marquis de Sairmeuse had seen leaving Lacan's house. Marshall was not certain of it, but the very possibility made his heart swell with anger. What part am I playing here, then? He exclaimed, indignantly. He had been so completely blinded by passion that he would not have been likely to discover the real condition of affairs even if no pains had been taken to deceive him. Lacan's formal courtesy and politeness he regarded as sincere. He believed in the studied respect shown him by Jean, and the almost servile obsequiousness of Chanlouina did not surprise him in the least, and since Marie-Anne welcomed him politely, he concluded that his suit was progressing favorably. Having himself forgotten, he supposed that everyone else had ceased to remember. Moreover, he was of the opinion that he had acted with great generosity, and that he was entitled to the deep gratitude of the Lacan family, for M. Lacan had received the legacy bequeathed him by Emile, Armand, and an indemnity, besides all the furniture he had chosen to take from the chateau, a total of at least 60,000 francs. He must be hard to please, if he is not satisfied, growled the Duke, enraged at such prodigality, though it did not cost him a penny. Marshall had supposed himself the only visitor at the cottage on the Riche, and when he discovered that such was not the case, he became furious. Am I, then, the dupe of a shameless girl? He thought. He was so incensed, that for more than a week he did not go to Lacan's house. His father concluded that his ill humor and gloom was caused by some misunderstanding with Marie-Anne, and he took advantage of this opportunity to gain his son's consent to an alliance with Blanche de Courtorgne. A victim to the most cruel doubts and fears, Marshall, goaded to the last extremity, exclaimed, "Very well. I will marry Mademoiselle Blanche." The Duke did not allow such a good resolution to grow cold. In less than 48 hours the engagement was made public, the marriage contract was drawn up, and it was announced that the wedding would take place early in the spring. A grand banquet was given at Sairmeuse in honor of the betrothal, a banquet all the more brilliant since there were other victories to be celebrated. The Duc de Sairmeuse had just received, with his brevet of Lieutenant General, a commission placing him in command of the military department of Montaignac. The Marquis de Courtorgne had also received an appointment, making him Provost Marshal of the same district. Blanche had triumphed. After this public betrothal Marshall was bound to her, for a fortnight. Indeed, he scarcely left her side. In her society there was a charm whose sweetness almost made him forget his love for Marie-Anne, but unfortunately the haughty heiress could not resist the temptation to make a slighting allusion to Marie-Anne, and to the lowliness of the Marquis's former tastes. She found an opportunity to say that she furnished Marie-Anne with work to aid her in earning a living. Marshall forced himself to smile, but the indignity which Marie-Anne had received aroused his sympathy and indignation, and the next day he went to Lacan's house. In the warmth of the greeting that awaited him there, all his anger vanished, all his suspicions evaporated. Marie-Anne's eyes beamed with joy on seeing him again. He noticed it. "Oh, I shall win her yet," he thought. All the household were really delighted at his return, the son of the commander of the military forces at Montaignac, and the prospective son-in-law of the Provost Marshal. Marshall was a most valuable instrument. Through him, we shall have an eye and an ear in the enemy's camp, said Lacan. The Marquis de Sairmeuse will be our spy. He was, for he soon resumed his daily visits to the cottage. It was now December, and the roads were terrible, but neither rain, snow, nor mud could keep Marshall from the cottage. He made his appearance generally as early as 10 o'clock, seated himself upon a stool in the shadow of a tall fireplace, and he and Marie-Anne talked by the hour. She seemed greatly interested in matters at Montaignac, and he told her all that he knew in regard to affairs there. Sometimes they were alone. Lacan, Chanlouina, and Jean were tramping about the country with their merchandise. Business was prospering so well that M. Lacan had purchased a horse in order to extend his journeys, but Marshall's conversation was generally interrupted by visitors. It was really surprising to see how many peasants came to the house to speak to M. Lacan. There was an interminable procession of them, and to each of these peasants Marie-Anne had something to say in private. Then she offered each man refreshments. The house seemed almost like a common drinking saloon. But what can daunt the courage of a lover? Marshall endured all this without a murmur. He laughed and jested with the comers and goers, he shook hands with them, sometimes he even drank with them. He gave many other proofs of moral courage. He offered to assist M. Lacan in making up his accounts, and once it happened about the middle of February, seeing Chanlouina worrying over the composition of a letter, he actually offered to act as his amanuensis. The DD letter is not for me, but for an uncle of mine who is about to marry off his daughter, said Chanlouina. Marshall took a seat at the table, and, at Chanlouina's dictation, but not without many erasures, indited the following epistle. My dear friend, we are at last agreed, and the marriage has been decided upon. We are now busy with preparations for the wedding, which will take place on. We invite you to give us the pleasure of your company. We count upon you, and be assured that the more friends you bring with you the better we shall be pleased. Had Marshall seen the smile upon Chanlouina's lips when he requested him to leave the date for the wedding a blank, he would certainly have suspected that he had been caught in a snare. But he was in love. Ah, Marquis, remarked his father one day. Chupin tells me you are always at Lacan's. When will you recover from your enchant for that little girl? Marshall did not reply. He felt that he was at that little girl's mercy. Each glance of hers made his heart throb wildly. By her side he was a willing captive. If she had asked him to make her his wife he would not have said number. But Marie-Anne had not this ambition. All her thoughts, all her wishes were for her father's success. Maurice and Marie-Anne had become Lacan's most intrepid auxiliaries. They were looking forward to such a magnificent reward, such feverish activity as Maurice displayed. All day long he hurried from hamlet to hamlet, and in the evening, as soon as dinner was over, he made his escape from the drawing-room, sprang into his boat, and hastened to the Riche. D'Escorval could not fail to remark the long and frequent absences of his son. He watched him, and soon became absolutely certain that Lacan had, to use the Baron's own expression, seduced him. Greatly alarmed, he decided to go and see his former friend, and fearing another repulse, he begged Abbé Midon to accompany him. It was on the 4th of March, at about 4:30, that D'Escorval and the cure started for the Riche. They were so anxious and troubled in mind that they scarcely exchanged a dozen words as they wended their way onward. A strange sight met their eyes as they emerged from the grove on the Riche. Night was falling, but it was still light enough for them to distinguish objects only a short distance from them. Before Lacan's house stood a group of about a dozen persons, and Lacan was speaking and gesticulating excitedly. What was he saying? Neither the Baron nor the priest could distinguish his words, but when he ceased, the most vociferous acclamations rent the air. Suddenly a match glowed between his fingers. He set fire to a bundle of straw and tossed it upon the thatched roof of his cottage, crying out in a terrible voice, "The die is cast. This will prove to you that I shall not draw back." 5 minutes later the house was in flames. In the distance the Baron and his companion saw the windows of the citadel at Montaignac illuminated by a red glare, and upon every hillside glowed the light of other incendiary fires. The country was responding to Lacan's signal. Chapter 20. Ambition is a fine thing. The Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtorn were past middle age. Their lives had been marked by many storms and vicissitudes. They were the possessors of millions, and the owners of the most sumptuous residences in the province. Under these circumstances one might have supposed that they would desire to end their days in peace and quietness. It would have been easy for them to create a life of happiness by doing good to those around them, and by preparing for their last hours a chorus of benedictions and of regrets. But no. They longed to have a hand in managing the ship of state. They were not content to be simply passengers, and the Duke, appointed to the command of the military forces, and the Marquis, made presiding judge of the court at Montaignac, were both obliged to leave their beautiful homes and take up their abode in rather dingy quarters in town. They did not murmur at the change. Their vanity was satisfied. Louis XVIII was on the throne. Their prejudices were triumphant. They were happy. It is true that dissatisfaction was rife on every side, but had they not hundreds and thousands of allies at hand to suppress it? And when wise and thoughtful persons spoke of discontent, the Duke and his associates regarded them as visionaries. On the 4th of March, 1816, the Duke was just sitting down to dinner when a loud noise was heard in the vestibule. He rose, but at that very instant the door was flung open and a man entered, panting and breathless. This man was Chupin, the former poacher, whom de Sairmeuse had elevated to the position of head gamekeeper. It was evident that something extraordinary had happened. "What is it?" inquired the Duke. "They are coming," cried Chupin. "They are already on the way." Who? By way of response, Chupin handed the Duke a copy of the letter written by Marshal under Chanlouine's dictation. De Sairmeuse read, "My dear friend, we are at last agreed, and the marriage is decided. We are now busy in preparing for the wedding, which will take place on the 4th of March. The date was no longer blank, but still the Duke did not comprehend. "Well, what of it?" he demanded. Chupin tore his hair. "They are on the way," he repeated. "I speak of the peasants. They intend to take possession of Montaignac, dethrone Louis XVIII, bring back the Emperor, or at least the son of the Emperor. Miserable wretches. They have deceived me. I suspected this outbreak, but I did not think it was so near at hand. This terrible blow, so entirely unexpected, stupefied the Duke for a moment. How many are there?" he demanded. How do I know, monsieur? 2,000, perhaps 10,000. All the townspeople are with us." "No, monsieur, no. The rebels have accomplices here. All the retired officers stand ready to assist them." "Who are the leaders of the movement?" "Lacan, Abbé Midon, Chanlouine, Baron d'Escorval." "Enough," cried the Duke. Now that danger was certain, his coolness returned. and his Herculean form, a trifle bowed by the weight of years, rose to its full height. He gave the bell rope a violent pull. A valet appeared. "My uniform," commanded M. Emile, "my pistols." "Quick!" The servant was about to obey, when the Duke exclaimed, "Wait! Let someone take a horse, and go and tell my son to come here without a moment's delay. Take one of the swiftest horses. The messenger ought to go to Emile and return in 2 hours." Chupin endeavored to attract the Duke's attention by pulling the skirt of his coat. M. Emile turned. "What is it?" The old poacher put his finger on his lip, recommending silence, but as soon as the valet had left the room, he said, "It is useless to send for the Marquis." "And why, you fool?" "Because, monsieur, because excuse me zoons. Will you speak, or will you not?" Chupin regretted that he had gone so far, because the Marquis, well, he is engaged in it. The Duke overturned the table with a terrible blow of his clenched fist. "You lie, wretch!" he thundered, with the most horrible oaths. He was so formidable in his anger that the old poacher sprang to the door and turned the knob, ready to take flight. "May I lose my head if I do not speak the truth," he insisted. "Ah! Lacan's daughter is a regular sorceress. All the gallants of the neighborhood are in the ranks. Chanlouina, young D'Escorval, your son, M. Emile was pouring forth a torrent of curses upon Marie-Anne when his valet re-entered the room. He suddenly checked himself, put on his uniform, and ordering Chupin to follow him, hastened from the house. He was still hoping that Chupin had exaggerated the danger, but when he reached the placed arms, which commanded an extended view of the surrounding country, his illusions were put to flight. Signal lights gleamed upon every side. Montaignac seemed surrounded by a circle of flame. "These are the signals," murmured Chupin. "The rebels will be here before 2 o'clock in the morning." The Duke made no response, but hastened to consult M. de Courton. He was striding toward his friend's house when, on hastily turning a corner, he saw 2 men talking in a doorway, and on seeing the glittering of the Duke's epaulettes, both of them took flight. The Duke instinctively started in pursuit, overtook one man, and seizing him by the collar, he asked, sternly, "Who are you? What is your name?" The man was silent, and his captor shook him so roughly that 2 pistols, which had been hidden under his long coat, fell to the ground. "Ah, brigand!" exclaimed M. Emile, "so you are one of the conspirators against the king." Then, without another word, he dragged the man to the citadel, gave him in charge of the astonished soldiers, and again started for M. de Courton's house. He expected the Marquis would be terrified. Not in the least, he seemed delighted. "At last there comes an opportunity for us to display our devotion and our zealand without danger. We have good walls, strong gates, and 3,000 soldiers at our command. These peasants are fools. But be grateful for their folly, my dear Duke, and run and order out the Montaignac chasseurs." But suddenly a cloud overspread his face. He knit his brows, and added, "The devil! I am expecting Blanche this evening. She was to leave Courtrai after dinner. Heaven grant that she may meet with no misfortune on the way." Chapter 21. The Duc d'Emile and the Marquis de Courton had more time before them than they supposed. The rebels were advancing, but not so rapidly as Chupin had said. 2 circumstances, which it was impossible to foresee, disarranged Lacan's plans. Standing beside his burning house, Lacan counted the signal fires that blazed out in answer to his own. Their number corresponded to his expectations. He uttered a cry of joy. "All our friends keep their word," he exclaimed. "They are ready. They are even now on their way to the rendezvous. Let us start at once, for we must be there first." They brought him his horse, and his foot was already in the stirrup, when 2 men sprang from the neighboring grove and darted toward him. One of them seized the horse by the bridle. "Abbé Maidon!" exclaimed Lacan, in profound astonishment. "Monsieur d'Escorval," and foreseeing, perhaps, what was to come, he added, in a tone of concentrated fury, "What do you 2 men want with me?" "We wish to prevent the accomplishment of an act of madness," exclaimed M. d'Escorval. "Hatred has crazed you, Lacan. You know nothing of my projects. Do you think that I do not suspect them? You hope to capture Montaignac. What does that matter to you?" interrupted Lacan, violently. But M. d'Escorval would not be silenced. He seized the arm of his former friend, and in a voice loud enough to be heard distinctly by everyone present, he continued, "Foolish man! You have forgotten that Montaignac is a fortified city, protected by deep moats and high walls. You have forgotten that behind these fortifications is a garrison commanded by a man whose energy and valor are beyond all question, the Duc d'Emile. Lacan struggled to free himself from his friend's grasp. "Everything has been arranged," he replied, "and they are expecting us at Montaignac. You would be as sure of this as I am myself, if you had seen the light gleaming on the windows of the citadel. And look, you can see it yet. This light tells me that 200 or 300 retired officers will come to open the gates of the city for us as soon as we make our appearance. And after that, if you take Montaignac, what will you do then? Do you suppose that the English will give you back your emperor? Is not Napoleon too the prisoner of the Austrians? Have you forgotten that the Allied sovereigns have left 150,000 soldiers within a day's march of Paris?" Sullen murmurs were heard among Lacan's followers. "But all this is nothing," continued the Baron. "The chief danger lies in the fact that there are as many traitors as dupes in an undertaking of this sort." "Whom do you call dupes, monsieur?" "All those who take their illusions for realities, as you have done. All those who, because they desire anything very much, really believe that it will come to pass." "Do you really suppose that neither the Duc de Sairmeuse nor the Marquis de Courtorn has been warned of it?" Lacan shrugged his shoulders. Who could have warned them? But his tranquility was feigned. The look which he cast upon Jean proved it. And it was in the coldest possible tone that he added, "It is probable that at this very hour the Duke and the Marquis are in the power of our friends." The curé now attempted to join his efforts to those of the Baron. "You will not go, Lacan," he said. "You will not remain deaf to the voice of reason. You are an honest man. Think of the frightful responsibility you assume. What? Upon these frail hopes, you dare to peril the lives of hundreds of brave men? I tell you that you will not succeed. You will be betrayed. I am sure you will be betrayed." An expression of horror contracted Lacan's features. It was evident to all that he was deeply moved. It is impossible to say what might have happened had it not been for the intervention of Chanlouina. This sturdy peasant came forward, brandishing his gun. "We are wasting too much time in foolish prattling," he exclaimed with a fierce oath. Lacan started as if he had been struck by a whip. He rudely freed himself and leapt into the saddle. "Forward," he ordered. But the Baron and the priest did not yet despair. They sprang to the horse's head. "Lacan," cried the priest, "beware. The blood you are about to spill will fall upon your head, and upon the heads of your children." Appalled by these prophetic words, the little band paused. Then someone issued from the ranks, clad in the costume of a peasant. "Marie-Anne!" exclaimed the Abbé and the Baron in the same breath. "Yes, I," responded the young girl, removing the large hat which had partially concealed her face. "I wish to share the dangers of those who are dear to me, share in their victory or their defeat. Your counsel comes too late, gentlemen. Do you see those lights on the horizon? They tell us that the people of these communes are repairing to the crossroads at the Croix d'Arcy, the general rendezvous. Before 2 o'clock 1,500 men will be gathered there awaiting my father's commands. Would you have him leave these men, whom he has called from their peaceful firesides, without a leader? Impossible." She evidently shared the madness of her lover and father, even if she did not share all their hopes. "No, there must be no more hesitation, no more parleying," she continued. "Prudence now would be the height of folly. There is no more danger in a retreat than in an advance. Do not try to detain my father, gentlemen. Each moment of delay may, perhaps, cost a man's life. And now, my friends, forward." A loud cheer answered her, and the little band descended the hill. But D'Escorval could not allow his own son, whom he saw in the ranks, to depart thus. "Maurice," he cried. The young man hesitated, but at last approached. "You will not follow these madmen, Maurice?" said the Baron. "I must follow them, father. I forbid it. Alas! Father, I cannot obey you. I have promised, I have sworn. I am second in command." His voice was sad, but it was determined. "My son!" exclaimed D'Escorval. "Unfortunate child!" It is to certain death that you are marching, to certain death. All the more reason that I should not break my word, father. And your mother, Maurice, the mother whom you forget." A tear glistened in the young man's eye. "My mother," he replied, "would rather weep for her dead son than keep him near her dishonored, and branded with the names of coward and traitor. Farewell. My father, M." D'Escorval appreciated the nobility of soul that Maurice displayed in his conduct. He extended his arms, and pressed his beloved son convulsively to his heart, feeling that it might be for the last time. "Farewell," he faltered. "Farewell." Maurice soon rejoined his comrades, whose acclamations were growing fainter and fainter in the distance, but the Baron stood motionless, overwhelmed with sorrow. Suddenly he started from his reverie. "A single hope remains, Abbé," he cried. "Alas!" murmured the priest. "Oh, I am not mistaken. Marie-Anne just told us the place of rendezvous. By running to Escorval and harnessing the cabriolet, we might be able to reach the Croix-Darcy before this party arrive there. Your voice, which touched Lacan, will touch the heart of his accomplices. We will persuade these poor, misguided men to return to their homes. Come, Abby, come quickly." And they departed on the run. Chapter 22. The clock in the tower of Sairmeuse was striking the hour of 8 when Lacan and his little band of followers left the Riche. An hour later, at the Château de Courtornieu, Blanche, after finishing her dinner, ordered the carriage to convey her to Montaignac. Since her father had taken up his abode in town, they met only on Sunday. On that day either Blanche went to Montaignac, or the Marquis paid a visit to the chateau. Hence this proposed journey was a deviation from the regular order of things. It was explained, however, by grave circumstances. It was 6 days since Marshall had presented himself at Courtornieu, and Blanche was half crazed with grief and rage. What Aunt Medea was forced to endure during this interval, only poor dependents in rich families can understand. For the first 3 days Blanche succeeded in preserving a semblance of self-control. On the 4th she could endure it no longer, and in spite of the breach of lay convenances which it involved, she sent a messenger to Sairmeuse to inquire for Marshall. Was he ill? Had he gone away? The messenger was informed that the Marquis was perfectly well, but, as he spent the entire day, from early morn to dewy eve, in hunting, he went to bed every evening as soon as supper was over. What a horrible insult! Still, she was certain that Marshall, on hearing what she had done, would hasten to her to make his excuses. Vain hope. He did not come, he did not even condescend to give one sign of life. "Ah, doubtless he is with her," she said to Aunt Medea. "He is on his knees before that miserable Marie Anne his mistress," for she had finished by believing, as is not unfrequently the case, the very calumnies which she herself had invented. In this extremity she decided to make her father her confidant, and she wrote him a note announcing her coming. She wished her father to compel Lacan to leave the country. This would be an easy matter for him, since he was armed with discretionary authority at an epoch when lukewarm devotion afforded an abundant excuse for sending a man into exile. Fully decided upon this plan, Blanche became calmer on leaving the chateau, and her hopes overflowed in incoherent phrases, to which poor Aunt Medea listened with her accustomed resignation. "At last I shall be rid of this shameless creature," she exclaimed. "We will see if he has the audacity to follow her." "Will he follow her?" "Oh, no, he dare not." When the carriage passed through the village of Sairmeuse, Blanche noticed an unwonted animation. There were lights in every house, the saloons seemed full of drinkers, and groups of people were standing upon the public square and upon the doorsteps. But what did this matter to de Courtornieu? It was not until they were a mile or so from Sairmeuse that she was startled from her reverie. "Listen, Aunt Medea," she said, suddenly. "Do you hear anything?" The poor dependent listened. Both occupants of the carriage heard shouts that became more and more distinct with each revolution of the wheels. "Let us find out the meaning of this," said Blanche, and lowering one of the carriage windows, she asked the coachman the cause of the disturbance. "I see a great crowd of peasants on the hill. They have torches and, blessed Jesus," interrupted Aunt Medea, in alarm. "It must be a wedding," added the coachman, whipping up his horses. It was not a wedding, but Lacan's little band, which had been augmented to the number of about 500. Lacan should have been at the Croix-Darcy 2 hours before. But he had shared the fate of most popular chiefs. When an impetus had been given to the movement he was no longer master of it. Baron d'Escorval had made him lose 20 minutes, he was delayed 4 times as long in Sairmeuse. When he reached that village, a little behind time, he found the peasants scattered through the wine shops, drinking to the success of the enterprise. To tear them from their merrymaking was a long and difficult task. And to crown all, when they were finally induced to resume their line of march, it was impossible to persuade them to extinguish the pine knots which they had lighted to serve as torches. Prayers and threats were alike unavailing. They wished to see their way, they said, poor deluded creatures. They had not the slightest conception of the difficulties and the perils of the enterprise they had undertaken. They were going to capture a fortified city, defended by a numerous garrison, as if they were bound on a pleasure jaunt. Gay, thoughtless, and animated by the imperturbable confidence of a child, they were marching along, arm in arm, singing patriotic songs, on horseback. In the center of the band, Lacan felt his hair turning white with anguish. Would not this delay ruin everything? What would the others, who were waiting at the Croix-Darcy, think? What were they doing at this very moment? Onward! Onward! He repeated. Maurice, Chanlouina, Jean, Marie-Anne, and about 20 of the old soldiers of the Empire, understood and shared Lacan's despair. They knew the terrible danger they were incurring, and they, 2, repeated. Faster. Let us march faster, vain exhortation. It pleased these people to go slowly. Suddenly the entire band stopped. Some of the peasants, chancing to look back, had seen the lamps of Emile de Courton's carriage gleaming in the darkness. It came rapidly onward, and soon overtook them. The peasants recognized the coachman's livery, and greeted the vehicle with shouts of derision. M. de Courton, by his avariciousness, had made even more enemies than the Duc d'Ermuse, and all the peasants who thought they had more or less reason to complain of his extortions were delighted at this opportunity to frighten him, for, that they were not thinking of vengeance, is conclusively proved by the sequel. Hence great was their disappointment when, on opening the carriage door, they saw within the vehicle only Emile, Blanche and Aunt Medea, who uttered the most piercing shrieks. But Emile de Courton was a brave woman. "Who are you?" she demanded, haughtily. "And what do you desire?" "You will know tomorrow," replied Chanlouina. "Until then, you are our prisoner." "I see that you do not know who I am, boy." "Excuse me. I do know who you are, and, for this very reason, I request you to descend from your carriage." "She must leave the carriage, must she not, Monsieur d'Escorval?" "Very well. I declare that I will not leave my carriage. Tear me from it if you dare." They would certainly have dared had it not been for Marie-Anne, who checked some peasants as they were springing toward the carriage. "Let Mademoiselle de Courton pass without hindrance," said she. But this permission might produce such serious consequences that Chanlouina found courage to resist. "That cannot be, Marie-Anne," said he. "She will warn her father. We must keep her as a hostage. Her life may save the life of our friends." Blanche had not recognized her former friend, any more than she had suspected the intentions of this crowd of men. But Marie-Anne's name, uttered with that of d'Escorval, enlightened her at once. She understood it all, and trembled with rage at the thought that she was at the mercy of her rival. She resolved to place herself under no obligation to Marie-Anne Lacan. "Very well," said she, "we will descend." Her former friend checked her. "No," said she, "no. This is not the place for a young girl." "For an honest young girl, you should say," replied Blanche, with a sneer. Chanlouina was standing only a few feet from the speaker with his gun in his hand. If a man had uttered those words he would have been instantly killed. Marie-Anne did not deign to notice them. "Mademoiselle will turn back," she said, calmly, "and as she can reach Montaignac by the other road, 2 men will accompany her as far as Courton." She was obeyed. The carriage turned and rolled away, but not so quickly that Marie-Anne failed to hear Blanche cry, "Beware, Marie! I will make you pay dearly for your insulting patronage." The hours were flying by. This incident had occupied 10 minutes more, 10 centuries, and the last trace of order had disappeared. Emile could have wept with rage. He called Maurice and Chanlouina. "I place you in command," said he. "Do all that you can to hurry these idiots onward. I will ride as fast as I can to the Croix d'Arcy." He started, but he was only a short distance in advance of his followers when he saw 2 men running toward him at full speed. One was clad in the attire of a well-to-do bourgeois. The other wore the old uniform of captain in the Emperor's Guard. "What has happened?" Lacan cried, in alarm. "All is discovered. Great God, Major Carini has been arrested." "By whom? How?" "Ah. There was a fatality about it. Just as we were perfecting our arrangements to capture the Duc d'Ermuse, the Duke surprised us. We fled, but the cursed noble pursued us, overtook Carini, seized him by the collar, and dragged him to the citadel." Lacan was overwhelmed. The abbé's gloomy prophecy again resounded in his ears. "So I warned my friends, and hastened to warn you," continued the officer. "The affair is an utter failure." He was only too correct, and Lacan knew it even better than he did. But, blinded by hatred and anger, he would not acknowledge that the disaster was irreparable. "Let Mademoiselle de Courton pass without hindrance." He affected a calmness which he did not in the least feel. "You are easily discouraged, gentlemen," he said, bitterly. "There is, at least, one more chance." "The devil! Then you have resources of which we are ignorant?" "Perhaps that depends. You have just passed the Croix d'Arcy. Did you tell any of those people what you have just told me?" "Not a word." "How many men are there at the rendezvous?" "At least 2,000. "And what is their mood?" "They are burning to begin the struggle. They are cursing our slowness, and told me to entreat you to make haste." "In that case our cause is not lost," said Lacan, with a threatening gesture. "Wait here until the peasants come up, and say to them that you were sent to tell them to make haste. Bring them on as quickly as possible, and have confidence in me. I will be responsible for the success of the enterprise." He said this, then putting spurs to his horse, galloped away. He had deceived the men. He had no other resources. He did not have the slightest hope of success. It was an abominable falsehood. But, if this edifice, which he had erected with such care and labor, was to totter and fall, he desired to be buried beneath its ruins. They would be defeated, he was sure of it. But what did that matter? In the conflict he would seek death and find it. Bitter discontent pervaded the crowd at the Croix-d'Arcy, and after the passing of the officers, who had hastened to warn Laqueneur of the disaster at Montaignac, the murmurs of dissatisfaction were changed to curses. These peasants, nearly 2,000 in number, were indignant at not finding their leader awaiting them at the rendezvous. "Where is he?" they asked. "Who knows, but he is afraid at the last moment. Perhaps he is concealing himself while we are risking our lives and the bread of our children here." And already the epithets of mischief-maker and traitor were flying from lip to lip, and increasing the anger in every breast. Some were of the opinion that the crowd should disperse, others wished to march against Montaignac without Laqueneur, and that, immediately. But these deliberations were interrupted by the furious gallop of a horse. A carriage appeared, and stopped in the center of the open space. Two men alighted. Baron d'Escorval and Abbé Midon. They were in advance of Laqueneur. They thought they had arrived in time. Alas! Here, as on the Riche, all their efforts, all their entreaties, and all their threats were futile. They had come in the hope of arresting the movement, they only precipitated it. "We have gone too far to draw back," exclaimed one of the neighboring farmers, who was the recognized leader in Laqueneur's absence. "If death is before us, it is also behind us. To attack and conquer, that is our only hope of salvation. Forward, then, at once. That is the only way of disconcerting our enemies. He who hesitates is a coward. Forward!" A shout of approval from 2,000 throats replied. Forward! They unfurled the tricolour, that much regretted flag that reminded them of so much glory, and so many great misfortunes. The drums began to beat, and with shouts of, "Vive Napoleon II!" the whole column took up its line of march, pale, with clothing in disorder, and voices husky with fatigue and emotion. D'Escorval and the Abbé followed the rebels, imploring them to listen to reason. They saw the precipice toward which these misguided creatures were rushing, and they prayed God for an inspiration to check them. In 50 minutes the distance separating the Croix-d'Arcy from Montaignac is traversed. Soon they see the gate of the citadel, which was to have been opened for them by their friends within the walls. It is 11 o'clock, and yet this gate stands open. Does not this circumstance prove that their friends are masters of the town, and that they are awaiting them in force? They advance, so certain of success that those who have guns do not even take the trouble to load them. D'Escorval and the Abbé alone foresee the catastrophe. The leader of the expedition is near them. They entreat him not to neglect the commonest precautions. They implore him to send some 2 men on in advance to reconnoiter. They, themselves, offer to go, on condition that the peasants will await their return before proceeding farther, but their prayers are unheeded. The peasants pass the outer line of fortifications in safety. The head of the advancing column reaches the drawbridge. The enthusiasm amounts to delirium. Who will be the first to enter is the only thought. Alas! At that very moment a pistol is fired. It is a signal, for instantly, and on every side, resounds a terrible fusillade. 3 or 4 peasants fall, mortally wounded. The rest pause, frozen with terror, thinking only of escape. The indecision is terrible, but the leader encourages his men. There are a few of Napoleon's old soldiers in the ranks. A struggle begins, all the more frightful by reason of the darkness, but it is not the cry of "forward" that suddenly rends the air. The voice of a coward sends up the cry of panic. "We are betrayed. Let him save himself who can. This is the end of all order." A wild fear seizes the throng, and these men flee madly, despairingly, scattered as withered leaves are scattered by the power of the tempest. Chapter 23. Chupin's stupefying revelations and the thought that Marshal, the heir of his name and dukedom, should degrade himself so low as to enter into a conspiracy with vulgar peasants, drove the Duc de Sairmeuse nearly wild, but the Marquis de Courtaune's coolness restored the Duke's sang-froid. He ran to the barracks, and in less than half an hour 500 foot soldiers and 300 of the Montaignac chasseurs were under arms. With these forces at his disposal it would have been easy enough to suppress this movement without the least bloodshed. It was only necessary to close the gates of the city. It was not with fowling pieces and clubs that these poor peasants could force an entrance into a fortified town. But such moderation did not suit a man of the Duke's violent temperament, a man who was ever longing for struggle and excitement, a man whose ambition prompted him to display his zeal. He had ordered the gate of the citadel to be left open, and had concealed some of his soldiers behind the parapets of the outer fortifications. He then stationed himself where he could command a view of the approach to the citadel, and deliberately chose his moment for giving the signal to fire. Still, a strange thing happened. Of 400 shots, fired into a dense crowd of 1,500 men, only 3 had hit the mark. More humane than their chief, nearly all the soldiers had fired in the air. But the Duke had not time to investigate this strange occurrence now. He leapt into the saddle, and placing himself at the head of about 500 men, cavalry and infantry, he started in pursuit of the fugitives. The peasants had the advantage of their pursuers by about 20 minutes. Poor simple creatures, they might easily have made their escape. They had only to disperse, to scatter, but, unfortunately, the thought never once occurred to the majority of them. A few ran across the fields and gained their homes in safety. The others, frantic and despairing, overcome by the strange vertigo that seizes the bravest in moments of panic, fled like a flock of frightened sheep. Fear lent them wings, for did they not hear each moment shots fired at the laggards? But there was one man, who, at each of these detonations, received, as it were, his death wound. This man was Lacan. He had reached the Croix-Starcy just as the firing at Montaignac began. He listened and waited. No discharge of musketry replied to the first fusillade. There might have been butchery, but combat, number, Lacan understood it all, and he wished that every ball had pierced his own heart. He put spurs to his horse and galloped to the crossroads. The place was deserted. At the entrance of one of the roads stood the cabriolet which had brought M. Discorval and the abbey. At last Lacan saw the fugitives approaching in the distance. He dashed forward, to meet them, trying by mingled curses and insults to stay their flight. Cowards! He vociferated. Traitors! You flee and you are 10 against 1. Where are you going? To your own homes. Fools! You will find the gendarmes there only awaiting your coming to conduct you to the scaffold. Is it not better to die with your weapons in your hands? Come right about. Follow me. We may still conquer. Reinforcements are at hand. 2,000 men are following me. He promised them 2,000 men. Had he promised them 10,000, 20,000 an army and cannon, it would have made no difference. Not until they reached the wide open space of the crossroads, where they had talked so confidently scarcely an hour before, did the most intelligent of the throng regain their senses, while the others fled in every direction. About 100 of the bravest and the most determined of the conspirators gathered around Lacan. In the little crowd was the abbé, gloomy and despondent. He had been separated from the Baron. What had been his fate? Had he been killed or taken prisoner? Was it possible that he had made his escape? The worthy priest dared not go away. He waited, hoping that his companion might rejoin him, and deemed himself fortunate in finding the carriage still there. He was still waiting when the remnant of the column confided to Maurice and Chanlouineau came up. Of the 500 men that composed it on its departure from Sairmeuse, only 15 remained, including the 2 retired officers. Marie-Anne was in the center of this little party. Lacan and his friends were trying to decide what course it was best for them to pursue. Should each man go his way? Or should they unite, and by an obstinate resistance, give all their comrades time to reach their homes? The voice of Chanlouineau put an end to all hesitation. I have come to fight, he exclaimed, and I shall sell my life dearly. We will make a stand then, cried the others. But Chanlouineau did not follow them to the spot which they had considered best adapted to the prolonged defense. He called Maurice and drew him a little aside. You, Monsieur Discorval, he said, almost roughly, are going to leave here and at once. I came here, Chanlouineau, as you did, to do my duty. Your duty, monsieur, is to serve Marie-Anne. Go at once, and take her with you. I shall remain, said Maurice, firmly. He was going to join his comrades when Chanlouineau stopped him. You have no right to sacrifice your life here, he said, quietly. Your life belongs to the woman who has given herself to you, wretch. How dare you? Chanlouineau sadly shook his head. What is the use of denying it? Said he. It was so great a temptation that only an angel could have resisted it. It was not your fault, nor was it hers. Lacan was a bad father. There was a day when I wished either to kill myself or to kill you, I knew not which. Ah! Only once again will you be as near death as you were that day. You were scarcely 5 paces from the muzzle of my gun. It was God who stayed my hand by reminding me of her despair. Now that I am to die, as well as Lacan, someone must care for Marie-Anne. Swear that you will marry her. You may be involved in some difficulty on account of this affair, but I have here the means of saving you. A sound of firing interrupted him. The soldiers of the Duc de Sairmeuse were approaching. Good God! Exclaimed Chanlouineau, and Marie-Anne. They rushed in pursuit of her, and Maurice was the first to discover her. standing in the center of the open space clinging to the neck of her father's horse. He took her in his arms, trying to drag her away. "Come," said he, "come," but she refused. Leave me," she entreated. "But all is lost." "Yes, I know that all is lost, even honor. Leave me here. I must remain, I must die, and thus hide my shame. I must." "It shall be so." Just then Chan Luan appeared. Had he divined the secret of her resistance? Perhaps, but without uttering a word, he lifted her in his strong arms as if she had been a child and bore her to the carriage guarded by Abbe Maidon. "Get in," he said, addressing the priest, "and quick take Mademoiselle Lacan. Now, Maurice, in your turn." But already the Duke's soldiers were masters of the field. Seeing a group in the shadow, at a little distance, they rushed to the spot. The heroic Chan Luan seized his gun, and brandishing it like a club, held the enemy at bay, giving Maurice time to spring into the carriage, catch the reins and start the horse off at a gallop. All the cowardice and all the heroism displayed on that terrible night will never be really known. 2 minutes after the departure of Marie-Anne and of Maurice, Chan Luan was still battling with the foe. A dozen or more soldiers were in front of him. 20 shots had been fired, but not a ball had struck him. His enemies always believed him invulnerable. "Surrender!" cried the soldiers, amazed by such valor. "Surrender, never! Never!" He was truly formidable. He brought to the support of his marvelous courage a superhuman strength and agility. No one dared come within reach of those brawny arms that revolved with the power and velocity of the sails of a windmill. Then it was that a soldier, confiding his musket to the care of a companion, threw himself flat upon his belly, and crawling unobserved around behind this obscure hero, seized him by the legs. He tottered like an oak beneath the blow of the axe, struggled furiously, but taken at such a disadvantage was thrown to the ground, crying, as he fell, "Help! Friends, help!" But no one responded to this appeal. At the other end of the open space those upon whom he called had, after a desperate struggle, yielded. The main body of the Duke's infantry was near at hand. The rebels heard the drums beating the charge. They could see the bayonets gleaming in the sunlight. Lacan, who had remained in the same spot, utterly ignoring the shot that whistled around him, felt that his few remaining comrades were about to be exterminated. In that supreme moment the whole past was revealed to him as by a flash of lightning. He read and judged his own heart. Hatred had led him to crime. He loathed himself for the humiliation which he had imposed upon his daughter. He cursed himself for the falsehoods by which he had deceived these brave men, for whose death he would be accountable. Enough blood had flowed, he must save those who remained. "Cease firing, my friends," he commanded. "Retreat." They obeyed. He could see them scatter in every direction. He too could flee. Was he not mounted upon a gallant steed which would bear him beyond the reach of the enemy? But he had sworn that he would not survive defeat. Maddened with remorse, despair, sorrow, and impotent rage, he saw no refuge save in death. He had only to wait for it. It was fast approaching. He preferred to rush to meet it. Gathering up the reins, he dashed the rowels in his steed and, alone, charged upon the enemy. The shock was rude. The ranks opened. There was a moment of confusion. But Lacan's horse, its chest cut open by the bayonets, reared, beat the air with his hoofs, then fell backward, burying his rider beneath him. And the soldiers marched on, not suspecting that beneath the body of the horse the brave rider was struggling to free himself. It was 1:30 in the morning. The place was deserted. Nothing disturbed the silence save the moans of a few wounded men, who called upon their comrades for succor. But before thinking of the wounded, Emile must decide upon the course which would be most likely to redound to his advantage and to his political glory. Now that the insurrection had been suppressed, it was necessary to exaggerate its magnitude as much as possible, in order that his reward should be in proportion to the service supposed to have been rendered. Some 15 or 20 rebels had been captured, but that was not a sufficient number to give the victory the éclat which he desired. He must find more culprits to drag before the provost marshal or before a military commission. He, therefore, divided his troops into several detachments, and sent them in every direction with orders to explore the villages, search all isolated houses, and arrest all suspected persons. His task here having been completed, he again recommended the most implacable severity, and started on a brisk trot for Montaignac. He was delighted, certainly he blessed as had de Courton these honest and artless conspirators, but one fear, which he vainly tried to dismiss, impaired his satisfaction. His son, the Marquis de Sairmeuse, was he, or was he not, implicated in this conspiracy? He could not. He would not believe it, and yet the recollection of Chupin's assurance troubled him. On the other hand, what could have become of Marshal? The servant who had been sent to warn him, had he met him? Was the Marquis returning? And by which road? Could it be possible that he had fallen into the hands of the peasants? The Duke's relief was intense when, on returning home, after a conference with M. de Courtenay, he learned that Marshal had arrived about a quarter of an hour before. The Marquis went at once to his own room. On dismounting from his horse, added the servant. "Very well," replied the Duke. "I will seek him there, before the servants," he said. "Very well. But secretly," he exclaimed, "abominable impertinence. What? I am on horseback at the head of my troops, my life imperiled, and my son goes quietly to bed without even assuring himself of my safety." He reached his son's room, but found the door closed and locked on the inside. He rapped. "Who is there?" demanded Marshal. "It is I." Opened the door. Marshal drew the bolt. M. de Muse entered, but the sight that met his gaze made him tremble. Upon the table was a basin of blood, and Marshal, with chest bared, was bathing a large wound in his right breast. "You have been fighting?" exclaimed the Duke, in a husky voice. "Yes." "Ah. Then you were, indeed." "I was where?" "What?" "At the convocation of these miserable peasants who, in their parricidal folly, have dared to dream of the overthrow of the best of princes." Marshal's face betrayed successively profound surprise, and a more violent desire to laugh. "I think you must be jesting, monsieur," he replied. The young man's words and manner reassured the Duke a little, without entirely dissipating his suspicions. "Then, these vile rascals attacked you?" he exclaimed. "Not at all. I have been simply obliged to fight a duel." "With whom?" "Name the scoundrel who has dared to insult you." A faint flush tinged Marshal's cheek, but it was in his usual careless tone that he replied. "Upon my word, no, I shall not give his name. You would trouble him, perhaps, and I really owe the fellow a debt of gratitude. It happened upon the highway. He might have assassinated me without ceremony, but he offered me open combat. Besides, he was wounded far more severely than I, or M. de Muse's doubts had returned. And why, instead of summoning a physician, are you attempting to dress this wound yourself? Because it is a mere trifle, and because I wish to keep it a secret." The Duke shook his head. "All this is scarcely plausible," he remarked, "especially after the assurance of your complicity, which I have received." "Ah," said he, "and from whom?" "From your spy-in-chief, no doubt that rascal Chupin. It surprises me to see that you can hesitate for a moment between the word of your son and the stories of such a wretch. Do not speak ill of Chupin, Marquis, he is a very useful man. Had it not been for him, we should have been taken unawares. It was through him that I learned of this vast conspiracy organized by Lacan." "What? Is it Lacan, who is at the head of the movement?" "Yes, Marquis." "Ah. Your usual discernment has failed you in this instance. What, you have been a constant visitor at this house, and you have suspected nothing. And you contemplate a diplomatic career. But this is not all. You know now for what purpose the money which you so lavishly bestowed upon them has been employed. They have used it to purchase guns, powder, and ammunition." The Duke had become satisfied of the injustice of his suspicions, but he was now endeavoring to irritate his son. It was a fruitless effort. Marshal knew very well that he had been duped, but he did not think of resenting it. "If Lacan has been captured," he thought, "if he should be condemned to death and if I should save him, Marie-Anne would refuse me nothing." Chapter 24. Having penetrated the mystery that enveloped his son's frequent absence, the Baron d'Escorval had concealed his fears and his chagrin from his wife. It was the first time that he had ever had a secret from the faithful and courageous companion of his existence. Without warning her, he went to beg Abbé Midon to follow him to the Riche, to the house of M. Lacan. The silence, on his part, explains M. d'Escorval's astonishment when, on the arrival of the dinner hour, neither her son nor her husband appeared. Maurice was sometimes late, but the Baron, like all great workers, was punctuality itself. What extraordinary thing could have happened? Her surprise became uneasiness when she learned that her husband had departed in company with Abbé Midon. They had harnessed the horse themselves, and instead of driving through the courtyard as usual, they had driven through the stableyard into a lane leading to the public road. What did all this mean? Why these strange precautions? d'Escorval waited, oppressed by vague forebodings. The servants shared her anxiety. The Baron was so equable in temper, so kind and just to his inferiors, that his servants adored him, and would have gone through a fiery furnace for him. So, about 10 o'clock, they hastened to lead to their mistress a peasant who was returning from Sairmeuse. This man, who was slightly intoxicated, told the strangest and the most incredible stories. He said that all the peasantry for 10 leagues around were under arms, and that the Baron d'Escorval was the leader of the revolt. He did not doubt the final success of the movement, declaring that Napoleon II, Marie-Louise, and all the marshals of the empire were concealed in Montaignac. Alas! It must be confessed that Lacan had not hesitated to utter the grossest falsehoods in his anxiety to gain followers. D'Escorval could not be deceived by these ridiculous stories, but she could believe, and she did believe, that the Baron was the prime mover in this insurrection, and this belief, which would have carried consternation to the hearts of so many women, reassured her. She had entire, absolute, and unlimited faith in her husband. She believed him superior to all other men, infallible, in short. The moment he said, "This is so," she believed it implicitly. Hence, if her husband had organized a movement, that movement was right. If he had attempted it, it was because he expected to succeed. Therefore, it was sure to succeed. Impatient, however, to know the result, she sent the gardener to Sairmeuse with orders to obtain information without awakening suspicion, if possible, and to hasten back as soon as he could learn anything of a positive nature. He returned in about 2 hours, pale, frightened, and in tears. The disaster had already become known, and had been related to him with the most terrible exaggerations. He had been told that hundreds of men had been killed, and that a whole army was scouring the country, massacring defenseless peasants and their families. While he was telling his story, D'Escorval felt that she was going mad. She saw, yes, positively, she saw her son and her husband, dead or still worse, mortally wounded upon the public highway. They were lying with their arms crossed upon their breasts, livid, bloody, their eyes staring wildly. They were begging for water, a drop of water. "I will find them," she exclaimed, in frenzied accents. "I will go to the field of battle. I will seek for them among the dead, until I find them. Light some torches, my friends, and come with me, for you will aid me, will you not? You love them, they were so good. You would not leave their dead bodies unburied. Oh, the wretches who have killed them." The servants were hastening to obey when the furious gallop of a horse and the sound of carriage wheels were heard upon the drive. "Here they are!" exclaimed the gardener. "Here they are!" D'Escorval, followed by the servants, rushed to the door just in time to see a cabriolet attend to the courtyard, and the horse, panting, exhausted, and flecked with foam, miss his footing, and fall. Abbé Midot and Maurice had already leapt to the ground and were lifting out an apparently lifeless body. Even Marie-Anne's great energy had not been able to resist so many successive shocks. The last trial had overwhelmed her. Once in the carriage, all immediate danger having disappeared, the excitement which had sustained her fled. She became unconscious, and all the efforts of Maurice and of the priest had failed to restore her. But D'Escorval did not recognize Lacan in the masculine habiliments in which she was clothed. She only saw that it was not her husband whom they had brought with them, and a convulsive shudder shook her from head to foot. "Your father, Maurice," she exclaimed, in a stifled voice, "and your father." The effect was terrible. Until that moment, Maurice and the cure had comforted themselves with the hope that D'Escorval would reach home before them. Maurice tottered, and almost dropped his precious burden. The abbé perceived it, and at a sign from him, 2 servants gently lifted Marie-Anne, and bore her to the house. Then the cure approached them. "D'Escorval, Monsieur will soon be here." "Madame," said he, at hazard. He fled first. Baron D'Escorval could not have fled, she interrupted. A general does not desert when face to face with the enemy. If a panic seizes his soldiers, he rushes to the front, and either leads them back to combat, or takes his own life. "Mother," faltered Maurice, "mother, oh, do not try to deceive me. My husband was the organizer of this conspiracy. His confederates, beaten and dispersed, must have proved themselves cowards. God have mercy upon me, my husband is dead." In spite of the abbé's quickness of perception, he could not understand such assertions on the part of the Baroness. He thought that sorrow and terror must have destroyed her reason. "Ah, Madame," he exclaimed, "the Baron had nothing to do with this movement, far from it." He paused. All this was passing in the courtyard, in the glare of the torches which had been lighted up by the servants. Anyone in the public road could hear and see all. He realized the imprudence of which they were guilty. "Come, Madame," said he, leading the Baroness toward the house, "and you, also, Maurice, come." It was with the silent and passive submission of great misery that D'Escorval obeyed the cure. Her body alone moved in mechanical obedience. Her mind and heart were flying through space to the man who was her all, and whose mind and heart were even then, doubtless, calling to her from the dread abyss into which he had fallen. But when she had passed the threshold of the drawing-room, she trembled and dropped the priest's arm, rudely recalled to the present reality. She recognized Marie-Anne in the lifeless form extended upon the sofa. "Mademoiselle Lacan," she faltered, "here in this costume dead. One might indeed believe the poor girl dead. to see her lying there rigid, cold, and as white as if the last drop of blood had been drained from her veins. Her beautiful face had the immobility of marble, her half-opened, colorless lips disclosed, teeth convulsively clenched, and a large dark blue circle surrounded her closed eyelids. Her long black hair, which she had rolled up closely to slip under her peasant's hat, had become unbound, and flowed down in rich masses over her shoulders and trailed upon the floor. "She is only in a state of syncope. There is no danger," declared the abbé, after he had examined Marie-Anne. "It will not be long before she regains consciousness." And then, rapidly but clearly, he gave the necessary directions to the servants, who were astonished at their mistress. D'Escorval looked on with eyes dilated with terror. She seemed to doubt her own sanity, and incessantly passed her hand across her forehead, thickly beaded with cold sweat. "What a night!" she murmured. "What a night! I must remind you, madame," said the priest, sympathizingly, but firmly, "that reason and duty alike forbid you thus to yield to despair. Wife, where is your energy? Christian, what has become of your confidence in a just and beneficial God?" "Oh, I have courage, monsieur," faltered the wretched woman. "I am brave." The abbé led her to a large armchair, where he forced her to seat herself, and in a gentler tone, he resumed. "Besides, why should you despair, madam? Your son, certainly, is with you in safety. Your husband has not compromised himself, he has done nothing which I myself have not done," and briefly, but with rare precision, he explained the part which he and the Baron had played during this unfortunate evening. But this recital, instead of reassuring the Baroness, seemed to increase her anxiety. "I understand you," she interrupted, "and I believe you. But I also know that all the people in the country round about are convinced that my husband commanded the insurrectionists. They believe it, and they will say it, and what of that? If he has been arrested, as you give me to understand, he will be summoned before a court-martial. Was he not the friend of the Emperor? That is a crime, as you very well know. He will be convicted and sentenced to death." "No, madame, no. Am I not here? I will appear before the tribunal, and I shall say, 'Here I am. I have seen and I know all,' but they will arrest you, alas, monsieur, because you are not a priest according to the hearts of these cruel men. They will throw you in prison, and you will meet him upon the scaffold." Maurice had been listening, pale and trembling, but on hearing these last words, he sank upon his knees, hiding his face in his hands. "Ah! I have killed my father!" he exclaimed, "unhappy child. What do you say?" The priest motioned him to be silent, but he did not see him, and he pursued. "My father was ignorant even of the existence of this conspiracy of which Monsieur Lacan was the guiding spirit, but I knew it. I wished him to succeed, because on his success depended the happiness of my life. And then wretch that I was! When I wished to attract to our ranks some timid or wavering accomplice, I used the loved and respected name of D'Escorval. Ah, I was mad. I was mad." Then, with a despairing gesture, he added, "And yet, even now, I have not the courage to curse my folly. Oh, mother, mother, if you knew!" His sobs interrupted him. Just then a faint moan was heard. Marie-Anne was regaining consciousness. Already she had partially risen from the sofa, and sat regarding this terrible scene with an air of profound wonder, as if she did not understand it in the least. Slowly and gently she put back her hair from her face, and opened and closed her eyes, which seemed dazzled by the light of the candles. She endeavored to speak, to ask some question, but Abbé Midon commanded silence by a gesture. Enlightened by the words of D'Escorval and by the confession of Maurice, the abbé understood at once the extent of the frightful danger that menaced the Baron and his son. How was this danger to be averted? What must be done? He had no time for explanation or reflection. With each moment, a chance of salvation fled. He must decide and act without delay. The abbé was a brave man. He darted to the door, and called the servants who were standing in the hall and on the staircase, when they were gathered around him. "Listen to me intently," said he, in that quick and imperious voice that impresses one with the certainty of approaching peril, "and remember that your master's life depends, perhaps, upon your discretion. We can rely upon you, can we not?" Every hand was raised as if to call upon God to witness their fidelity. "In less than an hour," continued the priest, "the soldiers sent in pursuit of the fugitives will be here. Not a word must be uttered in regard to what has passed this evening. Everyone must be led to suppose that I went away with the Baron and returned alone. Not one of you must have seen Mademoiselle Lacan. We are going to find a place of concealment for her. Remember, my friends, if there is the slightest suspicion of her presence here, all is lost. If the soldiers question you, endeavored to convince them that Monsieur Morris has not left the house this evening. He paused, trying to think if he had forgotten any precaution that human prudence could suggest, then added, "One word more, to see you standing about at this hour of the night will awaken suspicion at once. But this is what I desire. We will plead in justification, the alarm that you feel at the absence of the Baron, and also the indisposition of Madame, for Madame is going to retire. She will thus escape interrogation. And you, Morris, run and change your clothes, and, above all, wash your hands, and sprinkle some perfume upon them." All present were so impressed with the imminence of the danger, that they were more than willing to obey the priest's orders. Marie Anne, as soon as she could be moved, was carried to a tiny room under the roof. D'Escorval retired to her own apartment, and the servants went back to the office. Morris and the abbé remained alone in the drawing-room, silent and appalled by horrible forebodings. The unusually calm face of the priest betrayed his terrible anxiety. He now felt convinced that Baron d'Escorval was a prisoner, and all his efforts were now directed toward removing any suspicion of complicity from Morris. This was, he reflected, the only way to save the father. A violent peal of the bell attached to the gate interrupted his meditations. He heard the footsteps of the gardener as he hastened to open it, heard the gate turn upon its hinges, then the measured tramp of soldiers in the courtyard. A loud voice commanded, "Halt!" The priest looked at Morris and saw that he was as pale as death. "Be calm," he entreated, "do not be alarmed. Do not lose your self-possession and do not forget my instructions." "Let them come," replied Morris. "I am prepared." The drawing-room door was flung violently open, and a young man, wearing the uniform of a captain of grenadiers, entered. He was scarcely 25 years of age, tall, fair-haired, with blue eyes and little wax moustache. His whole person betokened an excessive elegance exaggerated to the verge of the ridiculous. His face ordinarily must have indicated extreme self-complacency, but at the present moment it wore a really ferocious expression. Behind him, in the passage, were a number of armed soldiers. He cast a suspicious glance around the room, then, in a harsh voice, "Who is the master of this house?" he demanded. "The Baron d'Escorval, my father, who is absent," replied Morris. "Where is he?" The abbé, who, until now, had remained seated, rose. On hearing of the unfortunate outbreak of this evening, he replied, "The Baron and myself went to these peasants, in the hope of inducing them to relinquish their foolish undertaking. They would not listen to us. In the confusion that ensued, I became separated from the Baron. I returned here very anxious, and am now awaiting his return." The captain twisted his moustache with a sneering air. "Not a bad invention," said he. "Only I do not believe a word of this fiction." A light gleamed in the eyes of the priest. His lips trembled, but he held his peace. "Who are you?" rudely demanded the officer. "I am the curé of Emile. Honest men ought to be in bed at this hour. And you are racing about the country after rebellious peasants. Really, I do not know what prevents me from ordering your arrest." That which did prevent him was the priestly robe, all-powerful under the Restoration. With Morris he was more at ease. "How many are there in this family?" "3, my father, my mother ill at this moment and myself." "And how many servants?" 7, 4 men and 3 women. "You have neither received nor concealed anyone this evening?" "No one." "It will be necessary to prove this," said the captain. And turning toward the door, "Corporal Bevoise," he called. This man was one of those old soldiers who had followed the emperor over all Europe. 2 small, ferocious grey eyes lighted his tanned, weather-beaten face, and an immense hooked nose surmounted a heavy, bristling moustache. "Bevoise," commanded the officer, "you will take half a dozen men and search this house from top to bottom. You are an old fox that knows a thing or two. If there is any hiding place here, you will be sure to discover it. If anyone is concealed here, you will bring the person to me. Go, and make haste." The corporal departed on his mission. The captain resumed his questions. "And now," said he, turning to Morris, "what have you been doing this evening?" The young man hesitated for an instant, then, with well-feigned indifference, replied, "I have not put my head outside the door this evening." "That must be proved. Let me see your hands." The soldier's tone was so offensive that Morris felt the angry blood mount to his forehead. Fortunately, a warning glance from the abbé made him restrain his wrath. He offered his hands to the inspection of the captain, who examined them carefully, outside and in, and finally smelled them. "Ah, these hands are too white and smell too sweet to have been dabbling in powder." He was evidently surprised that this young man should have had so little courage as to remain in the shelter of the fireside while his father was leading the peasants on to battle. "Another thing," said he, "you must have weapons here." "Yes, hunting rifles." "Where are they?" "In a small room on the ground floor." Take me there." They conducted him to the room, and on finding that none of the double-barreled guns had been used for some days, he seemed considerably annoyed. He appeared furious when the corporal came and told him that he had searched everywhere, but had found nothing of a suspicious character. "Send for the servants," was his next order. But all the servants faithfully repeated the lesson which the abbé had given them. The captain saw that he was not likely to discover the mystery, although he was well satisfied that one existed, swearing that they should pay dearly for it, if they were deceiving him. He again called Bevoise. "I must continue my search," said he. "You, with 2 men, will remain here, and render a strict account of all that you see and hear. If Monsieur d'Escorval returns, bring him to me at once. Do not allow him to escape. Keep your eyes open, and good luck to you." He added a few words in a low voice, then left the room as abruptly as he had entered it. The departing footsteps of the soldiers were soon lost in the stillness of the night, and then the corporal gave vent to his disgust in a frightful oath. "Hein," said he, to his men, "you have heard that cadet. Listen, watch, arrest, report. So he takes us for spies. Ah! If our old leader knew to what base uses his old soldiers were degraded." The 2 men responded by a sullen growl. "As for you," pursued the old trooper, addressing Maurice and the abbé, "I, Bevoise, corporal of grenadiers, declare in my name and in that of my 2 men, that you are as free as birds, and that we shall arrest no one. More than that, if we can aid you in any way, we are at your service. The little fool that commanded us this evening thought we were fighting. Look at my gun, I have not fired a shot from it, and my comrades fired only blank cartridges." The man might possibly be sincere, but it was scarcely probable. "We have nothing to conceal," replied the cautious priest. The old corporal gave a knowing wink. "Ah! You distrust me. You are wrong, and I am going to prove it. Because, you see, though it is easy to gull that fool who just left here, it is not so easy to deceive Corporal Bevoise. Very well. It was scarcely prudent to leave in the courtyard a gun that certainly had not been charged for firing at swallows." The cure and Maurice exchanged a glance of consternation. Maurice now recollected, for the first time, that when he sprang from the carriage to lift out Marie-Anne, he propped his loaded gun against the wall. It had escaped the notice of the servants. "Secondly," pursued Bevoise, "there is someone concealed in the attic. I have excellent tiers. Thirdly, I arranged it so that no one should enter the sick lady's room." Maurice needed no further proof. He extended his hand to the corporal, and, in a voice trembling with emotion, he said, "You are a brave man." A few moments later, Maurice, the abbé, and d'Escorval were again assembled in the drawing-room, deliberating upon the measures which must be taken. When Marie-Anne appeared, she was still frightfully pale, but her step was firm, her manner quiet and composed. "I must leave this house," she said to the Baroness. "Had I been conscious, I would never have accepted hospitality which is likely to bring dire misfortune on your family. Alas! Your acquaintance with me has cost you too many tears and too much sorrow already. Do you understand now why I wished you to regard us as strangers? A presentiment told me that my family would be fatal to yours, poor child," exclaimed d'Escorval. "Where will you go?" Marie-Anne lifted her beautiful eyes to the heaven in which she placed her trust. "I do not know, madame," she replied, "but duty commands me to go. I must learn what has become of my father and my brother, and share their fate." "What?" exclaimed Maurice, still this thought of death. "You, who no longer—" He paused, a secret which was not his own had almost escaped his lips. But visited by a sudden inspiration, he threw himself at his mother's feet. "Oh, my mother! My dearest mother, do not allow her to depart. I may perish in my attempt to save my father. She will be your daughter then, she whom I have loved so much. You will encircle her with your tender and protecting love." Marie-Anne remained. Chapter 25. The secret which approaching death had wrestled from Marie-Anne in the fortification at the Croix d'Arcy. d'Escorval was ignorant of when she joined her entreaties to those of her son to induce the unfortunate girl to remain. But the fact occasioned Maurice scarcely an uneasiness. His faith in his mother was complete, absolute. He was sure that she would forgive when she learned the truth. Loving and chaste wives and mothers are always most indulgent to those who have been led astray by the voice of passion. Such noble women can, with impunity, despise and brave the prejudices of hypocrites. These reflections made Maurice feel more tranquil in regard to Marie-Anne's future, and he now thought only of his father. Day was breaking. He declared that he would assume some disguise and go to Montaignac at once. On hearing these words, d'Escorval turned and hid her face in the sofa cushions to stifle her sobs. She was trembling for her husband's life, and now her son must precipitate himself into danger. Perhaps before the sun sank to rest, she would have neither husband nor son, and yet she did not say no. She felt that Maurice was only fulfilling a sacred duty. She would have loved him less had she supposed him capable of cowardly hesitation. She would have dried her tears, if necessary, to bid him go. Moreover, what was not preferable to the agony of suspense which they had been enduring for hours, Maurice had reached the door when the abbé stopped him. "You must go to Montaignac," said he, "but it would be folly to disguise yourself. You would certainly be recognized, and the saying, 'He who conceals himself is guilty,' will assuredly be applied to you. You must go openly, with head erect, and you must even exaggerate the assurance of innocence. Go straight to the Duc d'Ermuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu. I will accompany you, we will go in the carriage." Maurice seemed undecided. "Obey these counsels, my son," said D'Escorval. "The abbé knows much better than we do what is best." "I will obey, mother." The cure had not waited for this assent to go and give an order for harnessing the horses. D'Escorval left the room to write a few lines to a lady friend, whose husband exerted considerable influence in Montaignac. Maurice and Marie-Anne were left alone. It was the first moment of freedom and solitude which they had found since Marie-Anne's confession. They stood for a moment, silent and emotionless. Then Maurice advanced, and clasping her in his arms, he whispered, "Marie-Anne, my darling, my beloved, I did not know that one could love more fondly than I loved you yesterday. But now and you wish for death when another precious life depends upon yours." She shook her head sadly. "I was terrified," she faltered. "The future of shame that I saw that I still alas see before me, appalled me. Now I am resigned. I will uncomplainingly endure punishment for my horrible fault. I will submit to the insults and disgrace that await me." "Insults, to you? Ah! Woe to who dares. But will you not now be my wife in the sight of men, as you are in the sight of God? The failure of your father's scheme sets you free." "No, no, Maurice, I am not free. Ah! It is you who are pitiless. I see only too well that you curse me, that you curse the day when we met for the first time. Confess it. Say it." Marie-Anne lifted her streaming eyes to his. "Ah! I should lie if I said that. My cowardly heart has not that much courage. I suffer, I am disgraced and humiliated." But he could not finish. He drew her to him, and their lips and their tears met in one long kiss. "You love me," exclaimed Maurice, "you love me in spite of all. We shall succeed. I will save your father, and mine I will save your brother." The horses were neighing and stamping in the courtyard. The abbé cried, "Come, let us start." D'Escorval entered with a letter, which she handed to Maurice. She clasped in a long and convulsive embrace the son whom she feared she should never see again. Then, summoning all her courage, she pushed him away, uttering only the single word, "Go." He departed, and when the sound of the carriage wheels had died away in the distance, D'Escorval and Marie-Anne fell upon their knees, imploring the mercy and aid of a just God. They could only pray. The cure and Maurice could act. Abbé Midon's plan, which he explained to young D'Escorval, as the horses dashed along, was as simple as the situation was terrible. "If, by confessing your own guilt, you could save your father, I should tell you to deliver yourself up, and to confess the whole truth. Such would be your duty. But this sacrifice would be not only useless, but dangerous. Your confession of guilt would only implicate your father still more. You would be arrested, but they would not release him, and you would both be tried and convicted. Let us, then, allow, I will not say justice, for that would be blasphemy, but these bloodthirsty men, who call themselves judges, to pursue their course, and attribute all that you have done to your father. When the trial comes, you will prove his innocence, and produce alibis so incontestable, that they will be forced to acquit him. And I understand the people of our country so well, that I am sure not one of them will reveal our stratagem. And if we should not succeed," asked Maurice, gloomily, "what could I do then?" The question was so terrible that the priest dared not respond to it. He and Maurice were silent during the remainder of the drive. They reached the city at last, and Maurice saw how wise the abbé had been in preventing him from assuming a disguise. Armed with the most absolute power, the Duc d'Ermuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu had closed all the gates of Montaignac save one. Through this gate all who desired to leave or enter the city were obliged to pass, and 2 officers were stationed there to examine all comers and goers, to question them, and to take their name and residence. At the name D'Escorval, the 2 officers evinced such surprise that Maurice noticed it at once. "Ah! You know what has become of my father?" he exclaimed. "The Baron D'Escorval is a prisoner, monsieur," replied one of the officers. Although Maurice had expected this response, he turned pale. "Is he wounded?" he asked, eagerly. "He has not a scratch. But enter, sir, and pass on." From the anxious looks of these officers one might have supposed that they feared they should compromise themselves by conversing with the son of so great a criminal. The carriage rolled beneath the gateway, but it had not traversed 200 yards of the Grand Rue before the Abbé and Maurice had remarked several posters and notices affixed to the walls. "We must see what this is," they said, in a breath. They stopped near one of these notices, before which a reader had already stationed himself. They descended from the carriage, and read the following order. Article I. The inmates of the house in which the elder Lacan shall be found will be handed over to a military commission for trial. Article 2. Whoever shall deliver the body of the elder Lacan, dead or alive, will receive a reward of 20,000 francs. This was signed Duc des Meuse. "God be praised!" exclaimed Maurice. "Marie-Anne's father has escaped. He had a good horse, and in 2 hours." A glance and a nudge of the elbow from the abbé checked him. The abbé drew his attention to the man standing near them. This man was none other than Chupin. The old scoundrel had also recognized them, for he took off his hat to the cure, and with an expression of intense covetousness in his eyes, he said, 20,000 francs. What a sum! A man could live comfortably all his life on the interest of it. The abbé and Maurice shuddered as they re-entered their carriage. "Lacan is lost if this man discovers his retreat," murmured the priest. "Fortunately, he must have crossed the frontier before this," replied Maurice. 100 to 1 he is beyond reach, and if you should be mistaken. What, if wounded and faint from loss of blood, Lacan has had only strength to drag himself to the nearest house and ask the hospitality of its inmates? Oh, even in that case he is safe. I know our peasants. There is not one who is capable of selling the life of a proscribed man. The noble enthusiasm of youth drew a sad smile from the priest. "You forget the dangers to be incurred by those who shelter him. Many a man who would not soil his hands with the price of blood might deliver up a fugitive from fear." They were passing through the principal street, and they were struck with the mournful aspect of the place. The little city which was ordinarily so bustling and gay, fear and consternation evidently reigned there. The shops were closed, the shutters of the houses have not been opened. A lugubrious silence pervaded the town. One might have supposed that there was general mourning, and that each family had lost one of its members. The manner of the few persons seen upon the thoroughfare was anxious and singular. They hurried on, casting suspicious glances on every side. 2 or 3 who were acquaintances of the Baron de Scourville averted their heads, on seeing his carriage, to avoid the necessity of bowing. The abbé and Maurice found an explanation of this evident terror on reaching the hotel to which they had ordered the coachman to take them. They had designated the Hôtel de France, where the Baron always stopped when he visited Montaignac, and whose proprietor was none other than Largeron, that friend of Lacan, who had been the first to warn him of the arrival of the Duc des Meuse. This worthy man, on hearing what guests had arrived, went to the courtyard to meet them, with his white cap in his hand. On such a day politeness was heroism. Was he connected with the conspiracy? It has always been supposed so. He invited Maurice and the abbé to take some refreshments in a way that made them understand he was anxious to speak with them, and he conducted them to a retired room where he knew they would be secure from observation. Thanks to one of the Duc des Meuse's valets de chambre who frequented the house, the host knew as much as the authorities. He knew even more, since he had also received information from the rebels who had escaped capture. From him the abbé and Maurice received their first positive information. In the first place, nothing had been heard of Lacan, or of his son Jean. Thus far they had escaped the most rigorous pursuit. In the second place, there were, at this moment, 200 prisoners in the citadel, and among them the Baron de Scourville and Chanlouina, and lastly, since morning there had been at least 60 arrests in Montaignac. It was generally supposed that these arrests were the work of some traitor, and all the inhabitants were trembling with fear, but Emile knew the real cause. It had been confided to him under pledge of secrecy by his guest, the Duke's valet de chambre. "It is certainly an incredible story, gentlemen," he said, "nevertheless, it is true. 2 officers belonging to the Montaignac militia, on returning from their expedition this morning at daybreak, on passing the Croix d'Arcy, found a man, clad in the uniform of the Emperor's bodyguard, lying dead in the fosse." Maurice shuddered. The unfortunate man, he could not doubt, was the brave old soldier who had spoken to Lacan. "Naturally," pursued M. Largeron, the 2 officers examined the body of the dead man. Between his lips they found a paper, which they opened and read. It was a list of all the conspirators in the village. The brave man, knowing he was mortally wounded, endeavored to destroy this fatal list, but the agonies of death prevented him from swallowing it. But the Abbé and Maurice had not time to listen to the commentaries with which the hotel proprietor accompanied his recital. They dispatched a messenger to D'Escorval and to Marie-Anne, in order to reassure them, and, without losing a moment, and fully determined to brave all, they went to the house occupied by the Duc de Sairmeuse. A crowd had gathered about the door. At least 100 persons were standing there, men with anxious faces, women in tears, soliciting, imploring an audience. They were the friends and relatives of the unfortunate men who had been arrested. 2 footmen, in gorgeous livery and pompous in bearing, had all they could do to keep back the struggling throng. The Abbé, hoping that his priestly dress would win him a hearing, approached and gave his name. But he was repulsed like the others. "Monsieur le Duc is busy, and can receive no one," said the servant. "Monsieur le Duc is preparing his report for His Majesty." And in support of this assertion, he pointed to the horses, standing saddled in the courtyard, and the couriers who were to bear the dispatches. The priest sadly rejoined his companions. "We must wait," said he. Intentionally or not, the servants were deceiving these poor people. The Duke, just then, was not troubling himself about dispatches. A violent altercation was going on between the Marquis de Courtorny and himself. Each of these noble personages aspired to the leading role, the one which would be most generously rewarded, undoubtedly. It was a conflict of ambitions and of wills. It had begun by the exchange of a few recriminations, and it quickly reached stinging words, bitter allusions, and at last, even threats. The Marquis declared it necessary to inflict the most frightful, he said the most salutary punishment upon the offender. The Duke, on the contrary, was inclined to be indulgent. The Marquis declared that since Lacan, the prime mover, and his son, had both eluded pursuit, it was an urgent necessity to arrest Marie-Anne. The other declared that the arrest and imprisonment of this young girl would be impolitic, that such a course would render the authorities odious, and the rebels more zealous. As each was firmly wedded to his own opinion, the discussion was heated, but they failed to convince each other. These rebels must be put down with a strong hand, urged M. de Courtorny. "I do not wish to exasperate the populace," replied the Duke. "Bah! What does public sentiment matter? It matters a great deal when you cannot depend upon your soldiers. Do you know what happened last night? There was powder enough burned to win a battle. There were only 15 peasants wounded. Our men fired in the air. You forget that the Montaignac militia is composed, for the most part, at least of men who formerly fought under Bonaparte, and who were burning to turn their weapons against us." But neither the one nor the other dared to tell the real cause of his obstinacy. Blanche had been at Montaignac that morning. She had confided her anxiety and her sufferings to her father, and she made him swear that he would profit by this opportunity to rid her of Marie-Anne. On his side, the Duke, persuaded that Marie-Anne was his son's mistress, wished, at any cost, to prevent her appearance before the tribunal. At last the Marquis yielded. The Duke had said to him, "Very well. Let us end this dispute," at the same time glancing so meaningly at a pair of pistols that the worthy Marquis felt a disagreeable chilliness creep up his spine. They then went together to examine the prisoners, preceded by a detachment of soldiery who drove back the crowd, which gathered again to await the Duke's return. So all day Maurice watched the aerial telegraph established upon the citadel, and whose black arms were moving incessantly. "What orders are traveling through space?" he said to the Abbé. "Is it life or is it death?"